An Impossible Love. A Forbidden Secret Romance. By Michelle Love. Blurb.
I clawed my way to the top. Ex-soldier, now president, and I don't bend for anyone. Except her. My Secret Service shadow, all grit and grace, she's got me tangled up. I'm supposed to lead, not lust, but she's a spark in the dark of this damn job. Dangers breathing down my neck, enemies bold enough to try me, and she's my shield. One look from her, and I'm ready to break every rule. We're a scandal waiting to explode, her career and my legacy on the line. I tell myself to back off, but she's the one battle I'm not sure I can win or want to.
Chapter 1. 3 a.m. Washington, D.C. Inauguration Day.
Emerson Satie rolled over in bed, groaning at her alarm clock. Who the hell gets up this early? She turned onto her back and tried to blink herself awake. The big day. Inauguration. And in a few hours, America's third bachelor president, and only the second one to win office as an independent after George Washington, would be sworn in, and she, Emerson Satie, special agent, would be standing by, waiting to take a bullet for him. She slid out of bed in her tiny apartment in Georgetown and padded to the shower. At 4:30 a.m., President-elect Orrin Bennett would be ready to go for his usual morning run along the Washington Mall and on the path that ran alongside the Potomac, and she would have to run beside him. Not that she minded. It got the exercise for the day out of the way so she could concentrate on her work. Just why the hell did he have to get up so damn early? The hot water helped, and she massaged shampoo through her long dark brown hair. I need a haircut, she thought while drying it. It fell almost to her waist now, and she had to resort to ever more elaborate hairstyles to keep it neat and tidy. She glared at her reflection in the mirror. She knew people regarded her as beautiful, but Emmy couldn't care less. She wasn't at her job because she was good-looking. She was the first female agent to protect the president, selected personally by him after he consulted her boss. If Emmy had still had her family around, they would have been proud. Zach had been proud. Of course, Zach would have been proud if she breathed in and out. He had been her partner in the Secret Service, pure business at first, but she soon learned that underneath the gruff exterior, he was the kindest, most brilliant man she had ever met. They had never let their love interfere with their work, but it was obvious to all how crazy they were about each other. Zach had wanted her to do well in the service. He had transferred to Virginia right before their wedding and was tasked with protecting the then Congressman Bennett's campaign manager, Kevin McKee. 3 days before Emmy would have become his wife, Zach was shot and killed by a man with mental health difficulties who wanted to punish McKee for some random crime he thought the young Politico had committed. He might as well have put a bullet in Emmy's heart as well. She was in shock, broken and full of rage. Her boss, Lucas, head of the presidential detail, had told her to take a sabbatical. Take it or you're out of here, Emmy, and you know that's the last thing I want for you. His voice had been kind but firm. She'd fought him, of course, but her need to grieve for Zach overtook everything. She went to India, her dad's homeland, and spent time trying to find peace. Everywhere she went, she saw Zach, his dark blonde hair choppy and messy when not working, his dark blue eyes twinkling with merriment and love for her. Eventually, real life crept back in, and her need to return to her work overwhelmed the grief. Lucas had welcomed her back, delighted to find that her passion for work was still as intense as it had been before Zach's death. In his office that November day, as the rest of America still reeled from the shock of the impeachment, Lucas told her about her new role. Obviously, we can't have the same agents protecting President-elect Bennett, who protected former President Ellis. President Ellis's entire team is now under investigation by the FBI, so we have to assume that they have all been compromised. Lucas smiled at her. President-elect Bennett handpicked his new team. You were the first person to be selected. I was? Emmy looked astonished. I'm honored. But President-elect is what? 6'5"? And change? And I'm 5'5". He knows that, right? Lucas grinned. You've proved over and over that height doesn't matter. With your record, why should Bennett care? What's he like? Lucas considered. A good man? A little bewildered that he made it to the Oval Office. I don't think anyone expected that, least of all him. He said he was running simply to make a point about having a fresh start, outside of partisan politics, but I think he underestimated the country's thirst for honesty. Sing it, brother, Emmy rolled her eyes. I've never questioned my country more than in the last few months. Not that it affects my commitment to the job, she added hurriedly, and Lucas laughed. Don't worry. I don't figure you for a dissident. One thing, he said, meeting her eye. You know as well as I do that Orrin Bennett is fiercely loyal to his team, and he has a small but select group of people he trusts implicitly. Kevin McKee is one of them. I know that your personal life has nothing to do with your job, but still, I have to ask the question. Emmy had anticipated this. Sir, I have no ill feelings or resentment towards Mr. McKee. He was no more to blame for Zach's death than anyone else. The man who killed Zach was sick, and I cannot imagine what hell he was and is going through. Lucas was impressed. You are one hell of an agent, Emmy. The very best. Emmy thought about her boss's words as she drove through pre-dawn Washington, D.C. No, she would never waver from the commitment she had made 5 years ago when she joined the service, but like her countrymen, she had been shocked by the scandal that brought down the Ellis government and elected an independent congressman from Oregon to the highest office in the land. Brooks Ellis, once revered as a forward-thinking, inclusive progressive, had betrayed his voters when it came to light that he was using the office of the president to further his own agenda, and had spent millions of dollars of taxpayers' money to do so. And when some of his minions had been found guilty of human trafficking, Ellis's incumbency was ruined, even though he strenuously denied any links to such atrocity. Ellis hadn't gone quietly, and was still railing against the system and the new president. Just yesterday, he had gone on the Today Show to besmirch the fact that President-elect Bennett was an independent, the first since George Washington. It wasn't Emmy's job to get involved with the politics, but she knew there were a lot of disgruntled Ellis voters, some of whom were vocal about their desire to see Bennett dead. Always the crazies, Emmy thought now as she parked her car. She made her way to Blair House, the traditional home of the president-elect on Pennsylvania Avenue. As she showed her ID to the security there, a matter of protocol only because they knew her well, she went to change into her running gear. As she liaised with her fellow agents, President-elect Bennett came to meet them. He grinned at them all. Ready, folks? He smiled at Emmy. What do you say, Agent Satie? Maybe 10 kilometers today. Emmy smiled. Whatever you say, sir. Emmy had to admit there was no downside to watching Orrin Bennett exercise. His tall frame was broad, and his shoulders and arms thickly muscled. A former NASA astronaut and Marine, Orrin Bennett was in his mid-40s and ripped like she'd never seen. The man looked as if he'd been hewn from rock. How the hell was he still single? Emmy berated herself. She had a job to do, God help her if Bennett took a bullet because she was busy objectifying the man. But there it was, Orrin Bennett was super attractive. After 45 minutes of brisk pacing, Bennett signaled he'd had enough, and they escorted him back to Blair House. Good run, folks, thank you. He grinned at Emmy again. You kicked our butts again, Agent Satie. That's my job, sir, Emmy shot back with a wicked smile. Bennett chuckled. You heard the woman, guys. Better behave yourselves. Good luck today, sir, Emmy said suddenly, then flushed red. Orrin smiled. Thanks, Emerson. It was the first time he'd called her by her first name, and she felt a thrill zing through her. His light olive-green eyes crinkled at the edges as he smiled. You too. Her fellow agent Duke nudged her as they walked back to the field office changing rooms. Think the almost prez is sweet on you, boo? Emmy frowned at him. Don't say that out loud again, Duke, please. It's hard enough being a woman in this job, without people spreading rumors. Duke gave her a smile. Sorry. It's true though. Okay, I'm sorry, he added hurriedly as she raised a tightly clenched fist and pretended to punch his face. Emmy couldn't really blame Duke for what he said. Orrin Bennett had made a point of being friendly toward her since she joined his team, and at first, it seemed as if he were making a point about her gender and her youth. But yes, after a while she had begun to think it might be something else, which was flattering but completely unrealistic. In fact, she might be tasked to be close enough to take a bullet for him, but there was no man farther away from her on the planet. 7 hours later, as Emmy watched Bennett take the oath of office, her eyes raked the area constantly for threats with her instincts set on high. Like every other American who had grown tired of the corruption and the absence of humanity in the last government, she felt proud. Soon enough, Orrin Bennett would face his critics, and there were already many of them, but today he stood tall. His speech might not have made history like Kennedy's or Obama's, but it spoke of a new dawn over the American landscape, one of hope and inclusion. At that moment, Emerson Satie knew she was protecting one of the good guys, and it made her heart swell with pride. Orrin Bennett, newly minted President of the United States, stood behind the resolute desk and looked at his small team of trusted advisors. Charlie Hope, his old friend from NASA, now his national security advisor. Moxie Chatelaine, the firebrand from New Orleans who had run his campaign for president. The proud African-American woman was now his chief of staff. Peyton Hunt, who'd begun her career as a comedy writer for a popular 80s TV show before moving into politics. America's first female vice president. Kevin McKee and Issa Graham are his communications director and press secretary. These were the 5 people who had fought every inch of the way to make him, goofy old Orrin Bennett, space cowboy and military grunt, the freaking president. He grinned at them now. Relax, everybody. I just have one question: what the hell just happened? He grinned widely and sat down as they broke into relieved laughter. Orrin put his hands flat on the desk. Can you believe they've left me charge of this thing? Honestly? Charlie Hope shook his head. No way, dude. What are they thinking? Orrin grinned as his friends joined in. Insane? The country's gone mad. Orrin sat back, laughing. You realize I could have you all recommissioned to Lagos? At least it would be warm. Peyton rolled her eyes as she sat down on one of the striped couches. What was it today? 20 degrees? Blame FDR, not me. Okay, so what now? Clock's ticking on our first 100 days, and I don't want it all to be about picking out soft furnishings and pranking former staffers. Well, not all about that, I'm just saying. Orrin was having trouble taking all the pomp and ceremony seriously, but he was also anxious to get to work. America was broken by scandal, and he wanted the process of healing to begin. As Moxie and Kevin went through the rest of the week's schedule, Orrin flicked his eyes over to the small, dark-haired woman standing silently in the corner of the room. Agent Emerson Satie. The most beautiful woman he had ever seen. When her boss had come to talk with him about his protection, Lucas Harper had pushed for Emerson to be included on Bennett's detail, regaling Orrin with a glowing appraisal of her career and work ethic. Orrin had simply no reason to turn her down. He wanted an inclusive, open team of both men and women after all. He'd agreed, and then a couple of days later, Lucas brought Emerson to meet the president-elect. As soon as she'd stepped into the room, Orrin knew he had made a mistake. There was no way he'd let this woman take a bullet for him. Her caramel skin was set off by the darkest brown hair tucked up into an efficient bun at the back of her head, and the deepest brown eyes he'd ever seen. Add in a rosebud mouth and a body that still retained its curves even as it was athletic, and Orrin was lost. He knew nothing could ever happen between them, especially now that he was president, but gosh, if he'd met her before. What are you thinking, idiot? You're the president of the United States, not some schoolboy with a crush, but spending time with Emmy, especially on their early morning runs, wasn't helping. He dragged his attention back to the room. Moxie was talking about the opening salvos of their administration. Of course, what everyone wants to know is, will you pardon former President Ellis? Oren sighed. I haven't made my decision on that yet. I don't feel as if I have enough information about what he knew or didn't know. Kevin McKee, a blue-eyed, dark-haired Princeton graduate, snorted. He knew everything, Oren. Sorry, Mr. President. Brooks Ellis was corrupt even way before he was elected. Well, we know that, but the American public will want proof. They're shell-shocked, reeling. Oren leaned forward. Who's that guy, the pit bull, the one who always shut down any threat, Ellis's damage control? Martin Carlson? Charlie Hope looked doubtful. Weasel. Agreed, but useful. We need to get him in here and let him think we're considering a pardon. Maybe he'll talk. He might refuse to come. He's made some pretty inflammatory remarks about you to the press. Oren shrugged. I want us to make it a policy to not respond to petty complaining. He or anyone else says anything defamatory, that's a different matter. The country comes first here. That's what we have to always keep at the top of our agenda. Too many people are on the breadline or in need of medical help for us to waste time on petty minutiae. Agreed? The others murmured their assent. Talking of minutiae, Issa Graham, the press secretary, spoke up with a grin. InStyle magazine wants to know what you're wearing for the balls this evening. Oren rolled his eyes. Heels and a mini skirt, he grinned. Tube top. He sneaked a look at Emerson Satie as the others laughed and was gratified to see her lips twitch. Can you imagine the reaction? Oren snorted. After the last president, anything goes, Issa. Now what's next?
Chapter 2.
Duke whistled at Emmy as she walked toward him, wearing the dark red dress that clung to her curves. Her chestnut hair was down for once, swept over a shoulder, and she actually had makeup on, not much, but enough to enhance her natural beauty. She shot him a look, and he grinned. Sorry, I know it's not appropriate, but dang girl, you look amazing. Emmy flushed, despite her disapproval. Thanks, man. You don't want to know where my weapon is. She regretted her words as soon as they came out of her mouth, as Duke grinned widely. Shut up, Dookie, she said, smiling and shaking her head. Shutting up. They were walking through the West Wing towards the Oval. Lucas say, what time would the president be ready? Any minute. Ready for dancing? Emmy rolled her eyes. Yeah, because we'll be doing a lot of that. You wearing that dress? Anyone who doesn't know you're on the prez's detail will be clamoring for a dance. Wait, I didn't even see that thing from the back. Duke looked approvingly at the backless dress. Emmy sighed. Yeah, nor did I when I grabbed it from the rack. Do you think it's inappropriate? Duke shook his head. Not at all, but now I really want to know where your weapon is. Emmy grinned. She didn't mind Duke's playful flirting. He had been one of Zach's best friends in the service, and he was married to Emmy's best friend, Alice, another agent. Their jokey, flirtatious friendship didn't mean that either of them wouldn't take a bullet for the other. They were family. Lucas met them in the outer office of the Oval. Jessica, the president's secretary, a sprightly woman in her 60s, nodded approvingly at Emmy's outfit. Nice. Good to see you dressed like a girl for once. Emmy smiled at her. Jessica Fields was legendary within Bennett's circle, a mentor to him when he was a young congressman, and now his aide-de-camp whenever he needed a critical eye. You can go in, folks. Duke led the way, and Emmy could hear Oren Bennett talking to his cohort. As she walked into the room, he glanced over at her, and his voice faltered. He gazed at her for a long moment, then looked down and went on with what he was saying. Emmy could feel her face burning, but she said nothing, and just took up her usual post against the wall. Moxie Chatelaine grinned at her and with a tiny nod, indicated her dress and mouthed wow at her. Moxie herself looked incredible. Her long dreadlocks were piled elegantly on top of her head, and she wore a gold dress that glowed against her dark skin. Emmy nodded and smiled. She kept her expression neutral as she looked around the room at the handsome men and the stately women, all ready to celebrate this most unlikely election victory. Oren was dressed in a dark gray suit, exquisitely tailored by the finest Italian designers. Emmy may not have had the money to buy the designer gown she was wearing. Luckily, the agency paid for it, but she knew quality. But it wasn't the suit that made Oren Bennett look so devastating. Much had been made in the press of the bachelor president's incredible good looks. The more salacious press continually speculating on who he was sleeping with. Emmy knew he had been in a long-term relationship with a woman a few years previously, but yes, at the moment, he was resolutely single. The press didn't know what to make of his reticence to discuss his love life, not accepting his, "I just want to concentrate on healing the country" line. There were 5 official inaugural balls for this president, Bennett insisting to the Presidential Inauguration Committee that he wanted no more than 5, and to make the tickets for each cheap enough for members of charities to attend. That directive hadn't gone over well with the 2 main parties, desperate to start lobbying the independent president. His date for the balls would be the widowed vice president, Peyton Hunt. Their friendship made it easier for them to enjoy the evening, but it also waylaid any gossip about who they would bring. Of course, it didn't stop people talking about the 2 of them as a couple either, but they both figured that would be the lesser of all evils. Their decades-long friendship from way back in college was well known, and Peyton's late husband Joseph had been a good friend of Bennett's too. Emmy, assigned to the evening's detail, would attend all the balls as well. The president wasn't expected to spend very long at any one function, just enough time to thank his campaign staff and supporters and to network with politicos from the Hill. Food and drink were supplied in plenty, but Emmy knew from old that the president wouldn't get to enjoy any of it. Nor would she or any other of the president's security, and now her stomach growled at the thought of food. Emmy wasn't one to ever deny herself culinary pleasures. In fact, she was known within the detail as having a huge appetite. Many a time she'd been challenged by Zach to a hot dog eating competition. He hadn't stood a chance, and he loved that about her. Nothing worse than a woman who picks at her food. Emmy grinned at the memory, then forced herself to focus. As they walked into the first of the events, the youth inaugural ball held at the Hilton, Emmy scanned the invited guests. Because of the importance of this day, her boss, Lucas, the head of the presidential security detail, was present and close to the president's side at all times. Emmy, Duke, and the other agents were all at their stations, their movements all rehearsed until they were second nature. With one scan of the room, Emmy noted where the president was, where his political rivals were, and where the entrances and exits to the room were. The hotel had been scoured for explosive devices, and every guest was thoroughly vetted by the FBI. Nothing was left unchecked. It was a routine job as far as they were concerned, but they were still on high alert. A liberal president had a lot of enemies, especially from the previous administration. Emmy saw former President Ellis' National Security Advisor Steve Jonas, one of the few cabinet members who had been totally exonerated in the investigation. She knew President Bennett was hoping he would stay on to assist Charlie Hope, but Steve Jonas hadn't made a commitment yet. No one knew where his loyalty lay. Come in." Duke's voice boomed through her earpiece and she winced a little. "Yeah, Duke. What's up?" "Just checking in. Nothing to worry about so far. Jonas is here. Not that I'm saying that's something to worry about, but you know? Just in case." "Gotcha." He chuckled softly. "Only 4 more of these?" "Yup." She gave him a quick smile as she spotted him across the hotel ballroom. She knew Duke found this kind of close scrutiny jobs dull, but she loved them, loved trying to work out the psychology of people's body language. She saw the Senate leader approaching President Bennett. Robert Runcorn had been a close ally of Brooks Ellis until the scandal broke, and then he quickly dumped his connection to him. A weasel, Runcorn nevertheless wanted Bennett to pardon Ellis and had been very vocal about it in the press. Oren sighed inwardly as he saw Rob Runcorn approach from out of the corner of his eye. Orrin had been enjoying talking to the invited guests, particularly some young people who had served their communities and were inspirations to their peers. He really didn't want Runcorn to interrupt them with yet another passive-aggressive rant about Brooks Ellis. Orrin saw Emerson Satie watching Runcorn too, and felt a rush of gratitude. If Runcorn got too forceful, he knew she would step in. And damn, did she look beautiful in that red dress. Her long, almost black hair fell in soft waves beyond her shoulders, and her body in that dress was... "Mr. President? May I have a moment of your time?" Damn it. He'd lost focus, and now Rob Runcorn had seen an opportunity. "Of course, Rob, always a pleasure," Orrin said smoothly. He shook the other man's hand while studying him. Prematurely aged, Runcorn was only in his late 50s, but looked a decade older. Too many good dinners and port, Orrin guessed, but nevertheless, he stepped away from the group he'd been speaking to with an apologetic smile. "What can I help you with, Bob?" "Like, I don't know. I know this may not be the most appropriate place to speak with you about this, but..." Brooks Ellis. Orrin sighed inwardly. "Bob, you're right, this isn't the time or the place. Can't we just enjoy tonight without mention of former President Ellis? You know it'll be the first thing we bring to the table in your administration." "I do know, and look, I'll be ready and willing to listen to what you have to say, what both parties have to say. But Bob, I must warn you. I don't take these allegations lightly. There will be no soft soaping of the investigation, and if there is even a hint of President Ellis being involved, he will have to face the consequences." Runcorn's face was significantly less friendly after Orrin had finished speaking. With a sneer on his face, he gave Orrin a humorless smile. "Well, we'll just have to see how that investigation pans out." He looked around the room and saw Emerson lurking beside them, listening to their conversation. He knew she was a Secret Service agent. "Tell me, President Bennett, what were your criteria when choosing your detail? Ability to look good on the job?" Orrin's smile vanished. "Bob, if you have something to say, say it. My personal details are none of your business, but I'll say this, the agents chosen were selected for their outstanding service. Most of them are former military. Tell me, Bob, did you serve?" He knew full well that Bob Runcorn had never stepped foot on a military base in his life, let alone been on the front line. Bob muttered something that sounded like a sarcastic "Congratulations, Mr. President," and moved away. Orrin met Emerson's gaze. "Don't pay any attention to him, Emmy. He's a jerk." Emerson flushed. "Thank you, Mr. President. Have you eaten anything?" Emerson shook her head, glancing around the room. She wasn't supposed to be talking to him, but she couldn't exactly ignore the president if he wanted to talk. "No, sir. Not while I'm on duty." She gave him a quick smile, but tried to communicate to him that she would get in trouble for not focusing. Orrin seemed to understand her silent plea. "Well, you're all doing a great job, Agent Satie. Carry on." "Yes, sir." He touched her arm, then moved away to talk to some more of his invited guests, and Emmy sighed with relief. After Duke's comments earlier, she felt more than a little paranoid about her colleagues wondering if the president was playing favorites. That was the stuff of fantasy, she told herself, and she should not fantasize about him while she was trying to protect him. Besides, she barely knew the man. He might turn out to be one of those sleazy guys who thought every woman he saw was his personal property, not uncommon in men of power. There must be a reason he never married. Emmy pushed these thoughts away, and the evening progressed. The president attended all the official balls, and even some of the unofficial ones, delighting a coterie of elderly charity mavens as his presence lit up their small gathering. Emmy saw Lucas visibly relax the further they got toward midnight. She knew his work ethic sometimes caused him significant stress, which he didn't show, but she'd learned how to read her boss and mentor. She shot him a quick smile as she passed, tailing the president as he finally began saying his goodnights. The team escorted Bennett back to the White House, and at last their relief took over. Before he went to the Lincoln bedroom, he thanked them. "Great job today, guys. Thank you all." He winked at Emmy, who nodded and hid a smile. "Thank you, Mr. President. Seriously, when you're off duty, please call me Orrin." "Yes, Mr. President," Emmy shot back immediately, and they all laughed. Orrin held up a hand. "Fair enough. Good night, all." "Good night, sir, and congratulations." As beautiful as the dress was, Emmy was relieved to change out of it and into her leggings and a sweatshirt. She was starving, but until the debrief concluded, she still had a job to do. Thankfully, Lucas didn't keep them long. "I just want to say thank you. With countless people unhappy about this president, we had no right to expect today to go off this easily, but it did. Tomorrow we begin the real work, but for tonight," he glanced up at the clock and smiled, "or for the rest of this morning, I should say, get some rest." "Get some food," Duke muttered, and they all laughed. Lucas nodded. "That too. The kitchen here has left some cold cuts out for anyone who needs them, but I say, Ben's chili?" "Hell yes." Emmy decided not to go with them, despite Duke's pleading. It had been Zach's favorite place, and she hadn't gone back there since his death. "I'm fine, honestly," she smiled at him. "I'm bushed. I have to be back on duty at 7, so I'm going to grab a sandwich and bed down in one of the staff rooms." They couldn't persuade her otherwise, and eventually gave up. Emmy wandered down to the White House kitchen, her stomach rumbling. She saw not just cold cuts but a whole counter full of food, fresh salad platters, meats, fresh baked bread. She grabbed a plate and loaded it, piling potato salad alongside creamy pasta and a pile of pastrami, and sat down on a stool to enjoy it. She was just shoving a huge forkful into her mouth when she heard his voice. "Is it as delicious as it looks?" Emmy choked as she shot to her feet, and she had to cover her mouth to swallow. "Mr. President," she mumbled. Orrin smiled at her. "At ease, Agent. Finish your food." Emmy chewed quickly and swallowed too big a mouthful. "Excuse me, Mr. President. I didn't expect anyone else to be down here." "Don't tell anyone, but I'm ravenous," he said with a smile and took a plate. He studied hers. "Nice combination you've got there, Agent Satie. May I call you Emmy now that you're off duty?" "Of course, Mr. President." He chuckled and lowered his voice. "And while we're alone, you can call me Orrin, Emmy." "Afraid I can't, sir." "Protocol." Orrin stood, pretending to consider. "Okay then, how about I order you to call me Orrin?" Emmy felt awkward, but also was aware of a thrill running through her body. "Mr. Prez?" "That's an order, Agent, from your Commander-in-Chief." He was obviously enjoying teasing her. Emmy suddenly smiled. "Whatever you say. President Orrin." He threw his head back and laughed, then loaded his plate and sat down opposite her. "What a day, huh?" "Yes, sir." "Emmy." "Yes." "Orrin." "That's better." He shoved a forkful of food into his mouth and indicated her plate. "Eat up." They ate in companionable silence for a few minutes, and Emmy was aware of his scrutiny. She met his gaze finally. His green eyes were soft. "I wanted to say how sorry I was to hear about Zach. I didn't know him personally, but Kevin McKee is alive because of Zach's sacrifice, and I can only honor his memory by saying he died protecting a good man." Emmy felt her throat close. "Thank you, Mr. Orrin." He smiled at her, holding her gaze a beat too long. She was amazed to see 2 spots of pink appear high on his razor-like cheekbones. "Well," he said, getting to his feet, waving her back down as she stood with him. "Thank you for your company, Agent Satie. I'd better take my food and go check my emails. Big job starts in the morning." "Yes, sir. And congratulations, Mr. President." "Thank you, Emerson. Good night." "Good night, sir."
Chapter 3.
Orrin would soon discover that as leader of the free world, there was plenty to distract him from the fantasy of betting Emerson Satie. The matter of the former president's pardon was the first question lobbed from the gaggle of journalists at his first press briefing as president. Obviously, it's something I'm going to have to consider if, and that's a big if, the investigation finds no wrongdoing on President Ellis's part. But folks, I want to caution you against playing judge, jury, and executioner. I think we all feel that the former president's resignation speaks volumes, so let's all wait for the investigation to come to a conclusion. Yes, Kathy? Kathy Mills, the Washington Post's veteran journo, stood. She smiled at Orrin. Sir, can we ask what your personal feelings on this matter are? Orrin smiled. I'm waiting for the investigation's findings, Kathy. Do I think there was some, how should I put this, lack of integrity on the former administration's part? Yes. Again, though, people make mistakes, and we shall see whether there are any nefarious reasons for it. Until then, I won't be making any decisions. Thanks, Kathy. Mark? Mark Woolley from the Wall Street Journal stood. He looked a little uncomfortable. Mr. President, as you well know, you are the first president to take office while unmarried. There's obvious speculation. Could you confirm whether you are actively seeking a romantic partner? Mark, you look embarrassed to be asking that question. The press corps laughed, and Woolley nodded sheepishly. I am, sir, yes. Orrin grinned and shook his head. Nothing to tell. I'm concentrating on the country and the first 100 days. After the press briefing, Moxie met Orrin as he walked back to the Oval. That went well. They were throwing me softballs, he said. I know these people. Next time, it'll be like having open heart surgery without the anesthetic. What's next? Charlie and his frat bros. Mox, is that any way to talk about the Joint Chiefs? Orrin chuckled. Hey, Jesse. His secretary smiled at him. Commander Hope and his colleagues are waiting, sir. Thanks, Jess. He saw his security detail change over, and Emerson Satie followed him and Moxie into the Oval Office. He nodded hello at her and was rewarded by her quiet, "Good morning, sir." Christ. She was so beautiful. He dragged his focus back to the meeting at hand and asked Charlie to brief him. Emmy spent the next few days focusing solely on the job of protecting the president. She had to think of him almost as a god, not as a man, or she'd think about Orrin the man and the fact that he was devastatingly charming. She even laughed at her little crush. It was never going to happen. 3 weeks into Bennett's tenure in the White House, Lucas called the details into a meeting with the FBI. We have the first real credible threat against the president, he told them. We had the usual bunch before and after inauguration. Crazies typing crap on message boards and hiding behind their keyboards. Today, however, we received intel that a small group of Brooks Ellis's supporters have gone rogue. We're taking his fans seriously? Duke sounded incredulous, and Emmy understood why. The former president's fan base was furious that he'd been forced to resign, but their anger was impotent at best. With President Bennett an independent, there wasn't the usual partisan furor, and their legs had been taken out from under them with his election. We're talking far-right fanatics here. They don't want a progressive candidate behind the resolute desk. Lucas flicked some images up onto the screen. Meet Max Neal, leader of the Justice for Brooks Ellis campaign. There was a murmur of derision. Justice? Emmy's voice was dry and sarcastic, and Lucas smiled. Well, exactly. Anyway, this young man is from Old Money, Connecticut Money, Ellis's home state, and I'll give you one guess who his college roommate was. Emmy raised her hand. Looking at his age, it's got to be Martin Carlson. Bingo. A picture of Ellis's former advisor filled the screen. And as you all know, Mr. Carlson is due to visit the Oval Office later today, so I'm assigning 3 extra agents. Emmy, Duke, you'll be in the Oval. Jake, Mike, in the outer office. I need you to listen to his language, watch his attitude, and pick up on anything you find strange. When he arrives, Duke, I want you to escort him from the front gate, and when he leaves, Emmy, you escort him back. He doesn't spend 1 second inside the White House without an escort, understand? Even if that means following him into the restrooms. He won't like it, but screw him. Sir? Yes, M. Is the president aware of our concerns? I'm briefing him after the meeting. Do we really think he would attack the president in the Oval? Mike, one of the other agents, spoke up. Lucas shook his head. No, of course not. This assignment is about watching and listening. I want to know everything Carlson says and everything he hears while he's in the White House. After he dismissed them, he called Emmy back. Hey kiddo, come walk with me. Outside, he smiled at her. Been hearing good things about you from the president's staff. Thank you, sir. Lucas chewed his lip. Also heard some gossip, and I wanted to check in with you to see if it was just gossip. Emmy felt her stomach drop. Gosh, no. Had someone overheard Duke teasing her? Or seen her talking with Orrin after the inauguration, and made more of it than it was? Sir? There's a rumor going around that the president? Gosh, how do I put this? That the president is dating the vice president. Emmy felt relief washing over her. Sir, as far as I know, that's not true. The vice president is, I believe, still in mourning for her husband. You understand why I'm asking. Both the president and the vice president like you very much, Emmy, and if they were going to conduct a relationship within the White House, they'd need their detail on their side, so? Understood, sir, but as I say, nothing to report. As Emmy made her way back into the White House, she felt nothing but relief. Ever since inauguration, she had been worried about the consequences of that private moment she shared with the president, scared someone had seen them and drawn the wrong conclusion, or that the president had confided in one of his aides. What had she been thinking? She had worked so hard for this job and lost so much for it that she couldn't risk it for a man she could never have. Zach had given his life to protect the president's right-hand man. How could she dishonor his memory like that? She shook her head. Get over yourself, Sati. All that happened was a cute back-and-forth tease, nothing else. Later, as she waited with the president in the Oval, they were alone for a few minutes as Duke escorted Martin Carlson into the White House. Orrin smiled at her. Agent Sati, I wanted to say, I'm sorry if our little chat the other night made you uncomfortable. It was unfair to you and unprofessional of me. I'm sorry. No need to apologize, Mr. President, she said, trying to keep her voice calm and steady. But thank you anyway. Orrin smiled and opened his mouth to say something else before shaking his head. You're a good agent, Emmy. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Thank you, sir. A knock at the door, and Jessica announced Martin Carlson. The man followed her in, accompanied by Duke. Carlson didn't look happy that he had been escorted through the building, and shot Duke an unhappy glare. Duke kept his face smooth. Carlson's eyes flicked to Emmy, appraising her body. Emmy was used to it and gazed back at him, unflinching. She knew he was in his late 30s and single, completely devoted to his cause. Orrin offered Carlson his hand. Mr. Carlson, good morning. Thank you for seeing me, Mr. President. I appreciate your time. I appreciate yours, Orrin said smoothly. Please let's sit and talk. Jessica closed the door as she left the office. Carlson sat when offered a chair, and Orrin sat opposite him. There was a noticeable difference in height between the two men. The president towered over his guest at 6'5". Emmy kept her eyes on Carlson. He would have been checked at the gate, so she knew he had no weapons, but still, her job was to make absolutely sure he was no threat. Martin Carlson had bright blue eyes which twitched from side to side. If she had to guess, Emmy would say he was running on pure adrenaline, likely pushing himself to work around the clock. The guy looked exhausted. Mr. President, thank you for seeing me. As you know, I'm here to make my case for a presidential pardon for former President Ellis. Getting right down to business, Martin? The other man smiled. Just my opening salvo, Mr. President. Emmy listened to their conversation, which went as expected. Carlson made his case, Orrin heard him out, and then gave him the same answer he gave the press. It clearly dissatisfied Carlson, but he was magnanimous. "I understand, Mr. President." He stood and shook the president's hand. "This is just the first of many conversations, I promise you. I'd expect nothing else. Keep in touch with my office, Martin. Anything we can tell you about the investigation, you have my word, we'll share it." "I appreciate that, Mr. President." Emmy escorted Carlson back to the lobby. They didn't speak, but he did nod politely to her as he left. Emmy had to admit that he was more impressive than she had first thought, passionate about his cause and loyal, if inadvisably so, to Brooks Ellis. She reported as much back to Lucas. "Sir, I don't think we have to worry about Carlson. I think the threat would be more insidious. Carlson wears his heart on his sleeve too much." "Thanks, Emmy, great work." Off duty, Emmy changed clothes and then drove to the Secret Service gym in Laurel and worked out for a couple of hours. She ignored the admiring glances of her fellow male agents and rolled her eyes along with her female colleagues, used to the unguarded admiration of the surrounding men. They were used to being objectified, the only saving grace being that while on duty, the men kept their baser thoughts to themselves. It was annoying, but part of being a woman in this business. And like the rest of the female race, Emmy couldn't help but compare her petite, curvy body to the lithe, taller agents around her. She knew her Indian heritage had a lot to do with her breakneck curves that, no matter how hard she worked out, stayed soft and fleshy rather than trim and athletic. Luckily, her curves belied the fact that she was a kick-ass athlete despite her loathing of running, an expert level in Muay Thai, but even she found the constant workouts a drag. Part of the job, Sati, she told herself as she went through her routine. After this, she would drive back to her small apartment in Georgetown and finally get some downtime. 2 hours later, she was in her car, windows down even on a cold February day in D.C. The fresh, sharp air woke her up, and she felt invigorated and ready to what? What did she have to do? Her friends were all in the service and either redeployed to other parts of the world, on duty, or catching up on sleep. She had toyed with getting a dog after Zach had died, something to help her cope, but her long hours and time away wouldn't be fair on the mutt. Still, as she opened the door to her apartment, it rang with silence, and Emmy imagined a sweet little furball coming to greet her. "Hey, Missy Moo." Emmy smiled and turned to see her elderly neighbor, Marge Johnson, waving at her from her door across the hallway. "Hey Margie Moo, how are you? I'm sorry I haven't been by for a couple of days. Work, you know?" "Of course, dear, protecting that handsome man." "Lucky girl." Marge was in her 90s, a sassy lady who still highlighted what she wanted to watch in the TV guide, and spent her days playing the piano and singing songs about her sweethearts. She also had a pretty serious Coca-Cola habit, enjoying at least one little glass bottle a day. She would often ask Emmy to come join her for an hour or two, which Emmy did gladly. They would sit out on the old woman's deck and either talk or just relax in companionable silence. Marge was the closest thing Emmy had to a parent, and she loved the older lady. "Listen, some guy came by to see you." "Well, he said to see Zach." "I didn't tell him anything, obviously, but I took his name and number." "Missy Moo, you wouldn't believe it if I told you, but he was the spitting image of your Zach. A little taller, a little scruffier, but just like him." Emmy felt a jolt of pain shoot through her heart, and she had to look away from Marge's gaze. She studied the piece of paper. All it said was his name, Tim, and his phone number. Did he say who he was? Marge shook her head. He didn't say. Does Zach have a family? Brothers? Not that I was aware of, but his family was pretty fractured. His mom left the family early, and his dad kicked him out when he was young. Maybe he could have a half-brother or a cousin. I just don't know. Emmy chewed her lip. And you didn't tell him Zach is dead? Marge shook her head. I didn't think it was my place to, lovely girl. Was I right? Emmy hugged her. Thank you, Marge, you did great. I'll call this dude and see what's happening. Want to come in for a Coke? Emmy smiled but shook her head. No, I have stuff to do, but thanks, Moo. Alrighty, you know where I am. As Marge turned to go back into her apartment, Emmy called out to her. "I've been thinking about getting a dog, Moo." "I think that's a wonderful idea," Marge beamed. "I could look after it while you were at work." "You sure?" "Of course. I had dogs all my life up until a few years ago. My Eva keeps telling me I'm too old, but what does she know?" Emmy grinned at her friend. "Then you should come with me to choose him or her at the shelter. Just let me know when and where, Moo, and I'll be there." Emmy went into her apartment, feeling lifted and happy. She would get a dog, and with Marge's help, maybe some of the loneliness would abate. She dumped her workout clothes into the washer and went to change the sheets on her bed. Doing chores relaxed her and gave her time to think, and she cleaned the whole apartment. When she was done, she showered and then put a pan of water on the stove to boil for pasta. She put some fresh salmon into the steamer, and while it was cooking, she toyed with the idea of calling Tim. Something in her held back, though. Did she really want to deal with this? Lately, it had felt like she was turning a corner in her life. Although the pain of Zach's death would never leave her, it had simmered down to a dull ache instead of the raging agony. She tucked the name and number behind a magnet on the fridge and pushed it to the back of her mind. When her supper was cooked, she flicked on the television. More news about her boss. Alone at home, Emmy could watch Orrin Bennett. As the television news showed the latest news, along with old B-roll footage of when he was a congressman and footage from the inauguration, she could appreciate the man rather than the president. On screen were scenes from one of the balls, and Emmy felt herself color when she saw that the president had been watching her as he talked to some of the guests. Please God, don't let Lucas see this. If her boss thought an attraction on either side was building between Emmy and Bennett, she would be shipped off to the Nebraska field office before she could say schoolgirl crush. But still, when she went to sleep that night, she dreamed of pressing her body against the president's hard chest, feeling his arms around her and his lips against hers.
Chapter 4.
Lucas thanked Jessica when she told him the president was ready to see him, and knocked on the door to the Oval. "Come on in, Lucas." "No need to knock." Orrin Bennett waved him into a seat. "Moxie tells me you have some updates for me?" "Yes, Mr. President. I'm afraid I don't have good news. The far-right group led by Max Neal has splintered into separate groups, and our intelligence tells us they are planning something. Domestic terrorism, an attempt on your life. At the moment, we're hearing different reports. We'll pin down more details today, but I must ask you this. Are you still planning on going to Camp David this weekend?" "I am. The FBI director is coming with us, and we're going through the evidence they have collated about former President Ellis." Orrin sighed. "Look, I don't really care about the threats to my life, it comes with the territory. But I want every available threat to the general public investigated and thwarted. Every one of them, Lucas. We need to contain this situation before it spirals." "Of course, Mr. President, but may I ask you a question?" "Cancel Camp David. Hold the meetings here. It's already leaked that you're intending to go to Camp David, and the place would have already been swept and locked down. Lucas, I appreciate your concerns and I trust your judgment, but we're going to Camp David." Later, Orrin retired to his private study and sat heavily down on the couch, a stack of papers on the coffee table in front of him. Lucas's warnings were at the front of his mind, not necessarily the threats to himself, but he couldn't stand it if his enemies targeted innocent people. The last thing America needed was another terrorist attack, mass shooting, or bombing. Orrin knew all about disaster. He and Charlie had been in mission control when the Columbia space shuttle exploded upon re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. He remembered the hopeless call of Capcom asking repeatedly for the shuttle's crew to respond, knowing they never would. Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check. Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check. The disbelief. The flight director's tears, then the efficient numbed contingency procedure, the one all NASA employees hoped they would never have to use. It had been shattering. Oren had left the space program after that, Charlie following him 3 years later. Charlie re-enlisted to serve in Afghanistan for 2 tours, then quit to marry his childhood sweetheart, Lynn. Oren, determined to assuage the helplessness he'd felt watching the Columbia crew die, made a move into politics. Moving from mayor of Portland to the House of Congress representing Oregon, all on an independent ticket. The American public was tired of partisan politics, and Oren soon found himself the new political darling of Washington, D.C. The media were taken by surprise, having underestimated the country's thirst for honesty. Brooks Ellis's impeachment only exacerbated that thirst. Oren was elected in a landslide, and the country waited for a new dawn. Oren loved his country, loved to serve them, and was ready to take on the mantle of president, even when sometimes he couldn't quite believe he was in the Oval. And yet, sometimes the loneliness got to him. His last relationship with a human rights lawyer, Sophie, had ended 4 years ago. "I love you," Sophie had told him, "but I can't be your consolation prize, Oren. You need to serve your country, and that doesn't leave time for me. So I'm out." They had parted on amicable terms and even hooked up a couple of times since, but now Sophie was married to a hotshot Manhattan lawyer and had a kid on the way. Oren tackled a couple of the memos on his table, then took his glasses off, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Just once he'd like to chat with a partner, someone with a common connection other than work or shared history. Someone new. His mind drifted to Emerson Satie again, and he chuckled and shook his head. The trouble it would cause to start something up with one of his protective details, he couldn't imagine. The press would have a field day. Ever the strategist, he amused himself by working out how they could make it work. They'd need someone on the inside to help them. Cool your boots, cowboy. He had no idea if Emmy even liked him in that way. Even sharing a moment that night in the White House kitchen, he didn't know her well enough to know whether she had been humoring him during their back and forth or if it was indicative of something more. Plus, the poor kid had lost her fiancé in the worst way, and he would resign himself to leave her alone before he screwed up her career. No. Emerson Satie was off limits. Oren got up and wandered down to the kitchen again, telling himself he was just looking for a late-night snack, but when he entered the kitchen, the place was deserted. When he heard the clip-clip of high heels, his adrenaline surged, only to die when Moxie, his chief of staff, entered the room. She grinned at him. "Hey, dude." "Hey, Mox." Off duty, his old college friend Moxie was the one person who didn't always refer to him as Mr. President. She headed for the freezer now and hefted a liter of ice cream out. "I've been sitting in my office dreaming of this all day." She grabbed 2 spoons and nodded at the bar stools. "Sit and share with me." "What flavor?" "Duh. Pistachio, of course." They spooned some of the desserts into their mouths, and Moxie moaned in pleasure. "Gosh, this takes me back. Remember when we used to stuff ourselves with this, staying up all night to finish term papers?" "Gosh, yes." Oren grinned at her. "Those were the days." "Indeed. We stayed up all night eating ice cream, smoking, and now look where we are." Moxie laughed, her chuckle deep and throaty. "Your mama always said smoking was a gateway drug. Guess she just didn't mean the White House gates." Moxie grinned, then studied him. "You look like you have something on your mind. Oh, spill it?" Oren smiled, but hesitated. "You get lonely, Mox?" "Sometimes, I guess. Actually, I've been seeing this poli-sci postgrad for a few weeks. Nothing serious, but I like her." "What's up, oh, you need me to get you some girls?" "Best wing woman ever." "I'm serious. You know we could arrange for?" Oren rolled his eyes. "Gosh, Mox, I'm not looking to get laid. I'm just beginning to think there might be more than just work." Hallelujah, he sees the light at last. Moxie grinned at him, then gave him a questioning look. "Anyone in the running?" He shook his head. "No one I can have." He got up and washed his spoon off, drying it on a dishcloth. Years of single life had made him good at housework. He was about to put it away when the next words out of Moxie's mouth made him freeze. Agent Satie. Oren turned to face his friend, his expression tense. Is it that obvious? Only to me, but I have known you half your life. She's gorgeous, Oren, and a sweet girl. Oren nodded. How girl? Exactly. She's half my age, and my protection detail. Is there anyone on earth less available to me? Moxie pretended to consider. The Queen? Oren grinned, and pretended to look affronted. You think the Queen wouldn't want to get with this? He pulled a bodybuilder's pose to make her laugh, and Moxie covered her eyes. I will never unsee that now. When you're talking to the Russian president or the ambassador to the Federated States of Micronesia, I'll look at you and just see that. She giggled as he made an even more ridiculous pose. Just called me Fabio. A small cough behind him made him start, and he looked around to see Emi Satie trying to hide a grin. Mr. President. Moxie chuckled. You missed the worst of it, Em. Really? Oren felt both embarrassed and absurdly pleased to see Emi. He loved that shy smile, the pink blush on her cheeks. Good evening, Agent. You get the graveyard shift tonight? Yes, sir. I won't blame you if you fall asleep. Gosh, his small talk needed work. Moxie obviously thought so too, given the massive eye roll she gave him. She hopped off her stool. Well, I'll say goodnight, folks. With a wave, she was gone, shooting Oren a meaningful look that he couldn't figure out. Was she encouraging him or warning him off? Oren watched as Emi spoke into her earpiece. I'm with Eagle, check. Copy that, Em. Always vigilant. Oren smiled down at her. Gosh, the curve of her bottom lip. He wished he could trace it with his finger and press his own lips to it. He was aware he was staring, but he couldn't look away. Her eyes were so big, such a warm brown, surrounded by thick black lashes, devoid of makeup, they made his stomach quiver. Emi looked away, and he realized once again that he was out of line. Say, he said lightly, walk me back to the rose garden, would you? I could do with some fresh air. Of course, Mr. President. They walked through the White House and to the rose garden. Outside it was freezing, but neither mentioned it. Tell me something about yourself, Agent Satie. She hesitated. Well, sir, I was thinking about getting a dog. Well, that's exciting. You know, the president usually has a White House dog. Maybe I should follow your lead. Maybe, sir. I'm hoping to adopt one from a shelter. Good choice. He pondered for a while. What sort of dog do you think I should get, Agent? He watched as she hid a grin. An Afghan hound, sir. She shot him a sideways look. With that flowing blonde hair, you could call him Fabio. For a moment, Oren didn't realize she was teasing him. Then he grinned at her. Touché, Agent Satie. He saw her shiver a little, but immediately tried to hide it. Let's go in, he said, placing a hand on her back briefly. I keep forgetting how cold it is. Isn't the weather inclement in Oregon, sir? It can be, Pacific Northwest and all that, but DC winters? Geez, Emerson. They take some getting used to. Indeed, Mr. President. Are you from the DC area, Agent? Emi shook her head. No, sir, New Orleans. Ah, Nolans. Ah, forgive my terrible accent. He gave her a sheepish smile. Emi grinned. All is forgiven, sir. They were at the entrance to the private residence now. Are you coming to Camp David, Agent Satie? She shook her head, and he felt a rush of disappointment. No, sir. Duke and Greg are your details for the trip. She gave him a rueful smile. I've been told to use my vacation time up, sir, or I'd be there. No, you deserve a break. Anything planned? Please don't say you're spending time with another man. Only to find a dog, sir. Well, good luck with that. Emi smiled. Thank you, sir, and have a good trip to Camp David. As Oren went to bed, he thought about his reaction earlier. Please don't say you're spending time with another man. Just how damn selfish are you, man? She deserves some happiness after what she's been through. Oren shook his head, berating himself just because you're so damn lonely. No? He had to get his mind away from Emerson Satie. Maybe he would ask Moxie to set him up with some women, just dating, nothing major. Kevin would know some people. The suave communications director, all blue-eyed charm and dashing good looks, was never short of a date. Postgrad students, human rights lawyers, political lobbyists, Kevin had the market on strategic dating. Power dating. Oren smirked. Kevin also had all the confidence his looks, background, and job awarded him. As Oren washed his hands and splashed water on his face, he looked in the mirror. And you're the President of the United States, he told himself. But he still felt like that country boy from Oregon. He lay in bed trying to sleep, but instead he thought about Emmy's soft beauty, those pink lips curving up in a smile or open in a gasp as he made love to her. Damn it, he growled and turned over, blocking the thoughts from his head.
Chapter 5.
Emmy and Marge saw him at the same time. The white fur, the big brown eyes, the one ear cocked, the other bent over. Oh yeah, Emmy breathed as she knelt down by the cage. This is him. He's so beautiful. Marge looked like she might cry, and the shelter assistant looked vaguely bemused. The dog, a mixed breed, was not what anyone else would call beautiful, but he had a raggedy charm. The assistant opened the cage, and the dog slid out, wary, but sniffed Emmy's hand and allowed her to stroke him. Hey boy. Emmy felt a surge of affection as the little dog jumped up and put his paws on her knees, sniffing at her face. What's his name? We actually don't know. He was a stray, but we've been calling him Major. Despite his appearance, he does have something about him, something a little regal, Emmy nodded. Hey Major. Major licked her face and she giggled. She picked him up and cuddled him. Marge scratched his ears, and he panted happily, almost looking as if he were smiling. Yes, this is your boy, she said to Emmy, and Emmy nodded, her mood lifted just being in the presence of this adorable little mutt. The adoption process would take a couple of weeks, but she knew she was making the right decision. As she drove Marge and herself home, Emmy thought about the chat with the president. She liked his sense of humor. When she'd walked in on him posing ridiculously to make Moxie laugh, she'd had to bite back a hysterical laugh. Goofy. The president was a goofball. At home, she sat with Marge for an hour before the other women fell asleep. Emmy covered her with a blanket before letting herself out. Looking around her apartment, she imagined Major curled up on her couch or eating from a bowl on the kitchen floor. She'd let him sleep on the bed with her. That was a no-brainer for Emmy. She could see it now, curled up together on her couch while she read or watched movies. She couldn't wait for him to come home. In the kitchen, she grabbed some cold pizza from the fridge, then noticed the phone number she had been ignoring for days now. Tim. 555-6354. Tim. Tim looked so much like Zach that Marge had been beside herself. Zach had never talked about his family, except to say he wasn't close to them. It was another thing he and Emmy had in common. They were each other's family, along with Marge and their friends in the service, and that was good enough for them. She pulled the piece of paper off of the fridge, and then jumped as someone knocked on her door. Would Tim have decided to come try again, seeing as no one had called him back? Emmy steeled herself for that, and went to answer the door. She relaxed when she saw Moxie Chatelaine outside. Hey Mox. The chief of staff had sometimes been to Emmy's house. The two women had become friends when they were off duty. Moxie was still flanked by two of Emmy's colleagues, however, who still performed the appropriate apartment sweep before Moxie and Emmy were allowed to be alone. Emmy made them both coffee. This is a nice surprise. I thought you'd be on your way to Camp David. Moxie grinned at her, thanking her for the hot drink. Oh, I am, but I just wanted to come see you and get your read on a situation. That you couldn't run past Lucas? Emmy was surprised, and Moxie shook her head. It's, a little sensitive. It's... Moxie sighed. Oh, I'm just going to say it. It's about the president and you. Emmy felt her face burn, and she looked away from Moxie's searching glance. I don't understand. The blush says you do. He likes you, Emmy. Emmy took a sip of too hot coffee, feeling it burn her throat. Mox? I swear, I haven't done anything to encourage anything. I haven't broken any protocols. Girl, chill. This isn't a conversation about POTUS, me being cuz, or you being an agent. It's about me, Moxie, being friends with two people who are obviously attracted to one another. Emmy shook her head. We should not be having this conversation, Moxie, please. Moxie reached out and took her hand. Oren isn't someone who sleeps around, he doesn't get involved with many people. He's charming and funny, but rarely if ever have I seen the way his face lights up when you're near. And girl, don't lie. You like him too. This is just me, Em, your friend in your apartment. Nothing leaves this room, I swear. You know what it would cost me if this ever got out, and hell, there's nothing to get out. But even a whiff of partiality on my or the president's part, and my career's toast. I'll be shipped off to somewhere, and I'll never see him again. I know. I know the cost. I also know the hell you've been through. Moxie was silent for a long time. But Em, when two people like each other, it's a damn tragedy if they can't at least give it a go. Emmy gave a humorless laugh. Now I know you're insane. It can never happen, Mox. I'm the president's protective detail. I can't sneak into the Lincoln bedroom while I'm trying to protect him. There are ways we could make it work. Lucas would actually kill me dead. With extra deadness. Moxie laughed. Which is why you need someone on the inside to help you. I'm not saying anything, I'm not being your pimp. Why not come to Camp David with me? Have dinner one-on-one with Oren. Actually insane. Emmy felt irked now. What the hell did Moxie think she was playing at? He's lonely, Em. I offered to get dates for him, but he's only interested in one woman. This isn't fair, Moxie. I feel like, gosh, if I say no, will I be shunted out of my job? Is this an executive order? Emmy's eyes filled with tears, the panic setting in. Moxie got up and put her arms around Emmy. Stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would upset you this much. Of course, we can forget it. I'm sorry. I was just, gosh, I don't know, trying to matchmake two people I love. I'm his agent, Mox. You know as well as I do that it's an impossible situation. He can't go anywhere in the world without scrutiny, and I have a job to do. I take that job very, very seriously. Come on now, you know how hard I had to work to be the first female on his detail, let alone the first Indian agent to protect the president. Moxie sat back down. Can I ask? What? Do you like him? Emmy busied herself. I voted for him if that's what you mean. Moxie rolled her eyes. Em? Fine. Yes, he's very attractive. Yes, I'm human after all. But crushing on the President of the United States isn't reality, Mox. Please, can we drop this? Of course, Em. Listen, you got some time off? Emmy nodded, still disturbed by the strange conversation. I'm getting a dog. Huh? What? Oh, nothing. Moxie had a mischievous grin on her face. Just that Oren was talking about getting a dog earlier. Coincidence? Yes. But now Emmy found herself grinning. Dogs will save the world. Amen to that. Moxie stayed a little while longer, then left for Camp David. Emmy switched the lamps on in her apartment and scooched down on the couch. She deliberately flicked the television to a loud action movie, but it didn't distract her the way she wanted it to. Moxie had set something off in her brain, the fantasy, the dream of being close to Oren Bennett. Emmy couldn't deny that she had been excited when Mox told her that he liked her. Gosh, this was just like 9th grade, except with nuclear buttons and service-issue sidearms. The thought of spending time with Oren, just as Emmy and Oren, was like chocolate to a diabetic, rich, delicious and mouth-watering, but entirely off-limits. The movie started to get on her nerves, and she shut the television off and lay down, staring up at the ceiling. Since Zach had died, she hadn't been with anyone else, hadn't been attracted to anyone else, but she had to admit to the heat she felt inside her when she was with the president, and if she was honest, she knew he was attracted to her too. You couldn't fake that chemistry, she thought. There are ways we could make it work. Why did Mox have to tell her that? Now all Emmy could think about was kissing Orrin Bennett, slipping her hands beneath one of his finely tailored shirts, feeling the strength of his frame beneath her fingertips. She sighed, caught up in the thought. She imagined being close to him, looking into his eyes as they shared a quiet, intimate moment. A soft sound escaped her lips as she let her mind wander, her hand resting lightly against her side, lost in the daydream of Orrin's affection. The thought carried her into a gentle wave of warmth before she blinked her eyes open. She itched to call Moxie on her cell, over an unsecured line, and speak the words that could set everything in motion, words she couldn't take back. But she held herself back. So, how do we make this work? Emmy exhaled, slid off the couch, and headed for the shower, turning the water cool to shake herself free of the fantasy. Max Neal, far right-wing activist, placed the photographs out on the large table in the farmhouse's kitchen. In the middle of rural Pennsylvania, he and his small group of trusted colleagues had come to strategize and regroup. Max had realized early on that he was the focus of the Secret Service and FBI as soon as Orrin Bennett had been sworn in, and so he disbanded his group to go underground. There were 6 of them now, and he, Max, was the only one among them who had spent time as a mercenary. He didn't really understand why they were following him, a rich boy from old Virginia money, but he'd take it. He loathed the new president, and he had been disappointed when his old college roommate Martin Carlson had chosen to distance himself from Max. Traitor. He was looking forward to ruining Martin's life, as well as removing Bennett from office. He looked around at his assembled cohort now. Break time is over. Our opening move is nearly here, and we have to be prepared to back it up with real action. One of the mercenaries, a rail-thin but athletic man named Steve, nodded at him. Everything's set. They might see it coming, but that's the point. If they think we're disorganized, they might take their eye off the prize. Certainly they won't expect who we're targeting, this time. Max smiled. Which leads me to this. He went to the board they'd set up, and pinned 5 of the 6 photographs onto. The people protecting Bennett. Lucas Harper is the head of the presidential detail. He leads a small team dedicated to protecting the president, which is normal stuff. These are his agents: Duke Hill, Gregory Stein, Walker Lamb, Jordan Clay. He pointed out each man, and then waved at the last photo. And then there's this agent. He pinned the last photograph up on the board, and the men whistled and hooted. Max smiled. Yup. Agent Emerson Satie. Steve, I believe you've already crossed paths with the lovely lady? Steve grinned. Yeah, her fiancé got in the way of the bullet I meant for Kevin McKee. Tragedy. Especially for the lovely Miss Satie. Not that she's a pushover herself. She was recruited straight from Harvard, where she graduated summa and at the top of her class in training at Rowley. Don't be fooled by her pretty face, she's lethal. However, he turned his laptop around and pressed play on a video he'd queued up. Take a look. See anything interesting? He watched them as they viewed the video. It showed President Bennett's inauguration ball. One of them, at least. Carl, one of the mercenaries, whistled. Damn, that girl is hot. Max looked at the screen. It showed Emerson Satie in a dark red backless dress, protecting the president. You're not the only one who thinks so. See anyone else admiring the little beauty? He watched their faces as they studied the video, then Steve cackled with laughter. Well, looky loo. The Prez has a crush on his protection? Max grinned. That's my read. Which makes Agent Satie our #1 concern. If they're being intimate, she's going to be distracted. That's not likely though, is it? Max shrugged. Who knows? The President of the United States can have just about anyone he wants. He glanced at the video, grinning lasciviously. And he wants They all chuckled, then Max closed his laptop. So, these are the 6 people we need to watch closely. I need you to report every move they make. I want to know if they use the bathroom, where they get their groceries, who they hang out with. Everything. He tapped Emmy's photo again. And I want to know if she is sleeping with Bennett. If she is, she'll be key to our getting to him. And if she gets in our way? Max smiled coldly. If Bennett is as crazy about her as I think he is, he'll be devastated when she takes a bullet for him.
Chapter 6.
You said what? Moxie grinned at her old friend as they sat together in Aspen Lodge, the presidential cabin at Camp David. She had just told him what she and Emmy Sati had talked about, and now Oren looked bemused and a little horrified. Moxie chuckled. I just told her that there are ways. Oh, for God's sake, Mox. He stood up and paced, then turned to her. What did she say? Moxie's smile was victorious. She said she'd see you after Trig, behind the bleachers. Oh, very funny. I agree that all of this is a little 9th grade, though. Oren sat down and shook his head, smiling. I just don't want things to be awkward between me and Emmy next time she's assigned to protect me. If it's any consolation, she likes you too. Nothing's changed though, Mox. It still can't happen. Moxie sighed, a little frustrated. Dude, JFK stepped out on Jackie the whole time. These things can be arranged. You know about the tunnels underneath, the unmarked cars, come on. Live a little. You're my chief of staff, Mox. Not off duty. Off duty, I'm your friend first, and I can see how solitary you're becoming. Being intimate with my Secret Service protection isn't going to cure that. He winced as he said it, and Moxie saw it. Having a romantic relationship with a powerful woman would do you, and the presidency, a world of good. Come on now. You both have everything to lose by being together. Doesn't that alone make you equal? Emmy volunteered for a job, which might mean taking a bullet for me. She's way, way above my level already. Mox smiled fondly at him. Big old romantic. Shut up. Well, she got up, I'm turning in. Listen, Oren, think about it. That's all I'm saying. We can make it work. When Moxie had gone and Oren was alone, he sat with his head in his hands. The thought was so tempting, but really he couldn't be distracted at the moment, even by something as pleasant as spending alone time with Emerson Satie. Earlier, his closest advisors briefed him on the investigation into former President Ellis, and after what he learned, he knew he would have to make a decision on Ellis's pardon, and that his decision would not make his enemies happy. Brooks Ellis was up to his privileged ass in corruption, and worse, he was undoubtedly involved in human trafficking. Oren shook his head. He would never understand the mind of someone whose ego was so out of control that he sought to control others to that hideous extent. Brooks Ellis had shown during his 3-year presidency that he cared little for his public or the responsibilities of his office. Scandal after scandal broke in the press, but the president seemed to be made out of Teflon and merely dismissed the scandals as ephemera. Next, his chief of staff, Lester Dweck, had been taped by a journalist from the Washington Post during a drunken rant in a private club, talking about the girls he could get for all his drinking buddies. Dweck was an alcoholic, despondent about not getting the top job himself, and despised not only by those on the other side of the aisle but by his own party leadership. He was lucky, or smart enough, to make sure he had collateral on Brooks Ellis, who reluctantly appointed Dweck his chief of staff. Ellis would keenly regret that decision. Dweck turned on his boss in exchange for a lesser sentence. Ellis denied all knowledge, but by then it was too late. The non-stick president had finally gotten stuck. So Oren knew he could never pardon Ellis. Hell, he didn't want to pardon him. The former administration filled him with disgust, and he wanted them all put away for a long time. He had directed his investigators to make sure the case was watertight before he would announce that a pardon would not be forthcoming. So, as much as he would like to entertain the possibility of a relationship with anyone, let alone Emmy, Oren knew the country had to come first. He did hope that Moxie's good intentions wouldn't ruin the back and forth he and Emmy had, which alone would have to satisfy him. He went to bed, and his subconscious tortured him some more with images of Emmy Satie naked and gasping as he made love to her. A few miles away from Camp David, at a small-town high school, a group of men worked quietly in the basement directly under the school gymnasium. All around the school were posters for the next day's basketball game, a local championship against the school's greatest rivals. The men worked silently and quickly, then as each one finished his particular task, the leader nodded and they left the area. The leader went to check that the caretaker's body was well hidden, and then, just as quietly, they left the area. Tomorrow the blast would be heard for miles, certainly at Camp David, and they would have handed President Bennett his first big crisis. It was only the beginning of the horror they would unleash on the new president.
Chapter 7.
A loud knocking on her front door woke Emmy from sleep. She groaned and rolled over. "Just let me sleep in." She checked the clock. 10 a.m. Okay, so she had slept in. She got up and threw her robe on over the t-shirt and shorts she wore to bed and padded into the living room. She wasn't prepared for what she saw when she opened the door. For a moment, her heart constricted, and all the breath left her body. Zach beamed at her. "Hey there. You must be Emmy." "Not Zach. Tim." She should have known he would come back. "Hi." There was a long, awkward pause, and Tim's smile faltered a little. "Is this a bad time? I can come back?" Emmy blinked. No. "I'm sorry, please come in." She stood aside to let him in, her heart thudding heavily against her chest. Marge hadn't been exaggerating. Tom was Zach's double, almost. He was taller and lankier, but the mess of dark blonde hair, the bright blue eyes. "Yeah?" She pulled the robe tighter around her. "Tim?" "That's me. Look, you seem a little startled, and I'm sorry for interrupting your morning, but is Zach here?" "Tim, sorry to be rude, but who are you?" He grinned a sweet smile that stretched across his whole face. "Sorry, I'm Tim Hart, Zach's cousin." "From Melbourne?" Emmy felt both a wave of sympathy and fear. She took a deep breath in. "Tim, I'm sorry to have to tell you that Zach died. A year ago." She watched his reaction as the smile disappeared, and shock took over. "What?" Emmy, her innate warmth taking over, took Tim's arm and steered him into a chair. She sat opposite him. He was shot and killed in the line of duty. This was so weird. How did Tim not know? The few members of Zach's family that had come to the funeral, surely one of them would have told him. "Tim? Did your family not tell you?" Tim shook his head. "No. I don't talk to most of them. They can be, well, they're not the nicest people." Amen to that, Emmy thought, and then she remembered something. "Wait, are you the cousin who went to Australia?" Tim nodded, his handsome face still pale. "I am. I didn't keep in touch with anyone, but Zach and I exchanged letters now and then, maybe once or twice a year, but it was my only link. Zach's the only decent one out of all of them. Was. Geez." He put his head in his hands, and Emmy's heart went out to him. "I'm so sorry, Tim. Look, I'll make us some coffee and we can talk." She went into the kitchen, starting up a cup on the coffee maker, her mind whirling. Zach's cousin. Zach had told her about him, not in great detail, but enough to know that Tim was the one person in his family that Zach had a good opinion of. There really wasn't any doubt that he was who he said he was. The resemblance was uncanny, but her training kicked in. She'd have to make sure, but for now she would take him at his word. She took the coffee out to him, giving him a shy smile. "So you didn't hear about Zach from the internet?" "I'm not good with computers. Hell, my daughter says I'm a dinosaur when it comes to modern technology." "You have kids?" Tim smiled weakly. Two adult rugrats, both with Aussie accents. Their mom, Lindy, and I are divorced, but things are pretty amicable, I'm glad to say. Emmy smiled at him. He seemed such a sweet man. So, you're pretty settled over there? Very. I have a ranch outside Melbourne. Listen, Emmy. About Zach, I'm so sorry. I know how much he loved you, and how much you must have loved him. You must have gone through hell. Emmy nodded. This man had all of Zach's warmth and kindness, and she found herself relaxing in his company. It was the worst day of my life when Zach died. I felt broken. And now? She smiled a little sadly. I'm getting there. Tim sat forward. Look, I know this must be a lot, and I hope me coming here hasn't reopened that wound. He studied her for a moment. Do you have family here, Emmy? She shook her head. Zach was my family. My neighbor Marge is a good friend, like a mom. I'm sorry, it seems strange to talk so easily to you, but you really are Zach's double. Tim smiled and opened his mouth to speak when Emmy's pager went off. She looked apologetic as she grabbed her bag. I'm sorry, that's work. I have to take it. Go ahead, of course. Emmy read the page and felt the blood drain from her face. Tim noticed. Hey, are you okay? She shook her head and looked up at him. No. Something's happened.
Chapter 8.
Emmy steered her car carefully through the throng of journalists, emergency service vehicles, and frantic parents. A plume of smoke rose from the high school in front of her. She saw Lucas Harper fielding questions from his men, and Emmy parked and went directly to him. Hey, Lucas. Thank God. Listen, the president heard about the bombing and wanted to come straight here. I told him we wouldn't allow it unless the place was secure, and we wouldn't impede the rescue effort. Emmy nodded, seeing the faces of terrified students and parents. How many? Last count 32. That includes the caretaker, who we think was murdered last night, obviously when they placed the bombs. C4 on a timer. Luckily, if I can even use that word in these circumstances, the gymnasium was only just beginning to fill. Another 10 minutes, and we'd be talking mass casualties. He sighed, shaking his head. There's no way I'm letting the president come here at the moment. We'd just be taking the focus away from the emergency services. How's he doing? Lucas shook his head. Not good. He's beside himself that this could happen, as you'd expect. I need you at Camp David. We can't take this attack so close to the president as anything other than a warning. I agree. I'm sorry about your vacation. Emmy smiled at him. Lucas, really? Don't worry about it. You want me protecting the prez? Closely. I know he likes to chat with you. I think it would help if he had you there. Emmy frowned a little. Was she being used as a nursemaid? Lucas read her mind. You're an asset. That the president confides in you is an asset. Lucas, all he's confided in me so far is that he's thinking about getting a dog. It's a start. Emmy drove to Camp David, where she was met by Duke. He asked her what the scene of the bombing had been like. Hell, she said simply. She couldn't stop thinking about the searing grief on the faces of those students and parents. In a heartbeat, their safe world was gone. It reminded her of the before and after, the moment when they told her Zach was dead. Everything ends just like that. Lucas tells me he wants me with the president. Duke nodded. He's up at Aspen with Moxie and Charlie Hope. The VP is at the White House. They walked to the president's cabin and were let in by Greg, who quickly briefed them. They're talking about a live address from here to the nation. Moxie thinks he should go back to the White House. Maybe. If they're bombing near here, it's obviously a threat. Yup. They went to the main room and saw Orrin Bennett deep in conversation with his advisors. He looked up and nodded at them, and Emmy could see the depths of sadness in his eyes. She nodded back, hitched up the side of her mouth in a reassuring smile, then smoothed her expression. It wasn't her place to make the president feel better, she was there to keep him safe. Oren was preoccupied with arguing with Moxie. No, Mox, going back to the White House will make me look weak, as if I'm running away. We still don't know who was behind this, or if their motivation was to strike at us. It seems arrogant to leave when maybe I could do some good here. Moxie and Charlie looked at each other, then Moxie sighed. Fine. Vice President Hunt has told us she has a statement ready, but won't release it until after our message is out. Kevin McKee spoke up then. The statement is almost done, and your speech for the address is in progress. In fact, sir, if you would excuse me. Go. Thanks, Kevin. Oren waved him away. He risked a glance at Emmy. He'd seen the small smile and appreciated it. What he wouldn't give to feel her arms around him now. Focus. Kids were dead. Geez, he couldn't imagine what those parents were going through right now. He finished up the meeting and instructed them to call in the cameras and lighting. I'll do the address here, but I want it to be formal. You got it, Mr. President. Moxie and Charlie stood. Say, Agent Hill, would you mind escorting Moxie back to her cabin? We sent her agent off to help with the rescue. Of course, sir. Moxie rolled her eyes, but didn't say anything. She winked at Emmy as she left. Alone with the president, Emmy didn't say anything, waiting for him to begin a conversation. He rubbed his eyes and sighed, smiling sadly at her. You went to the site, I hear? Yes, Mr. President. They won't let me go. May I be honest, Mr. President? Oren smiled. Of course, Emmy, and please, while we're alone, call me Oren. Please come sit down. Emmy hesitated, then nodded, moving to the couch. Oren, your presence there at the moment would just create more problems. We would have to secure a perimeter, which might mean parents not finding their kids or being denied access to the information they need. I know you wouldn't want that. Oren sighed. I wouldn't. Tomorrow is the appropriate day to visit and share your condolences, Mr. Oren. He smiled at her, his green eyes soft. Emmy, thank you for coming and for breaking into your vacation. You don't know how much seeing your lovely face helps. I know that's inappropriate, but just for now, I had to say it. Emmy didn't know what to say to that, her face burning with shyness and pleasure. Gosh, this man, she didn't know how it happened, but then his lips were against hers, and they were kissing. Sweet sensations flooded her body, taking her reason away, and his fingers were cradling her face. Gosh, this kiss, wait. What the hell was she doing? Emmy pulled away. I'm so sorry, Mr. President. No, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. His face was red too, and he got up, chuckling. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, Em. I can't help myself. Emmy stood. I think perhaps I should be reassigned, Mr. President. Please don't. I'm sorry, that was entirely inappropriate, and it won't happen again, I swear. Gosh, what was I thinking? Sir, it's okay, let's just forget it. You're under a great deal of strain, and it's an emotional day for all of us. Sir, honestly, it's forgotten. Emmy hoped he would believe her lie. Oren studied her. I swear from now on I'll keep my feelings to myself. Despite the situation, Emmy couldn't help but feel pleasure in knowing that he liked her. Sir, I would appreciate that. I'd also appreciate that this stayed between us, but if you think you need to say anything to Lucas Harper. I don't see any reason for that. He smiled at her. Look, Emmy, if nothing else, I like talking to you. Can we be friends? Of course, Mr. President. They gazed at each other for a moment, the longing obvious, but also the realization they could never be together settling in. Oren held out his hand, and Emmy shook it. Friends.
Chapter 9.
Oren Bennett hugged the woman whose daughter had died in the bombing. He refused to let the cameras in here, despite what Kevin wanted, needing this to be only about comforting the survivors and victims' families, not about boosting his own popularity. He was struck by the horror of what had happened as he toured the site. Bodies were still being found in the rubble of the gymnasium. The fatality count had risen to 44, and Oren met with each and every grieving family. After leaving the school site, he went to the local hospital and met survivors, some with terrible injuries. Oren spent hours with them, always aware of how tired they were, or if they wanted to be alone but empathizing with them. He allowed some reporters in at the end to take photos, with a proviso that the focus was on the victims and not him. He was drained by the time they got back to Camp David. Meeting with his closest advisors and Lucas Harper, they discussed the claims of responsibility that had flooded in. As always, most of them we can dismiss straight away as kooks. We always get at least 10 claims from the same nutjob groups, who wouldn't be able to conjure an attack like this out of their asses. "Excuse my language, Mr. President," Lucas added at the end. Oren grinned. "Forgiven? So now we come to the credible claims. The most likely group responsible is still the far-right splinter group, led by Max Neal. Mr. President, as you know, we still think we could learn something from Martin Carlson." Lucas cleared his throat, glancing at Charlie Hope, who nodded. "Mr. President? We need you to hold off on the announcement that you're not going to pardon former President Ellis," Charlie finished for Lucas. "If it gets out, then Carlson will be too ticked to help us. He might side with his old roommate. Right now, he thinks there's still a chance his mentor Ellis will be vindicated. He might be open to talk, and anything we can get from him would help." He leaned forward, making sure his old friend was listening. "Mr. President, I assure you this bombing, however horrific, was only the beginning. Max Neal is a psychopath, a white supremacist and a terrorist." Oren shook his head in disgust. "What does he want?" "Truthfully? Max Neal wants to bring any president down who doesn't adhere to his Nazi-sympathizing worldview. The man is scum, Mr. President, and he won't stop until he's killed as many people as he can. Havoc. That's what Neal wants, sir, and he'll stop at nothing to get it." Moxie stayed behind when the others left. He smiled at her. "It's been a long day, Mox." "Awful, but this is the job, oh. This is not the only one of these we'll have." They sat in companionable silence for a few minutes before Oren said quietly, "Ellis is guilty as hell, Mox. There's no way I'm pardoning him." "I know." He studied her. "Do you think his crazies will do more stuff like this?" Moxie met his gaze evenly. "I don't think there's any doubt. As soon as they know their precious Brooks is heading for federal jail, the floodgates will open. No one's safe." Sitting in Lucas's debrief the next day, Emmy's mind kept drifting back to that kiss. Gosh, if anyone ever found out, she dragged her attention back to what Lucas was saying. "Obviously, because of the bombing, we've upped the president's protection as well as for key members of the administration. We're adding new members to the team, as well as backups for you." He sighed. "Listen, it's been a few rough days for everyone, but we can't afford to let our focus lapse even for a second. In a few days, President Bennett will announce that he will not be issuing a pardon for former President Ellis. And I think we all know the crazies will go well crazy, and the threats will flood in. The president has agreed to postpone that announcement until after we interview Martin Carlson." Duke raised his hand. "And how are we playing that? Is he under arrest?" "No. He was asked politely to attend an interview to help out, and he graciously agreed. So we're softballing, but I still want the important questions raised. Emmy Duke, you'll lead. He won't be offended by mere agents interviewing him?" Lucas shrugged. "I don't give a crap if he is." There was a smattering of laughter. "Listen, folks, we knew at the beginning of this administration that we were in for a rough ride. I believe in you all. Thanks. That's all for now." As they filed out, Lucas called Emmy back. "You got a second?" Emmy nodded, but her stomach dropped. Shit. Had she and Oren been found out? But Lucas just smiled at her. I've heard really good things about you. The president said you helped him with the situation out at NSF Thermont. I always like to have one agent on my team who can act as a confidant to the people we protect, and it seems you're it this time. Good work, Em. Gosh. She felt horribly guilty as she thanked him and went back to the field office. Duke saw her face. Oh, what's up? She hesitated, then nodded outside. Can we walk? We can walk. Let me explain evolution to you, he joked, and she laughed, shedding a little of her tension. Okay, pedant, may we walk? He followed her outside, grinning. Feeling guilty because of the flirty flirt with the prez? Duke? Emmy shook her head. Seriously, if anyone heard you. Anyway, it's weird when you ask me about my non-existent intimate life. Em, you're my friend. I do not want to think about you having intimacy, let alone hear about it. No offense. None taken. Emmy studied him. There's nothing going on. Hey boo, you like him, right? Yes, but I'm also committed to my job. She lowered her voice. Duke? Zach gave his life protecting Kevin McKee. Do you honestly think he'd be happy if I threw away everything I've worked for? I cannot. I will not dishonor his memory like that. He'd want you to be happy, Em. Look, would it really be such a big deal? Geez, you've heard all the rumors about presidents over the years. They've sneaked more women into this place than foreign heads of state. Yeah, she lowered her voice, but they weren't protecting him for Christ's sakes. We'll deal with that if it comes to it. Duke shrugged nonchalantly, and strangely his casual attitude made her feel better. Can we talk about something else now? Duke gave her a smile. Sure. So when's Carlson coming in? Thursday. Let's go prep what we'll ask him. If Oren and Emmy had thought that only 2 people in the world knew about their kiss, they would have known better. An observer had looked through the window, seen the exchange, the blatant lust in both their eyes. Oren Bennett and Emmy Satie wanted each other badly. Whether or not the observer would keep the information to themselves, it depended on how useful that information would be. The observer smiled inwardly now, grabbed the burner phone and went to call Max Neal.
Chapter 10.
Beef or chicken? Beef, both Emmy and Tim said at the same time and laughed. Tim touched his beer to Emmy's. Great minds. The waitress smiled at them both and moved away from the table. They sat outside. It was an unseasonably warm day in D.C., and Emmy smiled at her new friend. The restaurant, a Tex-Mex place, had been one of Emmy and Zach's favorites, but she hadn't been there for a year or two and was quite glad the entire staff was different, so no awkward questions were asked about Tim's resemblance to Zach. And it was quite extraordinary. Emmy wondered if she should really be spending so much time with Tim because of it. After that first meeting, Emmy called Tim to apologize for having to run out on him, but Tim brushed her apology aside. Hey, listen, I understand. But I'd like to see you again. Maybe talk some more? Emmy had readily agreed, and they'd spent time together on a couple of Emmy's off days. Tim was funny, erudite, and sweet, and although it was painful to be with someone who reminded her of Zach, of what could have been, Emmy also found his presence a balm and a distraction from her turmoil over Oren Bennett. So, Tim said, now, how does one spend time in this city? I've done the McNuggets tour. Emmy grinned. The McNuggets? You know, 5 minutes in the National Archive, followed by Apollo 11 and the Hope Diamond. Oh dear God, man, you are a Philistine, Emmy pretended to be disapproving. I'm just going to have to educate you. Want a tour of the White House? I thought they'd stop that. They stopped the tours of the West Wing after 9/11, but I can get you in. You'll have to be cleared by my boss, of course, so if you have any dark secrets, tell me now. Tim pondered. Well, I did tip cows in high school. Who didn't? He appraised her slight frame. Can't see it. You doubt my cow tipping skills? Emmy was enjoying teasing him. Even after this short time, it felt like they had known each other forever. Fool. Tim grinned widely, swigging his beer, and as the server arrived with sizzling plates of fajitas, they both groaned with pleasure at the scent of the food. I usually don't eat fajitas in public, Emmy admitted, because I always manage to spread the guac all over my face. Tim immediately stuck his finger in his guacamole and wiped it on his nose. There. Now you can spread away. Emmy choked on her food. She was laughing so much. You loon. Listen, later on, Marge and I are going to see our dog at the shelter. Want to come? Try to stop me, Tim looked excited. I love dogs. And any excuse to spend more time with Marge. Tim had been a huge hit with the older woman, who swapped up her Coca-Cola habit for Sam Adams in Tim's company. Tim flirted up a storm with Marge, who cackled in delight every time Tim made a near-the-knuckle remark. Marge had nodded at Emmy one night after Tim had said goodnight. Sweet boy that. Emmy rolled her eyes. Boy? He's in his late 30s, Moo. Still. You could do a lot worse. Her words had made Emmy feel a little uncomfortable, but now, sitting with Tim, she understood why Marge would say it. Tim was so easy to be with no hidden agenda or guile, although he was clearly a very intelligent man. He had told her that his desire to go to Australia had precluded his going to college, but that after a while, as he grew older, he began to teach himself, reading endlessly, taking courses, just being inquisitive about the world. They say education is wasted on the young, he said now as they chatted about what he'd learned, and it's true. There's so much to know, Emmy. He studied her. You went to Harvard, I hear? Emmy nodded. On a scholarship. I'd aced my bachelor's degree at college in New Orleans, but my tutor insisted on me pursuing my master's. She arranged the scholarship for me. I went to Harvard and was recruited from there. What did you study? Criminal psychology. Tim sat back, obviously impressed. You're kick-ass. Huh? Not really. Emmy had flushed red at the compliment. She glanced at her watch. But what I am is late. I have to be at work by 3. I'll drop you off at home. As they drove back to Georgetown, Tim looked over at her. Hey, tomorrow is Friday night, you working? Unfortunately so, Emmy sighed, but she didn't mean it. Working meant seeing Orin, and how about Saturday night? Are you free? We could go see a movie or something? Sounds good to me. He grinned at her with that smile that was so much like Zach's, it made her heart thud with sadness. For a moment, she wondered whether they should invite Marge as a chaperone, but then she brushed the idea away. Tim knew they were just friends. Her paranoia wasn't going to ruin that. As she arrived at work, Duke was waiting for her. Martin Carlson will be here in an hour, and Lucas wants to see you. Why did those words now strike fear into her heart? It was one kiss, and no one saw it. Just chill out, woman. She went to find Lucas. Hey, Em, come on in. Lucas seemed in a good mood. We may have a lead on the bombers, he said, handing her a folder. A local farmer noticed activity on his land, near a barn he hadn't used for a few years. Nothing major, just that a light was switched on outside of it. He wouldn't have noticed, but he got up in the middle of the night to pee, and saw it in the distance. Went out there in the morning, and saw the doors had been jimmied. Inside, fertilizer. Which isn't unusual on a farm. No. Lucas smiled at her. Until you factor in that, the farmer didn't know where the hell it came from. He questioned his workers, as did we, but they deny all knowledge of it. I don't understand. C4 was used at the high school, not fertilizer. I know. But we have to follow up, and that farm is less than a mile away from Camp David. Emmy nodded. Okay. She studied her mentor. Not to rain on your parade, boss, but it doesn't seem like much of a lead. Lucas sat down. I know, but at this point, I'll take anything. If we can find out where the fertilizer came from and who bought it, we might have a chance. Max Neal's people have gone so deep underground that they're just ghosts. It doesn't make me sleep better at night. You have Martin Carlson coming in? Yes, sir. Well, any light he can shed is worth it. Get him on our side, Emmy. Yes, sir. Emmy was surprised when she went to pick up Martin Carlson from reception that he seemed to remember her. Agent Satie, good to see you again. You too, Mr. Carlson. Would you come with me, please? Of course. They walked in silence through the field office, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Emmy offered him some coffee. No, thank you, but I'll take some ice water if you have some. Of course. Have a seat in here and I'll be right back. Thank you. Emmy grabbed some ice water from the fridge and went to find Duke. Carlson's waiting. Martin Carlson actually smiled at them as they came in, even at Duke. Ah, Agent Hart, hello again. Thanks for coming in to speak with us, Mr. Carlson. It's Martin, and it's my pleasure. I know why you want to talk to me. Max Neal? Carlson nodded. Agents, while I have many problems with this administration, I can assure you that if Max Neal had anything to do with the bombing at the high school, I will do everything in my power, give you every piece of knowledge I have, to bring him down. Emmy was impressed with the man. From her point of view, Carlson was being genuine, but she knew first impressions were not always correct. Going by her gut was not an option here, although of course it helped. Martin, perhaps you would be so kind as to tell us how you met Max Neal. We met at Princeton. We were both members of an open society club, although the organization's ethos left Max unsatisfied and frustrated. He always complained that we didn't go far enough, but what he meant by far enough, we could never get out of him. Max was a loner, didn't date, and was a good student, but he would spend his evenings writing political tracts and manifestos. Carlson's mouth hitched up in a smile. Of course, this was before the internet, so sadly, there's nothing online. He handwrote them all. God knows where they are now, but you could check his mom's attic. Emmy grinned. Well, that's a start, at least. But seriously, sir, did he give any indication of being radicalized by any far-right groups around that time? He certainly took notice of them, but to be fair to him, he never aligned himself with them. Not back then. Jump forward in time. It was when former President Ellis was in office that we started to hear about Max's group. Ostensibly, they were just a conservative group with minimal influence. Max would get in contact with me, and then if I agreed with him, I'd take his concerns to the president's advisors. Ever straight to the president? No. As much as I admired President Ellis, I was never in his close circle of advisors. I couldn't be, you see, to do my job. Damage control. Martin nodded. Exactly. I had to be discreet from the chief of staff and his underlings. Lester Dweck, Duke said and shot a glance at Emmy. She nodded. What's your read on Dweck? She asked Carlson, whose eyes immediately flashed with anger. He's a king-sized jerk, who wouldn't know the word loyalty if he was hit in the head with it. Martin stopped and sucked in a breath, looking away from their curious gaze. Sorry, but that guy really pushes my buttons. So it seems, Duke said dryly, but Emmy was more sympathetic. Can I ask, Martin? What drives your loyalty to former President Ellis? No snark, I swear, I'm just curious. Martin Carlson nodded. It's a legitimate question, Agent Satie. The Brooks Ellis the first know could never have done the things he was accused of. His politics could be, perhaps, a little too right-wing at times, but human trafficking? I just don't believe it. Emmy suddenly realized something about Carlson. Mr. Carlson, are you a Democrat? Martin grinned. Yes. I know a Dem doing damage control for a Republican president sounds contrary. But that's my job, regardless of party sensibility. Same with your job, you protect the president regardless of your own preference. We do. If we can get back to the questions, Duke said. So when did you lose touch with Max Neal? A year ago, just after all this started. He just vanished. I didn't think anything of it until this week when you called. Now it makes sense if he's a suspect in something. The one thing I can tell you for sure? He was enraged that President Ellis was impeached. Enraged.
Chapter 11.
Later at the White House, Emmy reported back to Lucas about what Carlson had said. Lucas nodded. Yup, that ties in with what intelligence is saying. Neil's been cited in D.C. over the week, so we're at Code Amber. Listen, I hate to ask, but Hank's out sick. Any chance you could pull double duty this weekend? No problem, Emmy said easily, but she felt guilty about having to reschedule Tim. Not as guilty as I should feel, she told herself. Listen, Lucas, I'm here now, so I'll stick around. I can catch up on paperwork and stuff until my shift starts. Lucas smiled at her gratefully. You're the best. Listen, I hear there's food left over from a brunch in the kitchen. Grab it before it goes. As ever, at the promise of food, Emmy's mood lifted, and she went down to the kitchen. Since the inauguration, every time she was down here, she thought about that chat with the president. Orrin. He'd made her call him Orrin, and now she struggled to think of him as the president when she wasn't on duty. The thought of him made her stomach warm and her belly flutter. She willed him to suddenly appear now, but the kitchen remained empty. She grabbed a sandwich and went back to the office to look through what intel they had received. Emmy got so caught up in her work that she didn't notice the time fly by, and when she checked her watch, it was almost 11:30, and her shift started at 1 a.m. She quickly went to the kitchen to wash up her plate, and was just drying it when she heard his voice. Honestly, I'm beginning to think we should just call this our meeting place and be done with it. She turned slowly to see the president smiling at her. She felt her cheeks flame. We do always seem to be in here, Mr. President. Perhaps we're just foodies. Emmy nodded, determined not to let the shine in his eyes make her giddy. I can confirm that, sir. I was the competitive eating champion in my class at Harvard. Orrin laughed. You were? No, not really, but I could have given them a run for their money. Emmy felt more herself when she joked around with him. He was so easy to laugh with. I hear you're stuck with me for the whole weekend, Emerson. I do apologize. He didn't look sorry in the slightest, and she couldn't help grinning. It's a cross I shall have to bear, sir. Gosh, she loved making him laugh, that deep throaty sound. I was just coming down for some ice cream, he told her. Grab a bowl yourself. I'm good, sir, thank you. I thought we discussed that off duty. I was Orrin? Emmy nodded at the clock. It's only an hour until I'm officially at work. Which still means I'm Orrin. Fine. I'm good, thank you, Orrin. I'm more of a savory fan. Really? So what's your go-to? Well, don't tell the Surgeon General, but anything salty or meaty or umami-y. That's not a word, I know. But really, a good flame-grilled steak or burger, or just a bag of really good potato chips. I'm drooling at the thought. She watched him eat his ice cream with obvious enjoyment. Sweet tooth, Mr. Orrin? Orrin was scooping another large spoonful of ice cream into his bowl, and he grinned at her judgment. I know. It's my vice. Just the one? His gaze met hers. The only one I'm allowed at the moment. A thrill shuddered down her body at the raw, naked lust in his eyes. Yes, sir. Orrin. Yes. Orrin. She hadn't meant it to come out quite so meaningfully, but her voice had dipped to a low, husky sound. Orrin reached out and stroked a finger down her cheek, and she froze. His hand fell away. I'm so sorry, Emmy. I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. He sighed, then gave a sad chuckle. It's Murphy's Law that the day I get to be president, I also meet the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and I can't do anything about it. Forgive me, this is inappropriate. Mr. President, for the record, Emmy felt her face burn, I feel the same way. But my job is to protect you, and I cannot let anything interfere with that. She held his gaze. I lose concentration for one moment, the wrong moment, and I could lose you. The country would lose a great man. Oren smiled and looked around the room. Emmy, is anything likely to happen right now? No, sir. He held out his hand. Dance with me. Do you know how many times I wanted to ask you to dance at that inauguration ball, Emmy? You are in that red dress. My gosh. Every man in the room wanted you. Especially this man. Emmy knew she should say no. Her training screamed at her to stop this, but she couldn't. She took his hand, and he drew her into his arms. There was no music, but they moved around the room as if there was. His hand was on the small of her back, and she could feel how hard and athletic his body was as he pulled her close. Her senses were reeling, but she dared not look up into his eyes. Emmy, he whispered, and the sound of her name being spoken with so much tenderness brought back memories of Zach. The thought stopped her dead. She pulled away from him and tried to smile. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I can't. She took in a shaky breath. Sir, if you prefer that I be transferred away from your detail. No, he said and gave her a smile, shaking his head. I'm sorry, that was inappropriate and entirely my fault. Please finish your meal, Agent Satie. I'll leave you alone. Good night. Good night, Mr. President. And he was gone. Emmy sat back down, trembling. Has that actually just happened? It was so unprofessional on her part, and his, but she understood the attraction because she felt it too. Gee, Satie, what were you thinking? If she'd stayed in his arms a moment longer, she knew without a doubt that they would have been kissing. And then what? Gosh, the one man in this world she wanted was the one she couldn't have, ever. Darn it. She was going to have to ask Lucas to transfer her away, no matter what Oren said. This couldn't happen again. If she lost focus for 1 second, Max Neal's men might get to Oren, and the thought of him ending up like Zach, geez, the pain ripped through her like nothing else since the day they told her Zach was dead. Surely, she didn't feel the same about Oren Bennett as she had about her beloved Zach? Unbidden, the answer came back to her. Yes. Oh damn. She had fallen in love with him. Don't be ridiculous, she muttered to herself, irritated and confused. A few fun times in his company? That's not love, that's a crush. She went to find Lucas. Her boss, who looked exhausted, was about to leave to go home, and Emmy's courage failed her. Just wanted to say, if you want a second eye on the intel, I'm all over it. I'd like to be part of the investigation properly, not just on the periphery. Lucas patted her back. Don't stretch yourself too thin, Em. You're protecting the leader of the free world. That's enough for anyone. Shit.
Chapter 12.
Oren had returned to the Oval, his emotions in turmoil. He had to do something to distract him from how he felt about Emmy Satie. He asked Peyton Hunt, his serene VP, to come see him. His old college friend took one look at him and asked what was wrong. I think I need to date, he said somewhat awkwardly. To feed the press's greed and for my own peace of mind. I just don't know how. Peyton smiled at him. She had always played the big sister role to Oren, being a few years older, and right up until his election, Oren had always assumed their roles would be reversed, that Peyton was on track to be America's first female president. It was only when Peyton came to him, recently widowed, and she told him she wouldn't be running, that he'd realized she had never wanted the top job. But you, Oren, you must run. He told her he would, on condition that she be his vice president. Eventually, she agreed. Now she sat with her old friend and nodded. I think it would be good for you, and yes, maybe it would ease the press's fervor. I know you want to concentrate on the issues that are important, but I think that in order to represent the country the way they expect, you should have someone by your side. She studied him. Anyone in mind? Yes, the gorgeous Secret Service agent less than a few yards away. I was going to ask if you knew anyone suitable. Gosh, he rolled his eyes. What are we defining as suitable? Well, Peyton sat back and crossed her legs. Someone who matches your intelligence, your compassion. Someone who makes you laugh and challenges you. For aesthetic reasons, a human rights lawyer or a lobbyist from a foundation. A charity maven. Or inside. You know anyone? Actually, I do. I've been thinking of someone in particular for a while now, but I hesitated. Mostly because she's not long out of a relationship, but also because of the first 100 days. But if you feel you're ready? Oren was silent for a moment. He wanted to tell his old friend that he was falling for Emmy Satie, but he didn't want to risk Emmy's career. He trusted Peyton, but this was bigger than friendship. No, this was right. He would take himself out of the situation. So who is she? Nala Delaney. She's a human rights lawyer from England who works here in Washington for Kushner, Flint, and Harrison. Word is, she'll make partner before the end of the year. Fierce in court, erudite, intellectual, and a lot of fun. Beautiful too, just FYI. Peyton took out her phone and flicked to her photos. She handed the phone to Oren. Nala Delaney was indeed beautiful, long dark hair, dark hazel eyes, and a charming smile. She's a little younger than you, in her early 30s, but I think you two would hit it off. Oren handed her back the phone. Can you set up a date? I'll ask her certainly. Oren smiled his thanks. How does this work? Well, you obviously can't go out to dinner, so we arrange a dinner here. In the private residence, we'll get a guest chef from a 4-star restaurant to cook for you. Oren looked vaguely alarmed. Geez, for a first date? Peyton relented. Well, maybe not. But still, we don't want Nala being asked what she ate, and she tells them a pickle and a bag of potato chips. Oren laughed a little uncomfortably. Potato chips. Emmy would be delighted if she were served that. Gosh, stop it. You cannot have Emmy Satie. Get over it. Well, I'll leave the details to you. What do I do? Send flowers? An invitation? We'll take care of all of that. It all seems a little clinical. Peyton shrugged. It's the way it is in the major leagues, Oren. After Peyton had left, Oren retreated to the Lincoln bedroom to read, but his thoughts lingered on the warmth of Emmy in his arms earlier that evening. As he drifted off to sleep, a gentle dream took shape. In it, she knocked softly on his door in the stillness of the early hours. He imagined sitting up in bed, watching her step inside with a shy smile, her presence filling the room with quiet comfort. She crossed the space between them, and he opened his arms, welcoming her into a tender embrace. Her head rested against his shoulder, her soft hair brushing his cheek as he held her close. She felt so small against his larger frame, and a protective instinct stirred within him, a promise to keep her safe. Their connection deepened in that moment, not through words, but through the unspoken trust between them. Then, as quickly as she'd come, she slipped away, fading like a wisp of fog. The dream ended, leaving him with a quiet ache and a lingering hope. Emmy Satie was once again way out of reach. So, Tim said the following Monday evening when Emmy finally managed to rearrange their movie night, you sure you won't have to work tonight? She grinned at him. Instead of going out, they decided to stay at home, her home, and watch a movie on her flat screen. Emmy had cooked a simple but delicious pasta dish, and now they kicked back with some beers and a vast bowl of popcorn in front of them. Tim grinned at her, and in the evening light it was easy to pretend it was Zach. No fair to Tim, Emmy told herself. Tim nodded at the screen. You've seen this before? Many times. It was one of Zach's favorites, that's why I chose it. She sighed. Tim, I want to say again how sorry I am that you came all of this way, and Zach, he would have loved to reconnect with you, I know it. Tim clinked his beer bottle against hers. Amen to that, Em. But I still got to spend time with you, and that's no small thing. He hesitated. I can easily see why he fell in love with you. Emmy swallowed a lump in her throat. That's a sweet thing to say. She met his gaze and he smiled. All of it true. He reached out to stroke her cheek, but his hand fell away before he made contact, and he looked away embarrassed. Sorry. I forget myself. Emmy felt like crying. Don't be. Let's be honest here, Tim, there is something there. But I don't know if it's because you resemble Zach so much, and that isn't fair to you. You deserve better. She hesitated. And there's someone. Someone I can never be with, but just now I need to get over him. Tim smiled sadly at her. Who couldn't you have? You'd be surprised. Look, it would be so easy to fall into a relationship with you, Tim, but it wouldn't be good for either of us. Besides, your heart lies in Oz. She grinned at him as he took her hand and squeezed it. You're right, kiddo, I know. A guy can dream, though. She smiled at him. Ha, you wouldn't like me. If Zach were here, he'd tell you about my incessant eating, the snoring, the cookie crumbs in the bed. Shocking. Tim was chuckling. You've seen what I do to fajitas. Tim pretended to shudder. Scarred for life. It was like a werewolf with a fresh lamb. I know, right? And you haven't seen me eat steak. That's not pretty. I bet you don't even have it grilled, just brought to the table, still mooing. Emmy grinned widely. See, you know me too well already. Plus the gas. Man, you can fart, woman. Emmy cackled with laughter. Dude, if I had farted in front of you, you would have known it. All that meat. Like an Aussie rancher doesn't know all about gas. Like sonic booms. Gross. But they both doubled up laughing. When they had caught their breath, Emmy smiled at him. Buddies? Tim gave her a fist bump. Besties always. Now let's watch this movie. I see Alicia Vikander is in this, so at least when I go home alone tonight, I'll... Do not finish that sentence, Emmy giggled at his mischievous face. TMI. Fair enough. Give me some popcorn. Bossy. Shut up.
Chapter 13.
Nala Delaney was as beautiful, intelligent, and witty as Peyton had painted her. She had agreed, eventually, to have dinner with the president, and now as they sat alone in his private dining room, Orrin found himself enjoying her company. Peyton had indeed arranged a guest chef to come in and cook for them, and they had enjoyed sea bass with asparagus, beautifully prepared with a sauce vierge, followed by roast lamb, tender and juicy. Now they were eating a green tea sorbet with a delicious and delicate lime mousse. So far, the conversation had revolved around Nala's work as a human rights lawyer, and their talk had naturally turned to the Brooks Ellis trafficking case. I know you can't tell me specifics, Mr. President, but can I be of any help? The whole thing is disgusting, but all too prevalent, I know. Orrin nodded. The whole thing is repellent, but to have the leader of this country so entrenched in such dealings, it's hard to process. I can imagine. Nala put her spoon down. Does rather put one off one's food, but I have to say that was delicious, Mr. President. Orrin, please and thank you. I'll pass your compliments to the chef. Please do. Nala studied him. Orrin, why am I here? I mean, I'd never turn down an invitation from the White House, but this seems... Are we on a date? Orrin hadn't expected her to be so forthright, and for a moment he was stuck for words. More of a, hello. A reconnaissance mission? She was teasing him now, and Orrin grinned, relaxing. I'm out of practice at this, he said with a wry smile, and now things are more complicated. Sure, Nala said, chuckling softly. I'm sure I was vetted to the nth degree. Let me guess. I'm educated, in a respectable job, and reasonably attractive. Very attractive, Orrin amended chivalrously, but yes, you do tick all the boxes. I hate to admit it. Nala nodded slowly, then smiled at him. Except both you and I know that despite the fact we're friendly, there's no chemistry. Orrin laughed then. Man, you really are brutally honest. Orrin, you're a bachelor president and independent. You've already instigated a huge change to how the presidency is perceived, and thank God for it. So don't sell yourself short when it comes to choosing your partner in life, for goodness sake. Don't let the American public bully you into a marriage of convenience. Tell them screw it, you're going to marry for love and no other reason. Oren smiled. Believe me, I want to. But it's a matter of. He trailed off. Could he ask this woman about the ramifications of beginning an affair with a subordinate? As the president? Hypothetical? Nala smiled. Go for it. What if the person I was interested in worked for me? Nala sighed. Well, then you'd get into workplace law and fraternizing. It could be seen as coercion if the person was of a much lower rank. What are we talking about here? Ha, he said, shaking his head. I can't say. But there's someone? He nodded. There is? Look, Nala, I'm sorry to bring you into this charade, but I'm not sorry to have met you. Same here, Oren, really. And besides, she gave him a wicked smile, if we slept together, I couldn't honestly make a play for Attorney General in a few years. Oren raised his glass. I can see it. And speaking of White House roles, you know Flint Mitchum is retiring in October? We'll begin shortlisting soon. I'd add your name to it without hesitation. As a thank you for not sleeping with you, sir? Oren laughed and sighed. Nala, I swear, what a shame about that damn chemistry. I know. They went to have drinks in his private lounge, and at midnight they shook hands, parting as friends and probably future colleagues. Nala sized him up and down. You're a gorgeous man, Mr. President. Whoever she is, I'm sure you can make it work. Later, Oren went to find Peyton, whom he knew would still be at her desk, to tell her about the date. But when he found her, he saw that her face was tear-stained. What is it, Pay? She shook her head, trying to smile. Nothing. Just one of those nights when I miss Joe so much it hurts so damn bad. Oren hugged his old friend. I'm sorry. Peyton wiped her face. I don't even know what set me off, except I was reading a letter from one of the parents of the kids who died in Maryland. She looked at him. Don't waste time on not loving who you're meant to, Oren. She rubbed her face. Talking of which, Nala is beautiful, funny as hell, smart, and there was absolutely no chemistry between us. Peyton sighed. At least you tried. She studied him, then got up and closed the door. Oren, there's been talk. Talk? That you're sweet on your personal detail. Agent Sati. I can't begin to tell you how damaging it could be, how unsafe it could make you to get involved with her. No, Oren said, his heart sinking. No, you don't need to tell me that. Also, that young woman has been through enough. Do you know how hard she had to work to get here? I do, Peyton. She watched his face. Oren? Oren stood and paced for a moment. What if I told you that I'm in love with her, Pay? That I can't stop thinking about her? The press would destroy her, and so would the reputations of any female agents in her wake. This is bigger than the two of you. Didn't you just tell me not to waste love? Oren realized his voice was rising and held up his hands. Peyton waited for him to calm himself. Come on, Oren, you know all of this. Stop behaving like a lovesick teenager. If Nala didn't work out, we'll find someone else. No. Oren stood. I'd rather just concentrate on the job. Good. Peyton was right. He needed to grow up and stop mooning around. He had a freaking job to do. Oren went to bed that night, berating himself for once again losing focus. He knew what he had to do. First thing in the morning, he would call Lucas Harper and arrange for his entire protection to be rotated out for new agents. Not singling Emmy out was the least he could do.
Chapter 14.
It's no biggie, Lucas said a few days later. The president just wants to make sure that we're rotating through, making sure we all get the same experience. Duke M., you'll now be on the vice president's detail until further notice. Hank and Chuck, you move over to Kevin McKee. He went on reassigning agents to various White House staff, but Emmy stopped listening. Orrin was creating distance. Good. That was good. Yeah, it hurt, but in one way, Emmy was relieved. It would make things easier for both of them if they didn't have to work so closely. Of course, not being on his protection also meant no. Don't even think about it. Nothing has changed. He's still the president, and you're still just you. Sir? She raised her hand and Lucas nodded. Go ahead, Em. Any news on Max Neal? Still nothing. Listen, I know you talked to Carlson already, but I'm suggesting. Em, ask him out for drinks, loosen his tongue. Find anything because at this point, I'll take anything. The local FBI field office in Maryland is ready to give up on the investigation, and that's not good news for anyone. Emmy nodded and went back to her desk to call Carlson. She didn't think she would get anything more from him, but it was worth a shot. She found it frustrating that Lucas wouldn't let her get more in-depth with the whole thing, but this was at least something. Martin Carlson agreed readily, a little too readily, surprising Emmy, but also giving her hope he might have something new to tell her. Martin Carlson was waiting at the coffee house when she met him 2 days later. He stood to greet her and caught her off guard by kissing her cheek. Agent Satie. Mr. Carlson, thank you for coming. It's Martin, please. Can I get you a drink? They sat at a table in the window and made pleasant small talk for a while, then Martin smiled at her. I have to say, I was absurdly pleased when you called, Emmy. I can call you Emmy? Of course. I just wanted to check in with you after the conversation we had the other day at the field office. Nothing more to report, I'm afraid. He studied her. You look disappointed. I admit I am. We seem to have hit a brick wall as far as the investigation into Max Neal. When you were at college, I believe Max Neal was funded by his parents? Martin nodded. He was, but I know that ended as soon as Max became more right-wing. When they died, they left him nothing. Which makes me wonder now how he can afford to go so deep underground. That's my thought. He must have funding to be able to disappear entirely. No paper trail, no credit card, paying everything in cash. And to have the inside knowledge, we presume he does. She trailed off, thinking. Princeton. Martin looked confused. Yes? Martin, did either of you know Kevin McKee at Princeton? Martin shook his head. No, he's a few years younger than the both of us. His older brother Clark was ahead of us and head of the chapter of our fraternity. Which was Phi Kappa Alpha. But I know Kevin McKee didn't join a fraternity when he was at college. Emmy considered. Secret societies? Possibly, and certainly, Max would have loved that kind of thing. But once again, I don't know for sure. Secret societies always gave me the creeps. He smiled suddenly, and Emmy noticed that it lit up his otherwise blandly handsome features. Possibly because I was never asked to join one, he admitted with a chuckle, then his eyes met hers. Emmy? I understand if you want to say no to this, but I'd like to see you again. Out of work. I find myself quite enchanted. Emmy felt her face burn. That's very kind, but... She was saved by Martin's cell phone buzzing, and he smiled ruefully. Sorry, I have to get this. Of course. She watched his expression change from relaxed to shocked to angry, and wondered what the hell was going on. Martin hung up the phone and looked at her with narrowed, unfriendly eyes, all his warmth gone. Did you know about this? He was already standing, gathering his coat. Emmy was confused. Know what? Your boss, Martin almost spat, has decided to act as judge, jury, and executioner. He's not pardoning Brooks Ellis. Emmy wasn't shocked. Martin, surely you saw this coming? No, I didn't see it coming. Brooks Ellis is an innocent man agent and he stopped, pinching the bridge of his nose, trying to calm himself. I'm sorry, I know it's not your fault. I have to go. And he left her standing, mind whirling at what had just happened. Emmy sat down, sipped her still warm coffee, and checked her phone. The news had indeed leaked that Orrin wasn't going to pardon Brooks Ellis. There is overwhelming evidence, he was quoted as saying, that Brooks Ellis was one of the instigators and operators of a known trafficking ring. He funded the import of young men and women for the purpose of supplying physical gratification. Federal charges will be brought against him and his co-conspirators, and I fully expect that former President Ellis will be found guilty on all charges. Emmy raised her eyebrows. Orrin wasn't holding back, but she was surprised Lucas hadn't told her the announcement was coming today, especially when he knew she was meeting Carlson. She drove home, wondering if she ought to call Lucas and ask if she should come to work. The apartment building was quiet as she climbed the stairs to her floor. She knocked at Marge's door, but there was no answer. Odd. Marge rarely went out, but then again she might have been picked up by her daughter Eva, who had come into town. Emmy shrugged and went into her own flat. In a second, everything changed. Her hackles went up just moments before she was grabbed from behind and thrown across the room. Emmy scrambled to her feet as her attacker came for her, his fists smashing hard into her jaw. Emmy staggered back, her head hitting the door jamb hard, knocking her dizzy, and she slumped to the floor. Her attacker kicked her hard in the stomach, and she groaned. She fumbled for her sidearm as the attack continued, and she rolled tightly into a ball to protect herself. She heard the click of a safety, and her adrenaline spiked. She rolled over, whipping out her gun and shooting at her attacker as he fired back. Emmy felt the sting of a bullet in her side, but knew it was just a flesh wound. She managed to get off another shot, hitting her assailant in the wrist of his gun-carrying hand, and he cursed loudly, kicking out and catching her forehead with the heel of his boot. Emmy's head snapped back, and she felt pain screech through her body. Her attacker kicked the gun from her hand and dropped to his knees, his one good hand fixing around her throat and squeezing. Emmy choked, and the vision in her eyes began to blur. "Get off her, creep." Almost unconscious now, Emmy heard Tim's voice, full of shock and rage, just as the darkness came for her and she gave into it.
Chapter 15.
Orrin was yelling. Orrin didn't yell. Ever. But today was different. In the Oval with Kevin, Issa, Moxie, and Peyton, Orrin was incandescent with rage. How the hell did this leak? I had specific instructions that the embargo on the Ellis pardon was midnight. Sir? Issa looked pale and shaken. As press secretary, it was her job to make sure nothing got out that the president didn't want to, and she'd failed him. How she didn't know. She hadn't briefed the press or begun a strategic leak, which was sometimes necessary when sensitive information was about to be in the public domain. The pardon or refusal of it had been on lockdown, and now Issa looked upset and close to tears. Sir, I swear, I have no idea how this could have leaked. We even kept it held close from our staff. Orrin sighed and rubbed his face, trying to calm himself. Look, who knew? You, me, everyone in this room. Lucas Harper. Charlie Hope. Peyton looked as angry as Orrin felt. Your personal protection. Not that I think it could be them. But we can't discount them, Kevin added smoothly. Who was in the room when you made the decision last week? Orrin thought back and his heart sank. Agent Satie. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Jessica appeared, her face grim. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. President, but Lucas Harper is here and insisting on seeing you. Have him come in, Jess. Thanks. Lucas Harper looked green and sick. Sir, forgive my intrusion, but something has happened. His voice shook and he was trembling with shock. Orrin had never seen him so worked up. Lucas, come sit before you fall down. He nodded at the others, dismissing them all except Moxie, who went to grab some water for Lucas. What is it, Lucas? Sir, Martin Carlson is dead. He was found murdered outside his home 30 minutes ago. Geez? Orrin hissed. Are we sure it was murder? Lucas nodded. He was shot in the head, sir. One bullet point blank. There's something else you should know. Before that, he had met Agent Satie for coffee. Oren's heart failed him. What? Lucas nodded. An attempt was also made on Agent Satie's life at her home. Oren stared at him in horror. Is she okay? For a moment time stopped, and Oren felt his heart bang uncomfortably against his ribs before Lucas nodded. Is she okay? He repeated, trying not to let the desperation creep into his voice. Lucas nodded. She was beaten and kicked pretty badly, and she suffered a flesh wound from a bullet, but otherwise she's okay. It's my understanding that she managed to disarm her attacker before being knocked unconscious. A relative then appeared to help her. Her attacker is in custody. I want to talk to him. Both Moxie and Lucas shook their heads. No sir, I'm sorry, this is a federal matter and if you interfere. Oren sighed. Where is Emmy now? She was treated at George Washington but discharged herself. I want her protected, Oren said, trying to keep his voice from shaking. And I want to see her. Moxie and Lucas exchanged a glance that Oren couldn't read. What? Sir, this is all part of Agent Satie's job. I don't care. Someone tried to kill her, and I do not take that lightly. She's part of this family. He chewed his lip. I'd like her to be taken to Camp David for the next few days to recover. We're making the trip up there ourselves tomorrow night. I'll put it to Agent Satie, sir, but as you can appreciate, it is her decision. Oren nodded, holding back from making it an order. He desperately wanted to see Emmy now, to hold her in his arms, and it was almost killing him not to just blurt out how he felt. Instead, he thanked Lucas. Moxie stayed behind after Lucas had left. Careful, Oren. Your feelings for Emmy are starting to show. Right now, this moment, I don't care, he said shortly. Geez, Mox, she's hurt and it's my fault. What do you want to bet that this had something to do with the announcement today? We can't know that. Why else would someone want to attack her? Moxie sighed. Okay. But look, we don't know anything much about her personal life. Maybe it was some old boyfriend. On the same day Carlson is killed? Oren looked skeptical. The same day they had coffee together? Ouch. What if Emmy were dating Carlson? It's not the thing to dwell on right now, you idiot. Moxie stared at her friend. Fine. But bringing her to Camp David? Oren shook his head. I want to see her, and this seemed the best way. Moxie got up and went to her friend. Look. I know how you feel about Emmy Satie, and I know you tried to put a cap on those feelings. Maybe it's time we tried a different approach. Like what? If you're both at Camp David and you both want the same thing, there are ways. Oren knew he should shut this down immediately, but he did not even consider it. But his mouth opened and out came the words. Make it happen, Mox. Emmy listened calmly as Lucas told her she was being moved to Camp David, but inside she was a whirlwind of emotions. Fear, excitement, trepidation, the thought of seeing Oren was appealing, but she told herself it was just because of the possible concussion. Her body ached and her head hurt, but otherwise she felt fine. Tim, on the other hand, was a little put out. He sat beside her as the doctor gave her a last checkup. So you're being forced to go to Camp David now? Not forced, no, but if my boss wants me there. You just got beat up, Em. Surely they can consider that? I think in a weird way, they're doing it for my own protection. Tim's shoulders relaxed. Oh. In that case. Emmy held his hand. Tim, you saved my life. I'll never forget that. It was the least I could do, kiddo, and you'd already done the hard graft by the time I got there. Dude was down and out. Tim, he was choking me. You stopped him. Emmy touched her bruised and sore throat unconsciously. That had been the most terrifying part of her whole ordeal, and all she had been able to think about was never seeing Oren Bennett again. Listen, while I'm at Camp David and you're still in Washington, would you do me a favor and look in on Marge once in a while? Sure thing, sweetheart. Tim kissed her forehead, then looked around as Duke and Lucas returned. Guys, take care of my sister, he finished with a smile at her, and Emmy knew instantly he was right. They had grown so close, almost like siblings, and now with a pleasant thrill she knew she had family. Tim said goodbye, and Emmy promised to call him soon. You'd better, cutie. Duke grinned at Emmy. Hey slugger. Hey loser. Even Lucas smiled at their banter. So Duke's your taxi service for Camp David. Your home has been secured now, so you can go pack a bag and grab whatever you need to. Emmy nodded. Thanks, Lucas. Listen, I can work. I'm fine. So while I'm at Camp David. While you're there, you can do light duties, Lucas gave her his best gimlet eye, and I mean light. No protective detail or physical stuff. At least a week. But I can help with the investigation? She looked so hopeful that both Duke and Lucas had to laugh. Yes, Agent Scully, you can help with it. Lucas smiled at her, his eyes questioning. Are you sure you don't want to transfer to the FBI? Both Duke and Emmy made derisive sounds, echoing the rivalry between the agencies, and Lucas tried to look disapproving and failed. Okay, well, the car's outside when you're ready. The president wants to see you as soon as you get there if you're up to it. Of course, sir. Emmy excused herself to use the bathroom in her room and stared unhappily at herself in the mirror. A dark bruise was forming on her forehead, and there were scratches and cuts on her face. On her jaw, another bruise was already turning black. Geez, you look like a horror story, she muttered to herself, then dipped her head and splashed water on her face. In the car, Duke looked over at her. Hey, you okay? Don't mind telling you, there were a lot of scared people worried about you. I'm okay. I'm sorry about Martin Carlson. Underneath his rabid support for Brooks Ellis, he was a nice guy. Duke nodded. Yeah, I think you're right. Which makes me wonder why anyone would want him dead. What did you two talk about? Just Max Neal and his time at Princeton. We know there's a leak in the White House now, and I think I might have a lead. Duke's eyebrows shot up. Who? Emmy hesitated. Kevin McKee. She waited for his reaction. Duke's shoulders slumped. You can't be the one to? Gosh, if anyone found out that you were digging into McKee, they wouldn't see an agent. They'd see a bereaved woman trying to find a reason to punish McKee for her romantic partner's death. I know, which is why I'm telling you and not Lucas. Help me, Duke. I may be way off the mark, but there's a scholastic link between McKee and Neal, and I want to see if there's more to it. Duke chewed this over. Okay, but you know it's a long shot, right? I do, but right now, we haven't got a lot to go on. Duke nodded, and they drove in companionable silence for a while before he spoke again. Can we talk about the elephant in the room? What's that? That dude Tim. Yeah. Zach's cousin. You two having a thing? Emmy didn't mind Duke asking. It must have been so strange for him to be suddenly confronted with a man who so resembled his dead friend. Definitely not. Tim's become like a brother to me. I won't deny that early on there might have been a little mutual crush, but no. Just friends. And he saved my life, so there's that. Amen, sister. He seems like a really good guy. He is. They smiled at each other. Good genes. Yeah, I think he and Zach got the lion's share of the good ones. Word? Emmy sighed as they drove. Duke, do you think it's a little weird that the president ordered an agent to Camp David for R&R? Duke smirked and she grinned at him. What? An agent, yes. You? No. Come on now, Emmy. I know he's fond of you. Those late-night chats. Nothing has ever happened. Not quite a lie. I know that. I know you. But let's be real. The press likes you a lot. You know he had someone to dinner the other day. A date? Ouch. Jealousy shot through her, but Emmy pushed it away. No, I didn't. Word is that even though the woman was great, the press wasn't feeling it, because he's already smitten with someone else. Geez, Duke, if Lucas ever heard anything. Lucas is an adult, Duke said shortly, and these things happen. Anyway, I've said enough. When they reached Camp David, Duke accompanied her to the Aspen Lodge, then with a wink left her with Moxie Chatelaine to wait for Orrin Bennett. Moxie hugged her. Gosh, you scared us, girl. Sorry, Mox. Emmy took a deep breath in. Listen, why? Moxie smiled. I think you know the answer to that, Emmy. Now look, I told Orrin I wanted to talk to you before he came in. He sulked about it, she chuckled, and Emmy laughed, but he agreed because this is unprecedented. Also, if he's reading the situation wrong, I don't want to put you into an uncomfortable position, so to speak. He's not. Emmy's voice was quiet but steady. He's not reading the situation wrong. Moxie patted her hand. Then? I can ask him to come in? Yes. Moxie smiled. Then we'll make it work, Em. Don't worry about anything. Don't worry about Lucas or your job. Just especially this week. Just be. There will be no questions from anybody. Emmy swallowed hard. Okay. Her composure broke then. What am I doing? The most natural thing in the world, Emmy. You can't help who you love. Emmy nodded. I know. That's why he wanted to come here. Here, the world can go away. Here, it's a different world. You can be together. Emmy felt her eyes widen, not really believing what she was hearing, or what she might be about to do. How? And then she heard his voice behind her, and as she shot to her feet, Orrin Bennett smiled at her. Because there are some perks to being president, my lovely Emmy.
Chapter 16.
Moxie smiled at them both, and then quietly left the lodge. Orrin gazed at her. Gosh, your poor face. I'm okay. Emmy's voice was scratchy, her heart beating way too fast, but then Orrin moved swiftly across the room and took her firmly in his arms. His mouth met hers, and Emmy's senses reeled as they kissed. Gosh, Emmy, if anything had happened, if he'd hurt you. Orrin groaned, his fingers sliding into her hair. Emmy sank into the embrace, her defenses completely down as her lips moved against his. I'm okay, she murmured against his lips. When they finally broke apart, gasping for breath, Orrin's arms tightened around her. I'm crazy about you, Emmy Sati. God help me. I don't want to risk your career or mine, but I can't stop thinking about you. Emmy struggled with her own feelings, and then her shoulders slumped. I feel the same way, and that's not something I can reconcile. I want you, Orrin, I do, but you're my boss. Orrin stroked the back of his fingers down Emmy's cheek. This is madness, I know. If something happened to you, while I was supposed to be protecting you. His lips pressed against hers again, and this time she didn't pull away. The kiss deepened, lingering as Orrin drew her closer, his arms wrapping around her gently. She felt the warmth of his body against hers, a quiet thrill sparking within her. If he chose to stay this close, right here and now, she wouldn't push him away, every part of her wanted him near. Emmy. They parted at last, breathless, and Orrin rested his forehead against hers. Emmy, Mox told me. There are ways, she said, her voice steady despite the leap she felt inside. That's what she said. There are ways. It was like stepping into the unknown, but Emmy didn't mind. Orrin nodded. There are. Are you sure, Emmy? Yes, she answered, her heart clear. He kissed her again, a soft smile breaking through. We'll figure it out. I promise it won't affect your job or mine. Orrin, just promise me one thing, she said. Only when I'm off duty. When I'm working, it's all professional. I can't bear the thought of you getting hurt because I was distracted by my feelings. That's not who I am. I'm good at what I do. You're great at your job, Emmy, although I can't fathom letting you take a bullet for me. That right there is why I'm hesitant. That's my job, Orrin. If it happens, you will let me do just that. That's a deal breaker. He sighed but nodded. I'll just have to make sure no one takes a shot at me. He smiled at her and she relaxed. You will. They sat in silence for a moment, Oren's fingers tangled in hers. I hate to say this, but I do have a meeting now. He sighed. Emmy, have late drinks with me tonight here at Aspen and stay. Nothing needs to happen if you don't want it to. Their eyes met and held. I do want it to. Oren's smile was soft, loving. Me too. Emmy leaned against him, and he kissed her tender forehead. How on earth is this going to work? Plausible deniability, Emmy. She smiled up at him, and he brushed his lips against hers again. Gosh, it felt so right to be close to him. I should go. Of course. Later then. Later. Back in her own cabin, Emmy felt reality settle in. What had just happened? Had she really agreed to something so bold with the president? A secret romance? She questioned her own judgment, her mind spinning. Duke found her later and they went to dinner, though Emmy barely touched her food. She caught a glimpse of the president at the top table, speaking with Mox, and quickly averted her eyes, hoping her expression didn't betray her. Later, as she walked back to her cabin with Duke, alone for a moment, he surprised her. So, Duke said, his voice quieter than usual, here's the plan. Come to my cabin at 9 tonight. Mox and the president will take their usual late-night walk. He'll dress like me and we'll switch places. He'll come to you. Emmy froze, stunned. You know? Duke grinned. Of course I do. Mox and I have been scheming. He watched her closely. Don't worry, it's all under control. Emmy shook her head, half smiling. I always knew you were trouble. Duke laughed, drawing a few curious glances, and guided her away from the crowd. Just relax, he said. You're two people drawn to each other. Forget everything else for one night. Enjoy it. All evening, Emmy half expected someone to reveal it was a joke, but she still found herself at Duke's cabin at 9. He gave her a teasing smile. Everything's set, he said, making her cheeks warm as he left. Alone, she waited for Oren, her heart racing. Was she really doing this? She tried to dismiss the fact that she'd showered and freshened up just an hour before. Thoughts of Zach slipped into her mind, and she wavered. He'd never have judged her for seeking happiness, but would he think she was being careless? There was a soft knock on the door, and taking a deep breath in, she opened the door. Oren stepped into the cabin, smiling at her. Hey there. Hey. Her voice came out rough, and to steady her nerves, she locked the door. Oren took her hand and guided her into the living room, pulling her gently to sit beside him on the couch. Don't be nervous, Emmy. We'll only do what you're comfortable with. She looked into his eyes, then leaned closer. The moment their lips met, her doubts melted away. The kiss started soft and tentative, then deepened as Oren's fingers brushed through her hair, drawing her in. Emmy shifted closer, resting against him. Hold me, she murmured, and he smiled, wrapping his arms around her waist. Their connection felt electric, and she knew there was no turning back from this moment. I want to take you somewhere more comfortable, Emmy, he said warmly. She nodded, and he stood, lifting her effortlessly as he carried her to the bedroom. Their eyes met and they shared a quiet laugh. Can you believe this is happening? She asked, her voice full of wonder. She shook her head. No, but I'm going to go with it. Emmy, you're incredible, he murmured, his voice full of awe. Oren laughed, then gently guided her onto the bed, settling beside her. He rested a hand lightly on her side, his touch tender. I've been thinking about you since the day we met, he admitted, his eyes soft. Emmy gave him a mock disapproving look. Mr. President, you have a country to run. Oren grinned. And as your president, I must warn you, I plan to win your heart completely. Emmy laughed as he drew her closer, his playful words melting her nerves away. That was terrible, she teased, her breath hitching as he pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, sending a warm flutter through her. She relaxed into his embrace, her doubts slipping away. Oren Bennett, she decided, was an extraordinary man. His presence was steady, pulling her into a moment of pure connection that left her heart light and racing as she murmured his name. As she steadied herself, he brushed a gentle hand along her arm, his touch warm and reassuring. Emmy smiled up at him, her fingers resting lightly on his arm, feeling the quiet strength there as their bond grew stronger. She placed her hands on his shoulders as he looked into her eyes, his expression soft and thoughtful. "One last time, are you sure?" he asked, his voice kind and careful. Emmy nodded, and with a shared smile they stepped closer, a quiet sigh escaping them both as the tension eased. They stood together in perfect sync, her arms slipping around him in a warm hug, their laughter mingling with a tender joy that felt effortless. It was so natural, Emmy could hardly believe how new it all was. Nestled against his taller frame, she felt small yet treasured, a feeling she wasn't used to. Strangely, she felt safe with him, despite her role as his protector. She shared that thought, and Oren gazed down at her with a warm, knowing smile. "Good. I want you to feel safe. It kills me that your job is to protect me, but I'm selfish. I want you around." Words faded as they lost themselves in the moment, swept up in a powerful, overwhelming connection. Emmy surrendered to the feeling, clinging to him, her kisses fervent and unguarded. Oren held her close, guiding her gently as the intensity built. When his hand brushed her side, she felt a rush that lifted her, her breath catching as she trembled in his arms, overcome by a wave of warmth and joy. "Oren," she whispered, her voice soft and shaky. He pressed his forehead to her neck, his breath warm against her skin as he murmured her name, his voice low and filled with emotion. As they settled, he wrapped her in his arms, his eyes bright. "You've made me so happy, Emmy," he said tenderly. She smiled. "You're not that old." He brushed her hair back gently. "Thank you for trusting me, Em. I know my position could complicate things. If you ever feel uneasy." "I won't," she assured him. "I chose this, Oren." She sighed. "But like I said, when I'm on duty, this stays behind us." "Understood," he replied. "Only Mox and Duke know. We'll keep it quiet for now." Emmy nodded, relieved. Oren kissed her softly, before stepping away to freshen up. She stared at the cabin ceiling, her mind racing. "I just shared something incredible with the president. Should she feel guilty?" She didn't. It felt right despite the risks. Logically, she knew it was reckless. Two single people, yes, but her job could be at stake. Still, she couldn't bring herself to regret a single second with him. She sensed his scrutiny. He was leaning on the door jamb of the bathroom, looking at her. "Gosh, you're beautiful," he said, his voice tender. "Just look at you." He returned to bed and settled beside her, his hand resting gently on her side. "Every part of you," he murmured, brushing his lips along her jaw before pressing a soft kiss to the base of her throat. He propped himself up on his elbow, gazing at her. "We can make this work, Emmy." She wasn't entirely sure what he meant by this. For now she took it as their shared closeness, though she wondered how it could continue once they returned to the White House. But then her thoughts drifted as Oren drew her into his embrace again, and Emmy felt deep down that no matter what lay ahead, her life had shifted forever.
Chapter 17.
Oren nodded and grunted his way through his morning briefing, hoping that it didn't contain anything too serious. Afterward, Moxie chuckled as they walked back to Aspen. "Did you hear any of that?" "Give me a break, Mox, I'm exhausted." But he grinned. "It's not easy being the leader of the free world." Moxie cackled delightedly. "Especially when you've been, up all night." "Mox? Oh, come on. Give me some details." "I did run interference for you." Oren chuckled. "You did." He rubbed his eyes. "If you thought if I scratched that itch, I'd get over it, you were wrong. I'm crazy about her, Mox." "I know, doofus. Why do you think I set this up?" Moxie was smiling, and then her smile faded. "But it's going to be a lot harder at the White House. We might need to bring in some more allies." Oren shook his head. "No. I promised Emmy. No one else knows. If Lucas Harper found out. Mox frowned. Oren, nothing comes without sacrifice. If this thing with Emmy is more than a hookup, then decisions will have to be made. She knows she won't be able to protect you, and you? I know you. You would rather die than let someone you care about take a bullet for you. Gosh. Oren sat down heavily. It's her career, Mox. How can I ask her to give it up? How monumentally selfish would that be? Well, you can't. But this thing can't be more than intimacy. Don't fall in love with her. Mox, you realize you encouraged this? Now you're telling me to hold back? What if I want more? Then Emmy will lose her job, possibly even be prosecuted for sleeping with her protectee. Oren groaned. Shit, Mox. You needed to get laid, and you liked her. Emmy likes you too. You're adults. But if it gets serious. I got it. Moxie got up and patted his shoulder. Dude, I'm not saying you can't be happy, but you both have to be realistic. If you and Emmy want more, one or both of you are going to have to give up your job. I'm not trying to rain on your parade, it's just I've never seen that look in your eyes before. Oren raised his eyebrows. What look? Moxie smiled at him, her eyes soft. Love, Oren. Love? Emmy shifted uneasily in her chair when Lucas stopped by to check on her. Sitting with her colleague, her legs still tired from the late-night dance at the gala with their boss, she felt a mix of guilt and embarrassment wash over her. It wasn't professional to let her thoughts wander like this during work hours, but she couldn't bring herself to regret it. The evening before had been the most unforgettable of her life, and she knew she was captivated. Even now she could picture the way he'd smiled at her across the crowded room, his hand brushing hers as they moved to the music, sparking a warmth she couldn't ignore. She pressed her lips together, forcing her focus back to Lucas. Her boss approached then, a stack of papers in his hand. The entire White House staff's personal files, everyone up to and including the president. You wanted in. Well, this is it. Find any link, however small. Actually, I already have one. Lucas sighed. I know. Kevin McKee has been profiled up and down. It was he who persuaded President Bennett to run. It was McKee who was credited for a large part of getting him to the Oval. This isn't some left-brain hiccup, Lucas. He went to Princeton just like Max Neal and Martin Carlson. Lucas sighed, holding up his hands. Fine. Just look. If you find anything, come to me. We can't risk any whiff of a witch hunt because of Zach. I know that's not the case, he added hurriedly, seeing the grim look on Emmy's face, but it is a complication. Fine? After Lucas left, Emmy brewed some tea and settled down with her files, trying to concentrate on work. But every few moments, her mind drifted back to Oren, the warmth of his touch, the tenderness of his gestures, the way he made her feel so alive. She closed her eyes, exhaling slowly, her breath unsteady. Sleep had eluded her, yet she'd never felt more energized, more awake. She reached for Oren's file, curiosity tugging at her, though it revealed nothing she didn't already know. Smiling to herself, she thought, I've learned more about him than these pages ever could. Her grin widened as she imagined scribbling her own notes into the file. Oren Bennett's military and political skill is rivaled only by his captivating charm and vitality. He has an effortless way of drawing people in, leaving a lasting impression with just a glance. Emmy snorted to herself. She could imagine how agency heads would love to know all that. She put down Oren's file and took up Kevin McKee's. She hadn't had a lot to do with the man, never having been assigned to him because of his connection to Zach's death. Before that, he'd hardly registered on her radar. To Emmy, he was just another pretty vanilla boy who used his looks and charm to get what he wanted, and he was pretty harmless. She read through his college transcripts. Graduated magna cum laude with a degree in political science, the valedictorian in his year, after which he went on to attend Harvard Law. My first job was as a junior partner at Dewey, Random and Lesser in New York, before becoming full partner less than a year later. Family was old money from New Hampshire. Emmy rolled her eyes. Pretty boy with all the gifts. McKee sought out Orrin Bennett after Orrin's successful congressional run and offered to manage his presidential run, wanting only the communications job in return. Emmy sighed. Nothing out of the ordinary. She grabbed her laptop and typed in secret societies at Princeton. She knew that secret societies were actually banned, a law going back to Woodrow Wilson, but that didn't mean they didn't exist. She read about the above-ground societies, but couldn't find any evidence that McKee, Carlson, or Neal were ever members. She'd have to look deeper than a Google search. Her personal cell buzzed, and she glanced at it, then smiled. Having trouble concentrating while state people brief me on nuclear proliferation. If the world ends, it's your fault. Oh. Emmy giggled. Well, if the 3-minute warning comes, I have an idea how we could spend that time. She laughed loudly when the reply came back. Twice. She loved that Orrin was completely without ego. He really was the most unusual president. Which gave her an idea. Maybe she was looking at this all wrong. She should be trying to link members of the current organization to the last administration. She pulled up a file with all of Brooks Ellis's staff and tried to cross-match them with any members of Orrin's closest circle. Not that easy, she thought, half an hour later. Someone was dirty, she knew it, and God helped her, her gut was telling her it was McKee. At lunchtime, she went to the dining hall. A quick glance around told her that Orrin wasn't here yet, and anyway she could hardly go sit with him. She grabbed a plate and went to help herself from the buffet. Hey, Agent Satie. The man himself. Emmy plastered a smile on her face as she turned to see Kevin McKee in line behind her. Mr. McKee. Come on, Emmy, we're off duty. It's Kevin. How are you feeling? Those bruises look nasty. They're fine, really. I'm okay. I hear you kicked the attacker's butt. I had help. Emmy didn't like the way he was looking at her, but maybe she was just feeling guilty about suspecting him. His smile was friendly enough, and there was even some admiration in his eyes. Don't knock yourself down. Hey, come sit with me and tell me about it. The news that an agent was attacked was leaked, sad to say, and the press are already making their own minds up at this point. They're linking my attack to Carlson's murder? They are? Emmy sighed. They found a table and sat down to eat. Maybe this was an opportunity to find out about Kevin's background. However, as they began to eat, Emmy suddenly lost her appetite when Kevin started to speak. Listen, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. About Zach. Gosh, Emmy, I can't tell you how sorry I am. He was such a good guy, the best. Her mouth dry, Emmy put down her fork and nodded. Thank you. He was. I keep thinking of that day, the day he died. The gunman came from nowhere, and at first we didn't know Zach had been hit. Emmy's hands were trembling. She'd never asked nor been told about the particulars of that day. It was enough to try to process that Zach was gone forever. Now, though, she didn't want to stop Kevin. She needed to hear it to gain some more closure and move on. What happened exactly? She said, her voice breaking slightly. Kevin sighed. We were at Foggy Bottom, a meeting at the Watergate. Nothing huge. I believe it was about a speech we were coordinating with an environmental group for the campaign. We were just in the parking lot near that old British telephone box they've got there. The first shot zinged past my head, I remember, and then Zach was yelling and pushing me into the car. I got in and turned back, then. He hesitated. Please go on, no matter what. It all happened so fast, he said, his voice heavy. There was chaos, and Zach, he fell. He'd been hit. My driver sped away, and I couldn't see anything after that. I'm so sorry, Emmy. Even after all these months, the pain stung deeply. Emmy closed her eyes, fighting back tears. Zach, her best friend, her love, gone in an instant. The ache of losing him, mingled with the lingering shock from her own ordeal, pressed down on her heart. Needing a moment, Emmy quietly excused herself. She went back to her cabin and curled up on the bed, finally letting the tears come. She didn't notice the passing of time until she felt two strong arms slide around her, and she was drawn close to Oren's chest. "Kevin told me what you talked about, and he was worried he'd upset you," Oren murmured against her temple. Emmy closed her eyes and let herself be held. Right now he wasn't the president. He was a man who had come to comfort his romantic partner. She tilted her face up to his, and felt his lips against hers, gentle and loving. Their kisses left them breathless, and Emmy tugged her t-shirt over her head. Oren's gaze met hers, searching. "You're sure?" She nodded. "I need you, Oren, please." He kissed her again, shedding his own shirt, and they quickly peeled away the layers between them. Oren gently lifted her closer. "I just want to be near you," he murmured. Their closeness deepened and Emmy sighed his name, overwhelmed by the warmth of his touch. "Oren, I want to be close to you too." He shifted, drawing her into an embrace as they shared a tender mutual connection. She reveled in the strength of his presence, the way he responded to her every move, their harmony igniting a spark between them. Oren's hands brushed her gently, stirring her senses until she trembled against him, lost in a wave of joy. She felt him shudder too, their shared moment cresting as they clung to each other. He turned to kiss her, pinning her hands lightly to the bed. "Emerson Satie, I've never felt this way about anyone," he whispered. For a moment Emmy felt almost outside herself, but as Oren stepped away briefly and returned, she smiled up at him, arms open. He slid into her embrace, brushing damp strands of hair from her face with a tender kiss. "Have I told you how beautiful you are?" She grinned. "You're not too bad yourself, Mr. President." Oren chuckled. "Emmy, you should know, I'm all in. You and me. Us. We'll make this work, whatever it takes." His lips grazed her jaw. "I tried to let you go, knowing how hard it'd be, but I couldn't. I heard you had a date at the White House." She grinned at him to make sure he knew she was fine with it. Oren nodded. "And she was a wonderful woman. But she wasn't you." Emmy's cheeks warmed with delight. "I should warn you. I'm far from perfect." "Who is? And how boring would that be?" He pulled her close, and Emmy rested her head against his chest. He smelled wonderful, like soap and fresh laundry. Her hand brushed across his stomach, feeling it tense slightly under her touch. "How are we going to manage this? Here at Camp David it feels simple, but back at the White House it'll be trickier." "We'll figure it out. You'd be surprised what we can pull off." Oren flashed her a grin, then sighed contentedly as she nestled closer. "Emmy, you know I'm completely taken with you, right?" She smiled back, shifting to sit astride him, her hands resting lightly on his chest. "Same here, Commander." Their connection deepened, starting slow and tender, then building with shared laughter and joy as their affection took over, leaving them breathless and beaming.
Chapter 18.
Just before 6 p.m., Oren dressed, leaving Emmy in bed alone. He cast her a wistful glance as she lounged beneath the sheet. "I hate leaving you, Emmy." She tugged the sheet playfully, flashing a teasing grin that made him laugh. "Troublemaker," he said, sitting on the bed to lean down and kiss her. "I could always skip my 6 o'clock meeting." Emmy shook her head. "No chance, mister. You've got a country to run." Oren chuckled, his hand brushing her side gently. She tried to muster a stern look but melted under his tender touch, a soft shiver running through her as she relaxed. She smiled up at him. "Quite the goodbye gift." He grinned back. "Later. Later." Alone, Emmy stepped into the shower, a small smile playing on her lips as she lathered her skin. Her body still buzzed with a lingering warmth from their time together. She dried off and slipped into some sweats, deciding to jog through the woods before dusk settled in, hoping to burn off the restless energy their closeness had stirred in her. She passed some other agents and staff on the running paths, nodding to them and smiling, but with her earbuds in she didn't stop to talk. She pounded the path, deep into the woods. She was surprised she wasn't feeling more battered from the attack, which was still only a couple of days ago, but apart from the bruises, she felt fine. Better than fine. Orrin Bennett had a way of making her feel truly seen, and Emmy cherished that. She felt alive again, valued and full of hope, cared for and carefree in his presence. Which meant, she had a decision to make. Not yet, she told herself. Not here. For now, she'd savor the last few days at Camp David, letting the peace of the moment linger. They could sort out the rest later. Deep in thought, she didn't notice that evening had fallen, and she was still running away from the camp. She turned, stopping to catch her breath, pulling her earbuds out to listen to the dusk. She panted hard, until her breathing returned to normal. Her skin felt tingly, and not in a good way. Emmy scanned around her. There was no one else out here, no one who wanted to be seen anyway, but she couldn't help feeling she was being watched. She narrowed her eyes, scanning the trees. Paranoia. Emmy began to run back towards the camp, and halfway back, she imagined she could hear someone running behind her. Closer, closer, she turned. Nothing. No one. Damn it, she breathed to herself. Get a grip. She ran back to her cabin and let herself in. Again, that feeling of being watched crept over her. She put her hands over her eyes and shook her head. No. Stop it. Still, she checked the entire cabin. The files she had been studying were neatly on her desk. Shit. Maybe she should have returned them to Lucas before now. She gathered them up and went to his cabin. Lucas looked surprised to see her. Hey, you've been running? I thought the point of you being here was to rest. Exercise is good for relaxation, she grinned at her boss. Here. I didn't find anything useful in these. I didn't think you would, but at least it may have allayed some of your fears. Especially about Kevin. Emmy remained non-committal. Listen, I talked to the president just in passing. She could feel her face burn at the lie. Seems he wants me to stay here for the duration of his visit. Something about being extra vigilant about safety. Well, I'm not surprised. He was insistent on you being protected, at least until we find out if Carlson's murder is linked to the attack on you. Emmy sighed. Is it wrong I actually feel bad for Carlson? Not at all. Despite his strange adoration of Brooks Ellis, he seemed like an okay guy. He was, actually. Emmy smiled. And he was a Democrat, did we tell you that? Lucas looked bemused. Really? Really? He told me. Huh. What? Lucas shook his head. No, it's just never mind. Emmy decided not to push it. Anyway, as I said, nothing in these files. They didn't seem particularly in-depth. Nope, they're not, but that's the best we have at the moment. So these files aren't everything about everyone? No. Sorry if I gave that impression. These are practically what we hand out to the press. For some reason, the agency is being cagey about releasing the personnel files. Emmy let it go. At least, she didn't have to worry that she'd left the files in her cabin. Man, her head was all over the place now. Maybe she should quit and try something else. It would certainly make her life easier. Em? You still with me? She blinked and smiled at her boss. Yeah, sorry. Lucas studied her. You still look tired. That would be the marathon intimate sessions. I'm okay. Sure there's no concussion? I think the doctor should check you out. Honestly, Lucas, I'm fine. Emmy started to walk toward the door. But I'll get some rest, don't worry. Making her way back to her cabin, Emmy was so lost in her thoughts she didn't notice Kevin McKee appear beside her, and she jumped a little when he began to speak. Emmy, I wanted to say I'm sorry again. I know I upset you earlier. Emmy stopped. Kevin, it's fine, it's okay. I needed to hear it. I've been burying my head in the sand about Zach. She started to walk again, hoping he would leave her alone, but instead Kevin kept up with her. I feel bad. Look, he touched her arm, can we talk? In private? Emmy's hackles went up immediately. I told you, Kevin, there's no need. Kevin laughed a little self-consciously. It's not about that, it's, man, I used to be good at this. Emmy realized in horror he was asking her out. Nope. Shut this down. Kevin, if you're talking about what I think you are, I think you should know. I'm seeing someone. Your boss. Kevin gave a good-natured shrug. Ah well, can't blame a guy for trying. Night, Emmy. Emmy watched him walk away. That was weird. They'd barely said 2 words to each other before, but now he knows. He knows you suspect something. Emmy shivered suddenly. Men like Kevin were insidious. Did he really think he could distract her by appealing to her ego? Jerk. Instead of going back to her cabin, she went to find Duke. He was playing pool in the bar with Hank and Greg, but tapped out when she asked him if she could talk to him. Outside, she pulled him aside. You up for some off-the-books snooping? Always. Who's our target? Emmy fixed him with a steady look, and watched his expression shift. Oh, Em, seriously? Yes, seriously. She felt a twinge of annoyance. Why was everyone so set on defending Kevin McKee? Duke sighed. Fine. But that's 2 favors you owe me. What's the plan? Just some close observation. Track his moves, figure out his schedule. Who's on his detail? Can we, well, you, get assigned? He just asked me out, so it'd be weird if I did it. Weirder than your thing with the big guy, Duke shot back with a smirk. He wasn't wrong. Look, I'm just saying. I'm heading to Princeton to dig into his past there. I need you to keep him in Washington while I'm gone. You know this could stir up trouble, right? More trouble than my thing with the big guy? She grinned, tossing his words back at him, and he returned a reluctant smile. Fine, I'll talk to Lucas. Yo boss, you wanted me? Moxie plopped down in Oren's cabin, still munching on her sandwich. He waved his secretary out, and waited until they were alone before speaking. Oren took a deep breath. Mox, I need you to put a poll in the field. Sure thing. About? He studied her for a moment. About the American public's reaction to the president's romantic partner being a member of his security detail. Moxie nearly choked on her food, then laughed. Oh ha. You got me. I'm serious, Mox. Moxie put down her plate and swallowed her food. You're serious? Yup. He sat down opposite her. Look, I'm not dumb, I know we can't frame the question that way. You think? Moxie interrupted, incredulous. Oren, this could torpedo your whole presidency, you realize that? I do. But here's the thing. I found the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. Moxie stared at him. After sleeping with her once? Twice, he said a little smugly, but then his face was serious again. Mox, I knew it before Emmy and I were intimate. Come on now. You never heard of love at first sight? That's for teenagers and hokey rom-coms. Oren, you're the President of the United States. She got up and paced around, and Oren waited for her to calm down. Eventually, she sat down. We have to make it a governor, and it can't be his security detail. It has to be some other subordinate. Neither one is married. His heart lifting, Oren smiled. See? How hard was that? That isn't hard. It's the fact that when and if you two go public, damn it, Oren. Her job will be forfeit. Have you talked about this with her? Not in so many words. I wanted to get your read. My read is that you are insane. Geez, can't you two just have this thing in private? Oren sat up straight. I want a future with Emerson Satie, Mox. You're in love with her? He nodded, not wanting to say the words aloud until he'd said them to Emmy. Mox gazed at him unhappily. Even if Emmy doesn't lose her job, can you really see the First Lady also being responsible for taking a bullet for her husband? Don't be stupid, Mox. I'm not the one being stupid. Can you not see the shit show this is going to bring down on all of us? Because 2 people fell in love, Mox. This is so much more than that, and you know it. The press will paint Emmy as a gold digger or a tramp. Moxie sighed. Look, at least give it 6 months. If you still feel the same. I won't change my mind, Mox. Put the pole in the field. At 10 o'clock, Duke came to swap places with him, and Oren went to Emmy. Her smile when she saw him was worth all the grief that Moxie had given him. He kissed Emmy, hello. Hey, come sit with me. He stroked her face gently, wishing he could kiss the bruises on her face away. In a couple of days, we have to go back to the White House. I know, Emmy sighed, and the bubble bursts. Oren shook his head. No. Listen, I want to lay all my cards on the table here and now, Emmy. I love you. I think I've been in love with you from the moment I met you. I want to be with you, and I don't want to hide it. Emmy's eyes filled with tears. You love me? I do, Oren smiled at her, very much. I think we get each other. With you, I don't feel the weight of my job or anything else. And gosh, I want to make you happy, Emmy Sati, and purge that sadness from your lovely eyes. Not that anyone can replace Zach. Emmy smiled at him, moved beyond words. Oren Bennett, she cupped his face in her palm, I love you too. You've helped heal me in so many ways. For a long time, I thought it was impossible, the two of us. Now I know to not be together is the impossible thing. Oren's smile grew wide across his face. That's what I think too. But it's also important to me that your career should not be forfeited. That's kind but not realistic. She leaned into him, and he inhaled the familiar scent of her hair and skin, savoring the warmth radiating from her. He couldn't picture a life without her now, but she had a point. Maybe Mox had been right too. Give it 6 months. So they stayed up late, whispering plans for their hidden romance, mapping it out as best they could before drifting into each other's arms again. Once Emmy fell asleep, Oren quietly left the cabin and roused Mox. You're right, he admitted. For Emmy's sake, we need to wait. Moxie, bleary-eyed, offered a relieved smile. Good call. Emmy slept soundly, undisturbed even as the bedroom door creaked loudly when an intruder slipped inside. He stood over her silently, the white sheet draped around her resting form. She was striking, even in sleep. He lingered, watching her for a moment, wondering how she'd react if he woke her with a gentle touch or a quiet word. But now he knew the truth. Oren Bennett was involved with her, and from what he'd overheard earlier, the president was deeply committed. What a pity Emmy Sati was digging into matters she shouldn't. It forced their timeline to shift forward. Yes, a pity indeed. She'd already lost one great love and soon she'd lose another. Kevin McKee gazed down at her with a faint smile. Perhaps afterward he could offer her comfort on his terms. If not, maybe Emmy Sati would need a nudge to escape her grief entirely. But what a loss that would be.
Chapter 19.
With Duke's blessing, Emmy went to Princeton under the guise of seeking information about Max Neal and his connections there. The dean was open and friendly and gave Emmy all the information he had, which was the same as the agency had already gathered. They were sitting in the cafeteria when Emmy casually brought up Kevin McKee. I understand he was the valedictorian in his year? Oh yes, an outstanding student and a credit to this institution. He mentored the younger students, and I believe he also helped out some of the poorer students financially. Really? Oh yes. Emmy sipped the coffee he had offered her. Dean, I understand that secret societies are banned at Princeton. I only ask because I know sometimes there can be great financial benefits to membership in one of these groups. The dean nodded. You heard right, Agent Sati. We do not tolerate secret societies. Not that there aren't plenty of open societies, of course. Was Max Neal involved in any? Not that I'm aware of. How about Martin Carlson? The dean's face grew sad. Martin was another star student. Perhaps too easily led, but he had a kind heart. I was terribly sorry to hear about his death. Horrible. Just horrible. His eyes flicked to Emmy's forehead, still bruised. She had tried to cover it with makeup, but the dark black bruise was still vivid. Did Martin and Kevin know each other? The dean shook his head. I don't think so. There was a few years between them, not that Kevin didn't and hasn't stayed closely tied to the university. He still comes back to visit? At least once a month. That surprised her. Once a month? The dean smiled. Yes, that is unusual for alumni, but Kevin has always been aware of his privilege, even I think sometimes embarrassed by it, and wants to give back. As if serving his country wasn't enough. As the president's advisor? And before, of course, in Iraq. Wait, what? There was no record of military service in Kevin's file or in his public biography. Why would he hide it? Emmy simply smiled and nodded. Of course. The dean glanced at his watch. I hope you will forgive me, Agent, but I do have to get back to work. He stood and Emmy shook his hand. Thank you for your time, sir. I do appreciate it. My pleasure. Feel free to wander around the campus, Agent, and if there's any other information you need, I shall tell my personal assistant to let you have it. His eyes drifted towards the bruises again, and he took her hand in both of his. Thank you for your service, Agent. Take care of yourself. The dean was a sweetheart, Emmy decided, as she wandered around the campus. Her loyalty to Harvard didn't distract from the sheer joy of being back on a college campus. The beautiful buildings, the scurrying students heading between classes and seminars. If she decided to change direction, Emmy thought how much she would like to return to education, maybe take on a PhD. She even talked to a few students, asking about after-school clubs and societies, but now in her mind, she wanted to explore Kevin McKee's expunged military career. She couldn't for her life understand why he would want it erased from his personal narrative. Driving back to Washington, Emmy didn't notice the black sedan following her at first. It wasn't until she was crossing to Georgetown that it registered with her. She took an alternative route to her home, down side streets and even doubling back, but the vehicle stayed resolutely behind her. Shit. Emmy gave up on going home and turned the car around, driving to the White House. As she turned onto Pennsylvania Avenue, the car tailing her peeled off and disappeared. Creep? She had managed to catch half the registration and was processing it as Duke came to find her. How'd it go? Good. Nothing much on Max Neal that we didn't already know. Duke, close the door, would you? Duke looked surprised but did as she asked. Emmy hesitated a little. Duke, did you know Kevin McKee served in the military? No, he didn't. Not what the dean of Princeton says. He told me McKee took a tour in Iraq. Duke stared at her in disbelief. What? Emmy nodded at her laptop. I did a Google search, so it wouldn't show up on our system, but yeah. There's no public record of his service. Why? Duke shrugged. I have no earthly idea. Something must have happened. Emmy nodded. So I looked up Max Neal's military career. Turns out he served in the Middle East too. Wait. Emmy, are you kidding me with this? Duke, come on, if McKee served with Neal, that's a link. Duke sighed, head in hands, thinking for a long minute. Okay. So we go to Lucas. Ask him why McKee's record is sealed, and if we can find out in which unit he served. It still doesn't follow that they knew each other, or that they're still in touch. Fair enough, but I still think it's worth pursuing. Emmy debated telling Duke about her tale this morning, but decided against it. She didn't want anyone fussing. Duke didn't look happy, and he gazed at his friend. You prepared for the shitstorm if this all comes out? I'm just doing my job, Duke. But she did wonder what Orrin would think about her investigating one of his closest advisors. When she saw him later, unfortunately only for a few stolen moments in the Oval, she didn't bring it up. Orrin kissed her, then leaned his forehead against hers. You're right about our bubble bursting, he said, but he smiled. It's going to be a lot harder to sneak around here. Harder but not impossible. Emmy, her arms around his waist, looked up at him. Are you sure I'm worth the risk? Don't ever ask me that again, my darling. You are worth everything to me.
Chapter 20.
Emmy and Oren knew that their affair would be difficult, and certainly not a regular thing, but after Oren's words of warning, Emmy was surprised at how easy it was to sneak into the president's bedroom with Duke's help. You realize you are absolutely my pimp now, she hissed at him, as they walked through the passageway under the White House to the private residence. Oren was waiting for her inside the bedroom, and going against protocol again, he locked the door. Hey, beautiful. He bent his head to kiss her, and as their lips met, Emmy forgot about protocols, responsibility, and everything else. Hey yourself, Mr. President, she smiled, breathless as they broke apart. Oren grinned, stroking her hair back behind her ears. It's been a month, and every night I think of you. Emmy nodded. Me too. It's been, I have to say, a weird time. Can we sit for a while? Just talk? Of course, baby. She felt a thrill go through her at the epithet, and as his hand closed around hers, leading her to the couches in front of the fire, she again felt that feeling of safety. Oren wrapped his arm around her shoulders and smiled down at her. So, is this going to be a discussion on how reckless we're being? Emmy chuckled softly. Well, we are, but that's beside the point. Oren, I'm going to recuse myself from your protection entirely. He sighed but nodded. I understand. Gosh, I'm sorry. Don't be. It's my decision. I've spent the last week weighing everything up, and I think, she swallowed hard, I think I need to tell Lucas Harper of our relationship. It isn't fair on Duke or Moxie or you. You have a country to run, and I'm a distraction. If Lucas knows, he could fire you. She nodded. He could, and maybe he should. I'll offer to resign. Wait, no. Oren stood up and paced, his handsome face creased with distress. No, that isn't fair, Emmy. I got us into this. Excuse me, Mr. President, but I was a willing participant. I knew what I was doing. I knew that professionally it was wrong. Gosh. Oren shook his head. Emmy, why should you have to? Oren, come on. You're the president. Look, I can go into private security, be a consultant. There are plenty of options. Hell, I might even retrain as something else. Go back to school. I have a lot of options. He narrowed his eyes at her. And you've decided all this in only a month? Emmy almost lost her nerve. She had been practicing this speech for the last 2 days, but Oren was onto her. The thought of leaving the Secret Service was killing her, but she hated the sneaking around, and somehow the thought of not being with Oren was even worse. She'd argued with herself all month. You've slept with him, okay, but giving up your job? But Oren Bennett had brought her back to life. Since then, she'd felt a weight lift from her, and even Marge and her friends had noticed. Oren sat back down beside her. I can't give you up. I'm sorry if that makes me monumentally selfish, but it's the truth. I want you by my side, Emmy, as my partner, and I don't want to hide. Emmy nodded and leaned over to kiss him. Something inside her wanted him to protest more, but what did she expect? He was the President of the United States, and she was an agent. And now, his partner in something deeper. I don't want to talk anymore, she murmured, and Oren nodded, drawing her into his arms. Emmy, what you're risking for me, I can never repay. He kissed her gently, then led her to her feet. They moved to the bed, shedding their clothes with care. Emmy brushed her fingers along his face, noticing the weariness in his eyes. Are you okay? She asked, and he gave a small nod. Just this Ellis situation. It's not letting up. She kissed him softly. Let me take your mind off it, just for tonight. If Lucas lets me stay on, I'll do everything I can to support you. Even if he doesn't, I'll? Oren silenced her with a fierce, tender kiss. and she melted into him as he lifted her into his arms and onto the bed. She felt the warmth of his closeness, and she wrapped her arms around him. "Don't hold back," she whispered. He smiled down at her, his eyes soft. "You're absolutely captivating, Miss Satie." She grinned, and as they came together, she held him tightly, their lips meeting in a deep shared moment. His hands were gentle, guiding her into a rhythm that sent waves of joy through her, her heart racing as they moved as one. They lingered together into the early hours, pausing to talk, sharing their hopes and dreams, setting aside their professional lives. In that space, they were simply Emmy and Oren, equals in every way. She cherished that about him. At 4 a.m., Emmy reluctantly slipped from his bed. "I have to go." "I wish." She grinned at him. "What do you wish?" "I wish you didn't have to go. I wish I could walk out of here holding your hand and tell the world that I'm in love with the most beautiful woman in the world." He stopped and laughed self-consciously. I wish. Emmy bent down and kissed him. "Get some sleep at least. You have to run the world in a few hours, Commander." "Until next time?" "Next time?" On the drive back to her home, Emmy wondered if she had gone a little crazy. She was really going to do this, really going to put her career on the line for this man. The full force of what she was about to do hit her hard, and she had to pull the car over to the side of the road to take some deep breaths. However she looked at it, she had thrown her career away for the sake of what? Nothing could ever come of their romance. Oren could never openly date her, even if she wasn't in the Secret Service. She would be deemed unsuitable, not a politician or high-flying lawyer. She could see how the press would deride her, a lowly agent. She could see it now. She'd be reduced to the president's romantic partner to the world. And Zach, was she dishonoring his sacrifice by giving her career up? Her heart told her yes over and over again. Suddenly Emmy lost it, thumping the steering wheel and yelling "damn it" at the top of her voice. For a moment she closed her eyes, and then Emmy turned the car around and drove back to the field office. Lucas was talking to another agent as she entered the room, but when he saw her face, he knew something was wrong. He ushered her quickly into his office and shut the door. "What? What is it, Em?" Emmy took a deep breath in and met his gaze. "Lucas, I'm giving you my resignation. When you hear what I have to say, you may not want me to stay." "Why?" "Because I'm breaking every rule we have, Lucas. I've been derelict in my duty. I've lied to you and to the service. Lucas, I'm sleeping with the president."
Chapter 21.
Lucas stared at Emmy for a moment, his face registering incomprehension. Then he grinned. "Very funny, Em. You got me there." Emmy said nothing, her expression unchanging, and slowly Lucas began to realize she wasn't joking. His eyes bugged and his jaw actually dropped. "Are you kidding me?" "No." "What the hell?" "Emmy." He was obviously struggling to find the words, and Emmy braced herself for Lucas to lose his brain. She deserved it, after all. Lucas sat down heavily in his chair. "Sit down, Agent Satie." Emmy sat and waited, her hands clasped together to stop them shaking. Lucas studied her. "Now? Gosh, I don't even know where to begin. You're telling me that you are in a relationship with President Oren Bennett?" "Yes, sir." "How long?" "A month, sir." Lucas leaned back. "And you were both willing participants in this?" "Yes, sir." Lucas rubbed his forehead, trying to process what Emmy was telling him. "How often?" I hate having to ask that." "Most nights, sir. At Camp David and at the White House." "Were you on duty at the time?" "No, sir, I was not." "Well, that's something." Lucas shook his head at her. "Emmy, what the hell were you thinking? Have you feelings for Oren Bennett?" "Yes, sir, I do." "And he for you?" "You would have to ask him, but he's indicated that." Okay. Lucas sighed. Emmy, you realize the gravity of this situation? I do, Lucas, that's why I came to you. After the fact. Emmy felt her face burn. Yes, sir. Lucas got up and stared out the window for the longest time, and Emmy waited. She hated that she had disappointed him, her mentor and friend as well as her boss. Finally, Lucas spoke. I don't accept. Pardon me, sir? Emmy was confused. Your resignation. I don't accept it. You'll be transferred. Obviously, your commitment to protecting the president is compromised, but I can't afford to lose one of my best agents for the sake of a few one-night stands. Even if it was with the President of the United States. Emmy's fingernails were digging into her palms, and she felt a trickle of sweat trailing down her spine. Lucas, I want you to know. I never meant for this to happen. I fought it for the longest time. Lucas sat down heavily in his chair, staring at her unhappily. Is this something to do with Zach's death? Did you come back too soon? Lucas, I'm in love with Orrin Bennett and he's with me. There it was, out in the open. Lucas sighed and rubbed his eyes. Gosh, Emmy. I know. They sat in silence for a while. You must have had help sneaking around the White House. Yes, sir. Care to share names? No, sir. Lucas's mouth twitched. Good girl, he said quietly. He leaned forward on his desk. You'll be assigned off the detail, but still with access, so to speak. I'll tell my superiors that you've shown an aptitude for investigation and wish to be reassigned, so you can concentrate on the threats to the president. That at least will be true. He smiled at her. Thank you, Emmy. Really, I had no idea, and you could have kept this secret for months. I appreciate your honesty. Emmy walked out of Lucas's office and went to her own. Duke was in there, and he looked surprised to see her. Hey, I didn't think you were on today. She closed the door behind her. Duke? I just told Lucas. What the hell? Duke looked alarmed, but she waved him down. I didn't tell him anything about you, don't worry. But he knows about me and the president. And Lucas makes 5. Duke sat back in his chair, shaking his head. In all honesty, Em, how do you and Bennett expect to keep this to yourselves? As long as we can. Until things are resolved one way or the other. She hated the pitying look she could see in Duke's eyes. Baby girl, you know how this is going to end. Is it all worth it? Emmy met his gaze steadily and nodded. Yes, Duke, he is. Later that morning, Orrin was in the Oval with Moxie, Kevin, and Issa, discussing a speech Orrin was to give to a room full of business leaders later in the week. As Moxie spoke, detailing the reasons for the speech, Orrin found his mind drifting yet again. In this morning's security briefing, Lucas Harper had told him that Max Neal had gone so far underground that it was hard to believe they'd ever find him. Of course, this means we're having to change your security arrangements. One of the reasons, anyway. Orrin had looked up at that, saw the look in Lucas's eyes, and nodded. Emmy told me that she'd spoken to you. Your relationship is none of my business, sir. No? But my agent's welfare is. I hope you have both considered the implications of your continued, assignations. Orrin couldn't hide his grin then. Assignations, Lucas? To his credit, Lucas smiled. Sorry, sir. I'm just looking out for my agent. As he turned to go, Orrin called him back. Lucas, thank you for not firing Emmy. She deserves better. Yes, sir. She does. Whether Lucas meant that as a reprimand or not, Orrin took it to heart. When that evening Emmy came to the Lincoln bedroom, he kissed her, then searched her eyes. Are you okay? Sure. Why? Something happened? Orrin smiled down at her. Just wondering. Lucas told me he knew today. Ah? He's not giving you a hard time, is he? Emmy grinned. No. I kind of wish he was, but no, he's been very fair. So, you're an investigating agent now? Just like Cagney. Or Lacey. Take your pick. Oren laughed. Are you even old enough to know who Cagney and Lacey were? Wash your mouth out, Bennett. Cagney and Lacey are my heroines. Now drop true. Oren busted up. You see? No one can make me laugh like you, Emerson Satie. No one makes me feel this much. What? Joy. He said it simply, but with a depth of emotion that made Emmy's heart flip. I love you so much, she said, her voice soft. Perhaps even more than I loved Zach. No, that's not right. I love you differently. With Zach, I always felt like a giggly teenager, and that was good, exactly what I needed back then. I'll always love and thank him for that. But with you, she reached up, gently tracing her fingers along his face. I feel like a woman. Someone who's been through the worst and come out stronger, and now sees love in a whole new light. I know it's not always easy or simple. Oren leaned in, pressing a warm, gentle kiss to her lips, and for a moment they let the words fade, lost in the quiet comfort of each other. He pulled back slightly, resting his hand on hers with a smile. You're amazing, he said, his tone full of affection. Emmy grinned, a playful spark in her eyes. Indian blood. No shrinking violets in my family. Good. He chuckled. Do you see them often? She shook her head. Not for many years now, none of us keep in touch. We were never close-knit to begin with. It wasn't until Zach that I realized what a family could be. Now my neighbor Marge and my agency brethren are my family. Oh, and Zach's cousin from Australia. I heard about him. Moxie said he was the spitting image of Zach. That must have been difficult. It was, I admit. But in a strange way, he's helped me. She rested her chin on his chest, smiling up at him. What about you? Only child. My parents died a few years ago. Like you, my family is constructed out of the people closest to me. Moxie, Peyton, Charlie. Emmy chewed her lip. Kevin? And Kevin and Issa too. And now you, Emmy. I can't imagine my life without you. Nor I you. Oren brushed her hair back behind her ears, his gaze so full of love that Emmy felt everything else slip away. He gently guided her onto her back, drawing her close with tender affection. Emmy cherished every second, every brush of his hand, as they moved together in harmony. Oren's attention was unwavering, showering her with soft kisses and gentle caresses, making her feel utterly cherished. It was nearly 3 o'clock before they finally drifted off, but Emmy's sleep was restless, plagued by uneasy dreams. She woke with a start, gasping and teary-eyed, and Oren pulled her into his arms. What's wrong, my love? What is it? Emmy fought to steady her breathing, then leaned into him, shaken. I don't know why, but I don't want you to give that speech. Please don't give it.
Chapter 22.
I'm sorry, baby, but I can't cancel the speech. Everything's planned. People have come in from... It's okay, Oren, really? I just had a bad dream and I was being stupid. I'm sorry. Emmy was back at home later in the afternoon, and Oren had called her twice already. I'm sorry I put you through that. Through what? You had a bad dream, is all. I'm sure we'll both have our share during our life together. She smiled down the phone. Our life together. You bet. She chuckled. Really? Is that any sort of language for the Oval Office? Well, I put it to the Senate and they decided that yes, you have a sweet butt. You're a terrible president. Oren laughed. I know. Listen. The speech is 3 days away and it's locked. That almost never happens. Kevin had really knocked it out of the park on this one. Emmy bit her lip. Good. I'm glad. You okay? Oren must have picked up on the hesitation in her voice. Of course. Look, the state dinner tonight. I want you to know that if I had my way, you'd be there right next to me. We have to be realistic, darling. Oh, Oren, someone's banging on my door. I have to go. Tomorrow then? Tomorrow. Emmy pulled open her front door, but her heart failed. Kevin McKee smiled at her, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and chuckled. You look like you've seen a ghost, Emmy. May I come in? Numbly, she stood aside and let him in, glancing around for any potential weapons she could use if he attacked her. Her service pistol was in the bedroom. She was quick, but Kevin was a big guy. He smiled at her. I'm sorry to intrude, but I wanted to talk to you about something. She nodded stiffly. Can I get you a drink? Coffee would be great, thanks. He looked around her apartment. Your boyfriend lives here too? None of your damn business. No. I only have instant coffee, I'm afraid. Love the stuff. She went into the kitchen, her nerves tingling and on edge as she filled the kettle. Turning toward the cupboard, she yelped in alarm. Kevin was standing directly behind her. Sorry, I should have said something. His hand was on her face, and Emmy stepped backward. Kevin smiled. My apologies again. I didn't mean to scare you, lovely Emmy. Okay, this was just getting weird. So, he said, heaving himself onto her kitchen counter, his body language casual, friendly. I hear you've been up at Princeton asking questions. Anything I can help you with? Careful now, careful. I was. Your name came up naturally given what you achieved there, but I was there to ask about Max Neal. Kevin nodded slowly. Max matriculated there after me, but I did meet him a couple of times. I found him unimpressive. In what way? He had all the fire and bluster of a militant, and none of the conviction. Emmy, can I be honest? Please. She handed him a cup of coffee, and he thanked her. In my opinion, the Secret Service is placing way too much faith in Max Neal. From what I know, I simply don't think he has the organization, money, or connections to launch an assault on the president. Emmy took this in. Instead of directly answering him, she decided to go another way. I'm more interested in his military record. I know he served. She met Kevin's gaze. I'm wondering if something happened to him over there to make him this angry. So angry he could blow up a gymnasium full of kids. Kevin held her gaze steadily. He was always that angry, Emmy. Some people just do bad things. Emmy sipped her coffee. Have you ever done a bad thing, Kevin? There was a silence, and then he smiled. Are you flirting with me, Agent Satie? But she smiled. No, just joking around. Kevin, why did you come here? His smile faded. Emmy, I came here to warn you. Her adrenaline spiked as Kevin jumped off the counter. As a friend, your late-night visits to the Lincoln bedroom. Oh damn. Emmy kept her face blank. I'm sorry? Kevin smiled. I'm just saying, people know, and people who aren't the friends of the president know. I just wanted you to be prepared if anything should happen. So, it's a friendly warning? She knew exactly what this was. Stop sticking your nose in my business, or I'll leak you're sleeping with the president. He had her there. Creep? Kevin touched her face again, and she tried not to flinch. Gosh, you're beautiful. I can see why he fell for you, Emmy. I just want you both to be happy. He checked his watch. Damn, I have to get back for the state dinner. Will you be working on it? He made her sound like a hooker touting for Johns. No, I'm off duty tonight. I'll be at the speech on Friday. Well, I'll see you then. Thanks for the coffee. And he was gone. Emmy closed the door after him and locked it. Creep? How he had known she was looking into his military record, she didn't know, but it wasn't as if she had found anything. All the doors she'd tried in the last month had been slammed in her face. What the hell was Kevin McKee hiding? She felt uneasy in her own home after McKee's visit, and tucking her service pistol in her waistband, she went across the hall to see Marge and spent the evening with her neighbor. At midnight she went home, making sure all the doors and windows were locked, and slipped her gun under her pillow. Her tension only eased when her phone bleeped with a message. Miss you being beside me. I love you. Oh.
Chapter 23.
The ballroom at the Kennedy Center was packed for the president's speech on Friday night. Emmy, Duke, and a dozen other agents were milling around, checking all the security arrangements that had been in place for weeks. Backstage, Lucas and a number of other agents were waiting for the president to arrive, and when he did, Orrin greeted them. Hey fellas. How's it looking, Lucas? As they walked through the hallways, Orrin caught sight of Emmy at the far end of the corridor. She had on a long white figure-hugging dress, her long hair down, and Orrin's heart nearly stopped. The woman I love. He wanted to yell it out, scream it out, and take her in his arms in front of the audience, the press, the world. To heck with what they thought. She turned and caught his eye and smiled. Orrin touched his heart, subtle but meaningful, before he was escorted to the stage. Emmy took up her post at the side of the stage, her eyes raking the audience as Orrin began to speak. The feeling that something would happen tonight had returned, and she had been unable to sleep last night because of it. She had gone over every detail of the security plan that night, even checking places that the team had gone over again and again. Orrin's voice was warm and friendly, and she wanted to listen to what he was saying, but something was nagging at her. She kept Kevin McKee in her sights, as well as the audience of invited guests. Her eyes swept over every single person, and locked on one man in particular. He was fairly innocuous, white, middle-aged, and bearded, sitting with someone Emmy vaguely recognized from the pages of a magazine. The reason he piqued her interest was because of the way he was looking at McKee and then the president. Was he waiting for a signal? The rest of the speech went off without incident, however, and it wasn't until the audience were standing and applauding that Emmy saw him reach into his pocket. Her senses up, the room began to go into slow motion as she saw the glint of something in his hand. No? No way. Emmy threw herself at Orrin, just as her whole world exploded in pain. Bedlam. Orrin was dragged off the stage by Lucas and Duke just as the gunshots rang out, but all he could see was his love, his Emmy, prone on the floor, eyes closed, her white dress covered in blood. He fought with his detail to get to her, but they dragged him away, a pretty impressive feat, as he screamed Emmy's name. As Lucas forced him into the car and they sped away, Orrin turned wild eyes to the security chief. Tell me she's okay, tell me she's okay. Lucas looked shell-shocked and pale. Mr. President, we have to get you back to the White House. Orrin exploded, his terror for his romantic partner overwhelming everything. Turn the car around. Now? No, sir. We cannot do that. That's an order from your commander-in-chief. No, sir. We are going back to the White House. Lucas's voice was strong, and he fixed Orrin with a stare that said, I know. I know you're in pain, but this is how it is. Orrin slumped back into his seat with a moan. At least get someone on the phone. I want to know how she is right now. Lucas gave a stiff nod, obviously relieved Orrin was obeying him. He called Duke. What's happening? The paramedics arrived swiftly. Duke pointed them toward Emmy, who lay motionless on the dais, his mind spinning. What had just happened? The top brass had been secured, the gunman taken away, the ballroom emptied, and now Duke, his chest tightening, hurried to his friend's side. She looked paler than he'd ever seen her, fragile against the chaos. She'd been hurt badly, and her white dress was stained, a stark contrast to moments before. The paramedics worked quickly, checking for any sign of life. Emmy? Emmy, if you can hear me, squeeze my hand, one of them said gently. After a pause, she shook her head. Nothing. She's not responding. We need to get her to the hospital now, another added, urgency in his voice. Duke's phone rang as he struggled to speak. It was Lucas. They're taking her to GW now. She's hurt, Lucas, it's serious, and she's not waking up. He barely registered Lucas's response as he followed the gurney to the ambulance. I'll call you when we get there. I want to go to the hospital right now, Oren told his staff as the Secret Service gathered them in the Oval. No arguments. He looked at Moxie, who shook her head slightly in warning at him, but Oren was too upset to care. The rest of you should know. Agent Satie and I are in a serious relationship. I love her. And to think that she... His voice broke down, and Peyton came to put her arm around him. Look, let's sit. If they're taking Emmy to the hospital, she'll be in surgery for a while. Oren, sit, take a breath, and we'll figure out what to do from here. Emmy opened her eyes and took a long, painful breath in. All she could see were ceiling tiles and quick flashes of people looking down on her. It was disorientating. Oren? Duke's face, drawn and pale, came into view. Baby girl, you're awake. Thank God. Is Oren okay? Duke nodded. The president is fine, Em. You saved his life. Emmy relaxed, but as her adrenaline seeped away, the pain got worse. Shit. What happened, Duke? Damn, that hurts. Duke smiled despite himself. You've been shot, doofus. His smile faded, and he held her hand tightly. It's bad, Em. They're going to take you to surgery any minute. You promise me now, you fight, okay? She nodded. Say it aloud, Em. Duke's voice broke, and she tried to smile at him. I promise. Is he really okay? A tear dropped down Duke's cheek. He really is, kiddo. And if it helps, we had to drag him away from you. Emmy smiled, and then another face hovered into view. We're going to take you to surgery now, Emerson, and get that bullet out of you. In a matter of minutes, Emmy was in theater, and as she was put under, she wondered if she would ever wake up, but was happy knowing that even if she died, the man she loved was alive. I love you, Oren Bennett, and she was out.
Chapter 24.
Oren Bennett stood at the lectern in the White House press room and waited for the media to settle down. It had been a week since the shooting, a week since his darling love Emmy had taken that bullet for him. 3 days since the press had found out about his and Emmy's relationship, Kevin McKee's parting gift before he was arrested for conspiracy in the attempted murder of the president. 2 days since Emmy's research had finally come up with the goods on Max Neal and Kevin McKee's shared history and friendship. 1 day since Emmy had finally woken up from a coma. They'd operated on her and removed the bullet, but she lost so much blood that it was touch and go. When finally Lucas Harper had allowed Oren to go to the hospital, he hadn't left her side. He told his team not to interfere with the running of the hospital, but he was staying by Emmy's side. The press had caught wind of it, of course, and the media had been full of speculation until Kevin confirmed it all in the last moments of his job. Now, Oren stood in front of the press to make the most important statement of his political life. Thanks for coming, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be making a short statement, then I'll take any questions you might have. He cleared his throat and stood tall, his hands on the podium. A week ago, my life was saved from an assassin's bullet by an exemplary member of the U.S. Secret Service. Her name is Emerson Satie. Emmy. Emmy is her name, and she is not only a national hero, she is the woman I love. A few days ago, former communications director Kevin McKee was arrested for conspiracy based on Emmy's investigation into the threats made against me. Before that, he leaked to the press details of my relationship with Emerson Satie. Oren, his face set and grim, looked at every member of the press corps. And some of you have tried to destroy Agent Satie's character based on gossip and rumor. You know who you are. Shame on you. Shame on you. That young woman is a hero. You have painted her as a gold-digging, unprofessional tramp. Shame on you. So here, for the record, is the true story, not that it is in any way your business. Oren could see Moxie out of the corner, looking worried about what he was going to say, but he didn't care anymore. I fell in love with Emmy Satie the moment I saw her. Over the course of many weeks, we had the opportunity to talk, and it became clear that a mutual attraction existed between us. A month ago, we began a discreet, intimate relationship. Agent Satie recused herself, ironically, from my protection, and concentrated on investigating the threats against me and the connection to the bombing at the school in Maryland. Agent Satie also informed her superiors of the relationship and offered her resignation, which was not accepted by Lucas Harper, and I would not be alive today if he had. Oren paused. Over the past few weeks, I've been given advice from many sources about who I should love, who they should be, and what the American public will accept. I say to you now, last night, I asked Emerson Satie to be my wife. Your First Lady. And if you think that an American heroine is not fit to be First Lady, then by all means, vote me out of office in 3.5 years' time. Now I'll take your questions. Across town in George Washington Hospital, Marge and Tim were whooping with delight at the president's words as Emmy looked on, blushing furiously and smiling. Oren's words were a shot of pure morphine to her aching body. Marge nudged her. Well? Come on, don't leave us in suspense. What did you say? Emmy's eyes shone. I said yes, of course, she said softly and groaned as Marge hugged her. Oops, sorry, Moo. Oh, Moo. First Lady. Damn, you'll be too fancy for the likes of us now. Tim grinned at her, and she was happy to see no rancor or recrimination in his eyes. I will be, she sniffed haughtily. In fact, who are you people? How did you get in? She giggled as they both stuck out their tongues at her. Marge and Tim were quite the double act these days. Tim nodded wisely. Listen, do they know about the chronic farting? And the snoring? Don't forget the snoring. The kleptomania, Tim added, and Marge cackled. The weird fetish magazines. Emmy chuckled. You mean National Geographic? Those ones? Emmy listened to their teasing, but before long, she found herself falling asleep again. When she woke, Tim and Marge had left, and next to her, his fingers linked in hers, was her fiancé. Her Oren. The man she loved. Hey you. He looked up, and his eyes lit up. Hey beautiful. How are you feeling? So much better after seeing your press conference. You really gave it to them. They deserved it. He stroked her face. Emerson Satie, have you any idea how much I love you? At least as much as I love you, Mr. President. Oren grinned. Say the words again to me, Emmy, so I can start to believe my good fortune. Will you marry me? Emmy smiled at him. Yes, Oren Bennett, I will marry you. I just had to be sure. He leaned his forehead against hers. I'm the most selfish man on the planet because I'm asking you to give up so much, so much, and I feel like I'm reaping all the rewards. Nah. I nabbed the President of the United States. I won the lottery. She giggled to show she was just kidding, and Oren laughed. Seriously, he said, it's going to be a rough ride from here on in. Sure you want to do it? With you? Hell yes. Let's make a difference. She winced and shifted a little, pressing the meds button to release a shot of morphine. Oren, tell me again about Kevin McKee. I'm sure I didn't take it all in the other day. You were right. He served with Max Neal in Iraq. What we found out from the military is that Kevin and Max were involved in some of the standoff with a bunch of Iraqi teenagers. Things went south. Long story short, Neal took the fall for Kevin big time. Kevin got his record sealed. Strange what old family money can do, and yeah, he fooled us all. Why did he want you dead? Oren shook his head. He didn't. I was the favor Max Neal called in, or he would have gone public. Kevin told the agency that he was looking for Neal too, that if he found him first, Neal would have gotten the bullet. Oren sighed, smoothing a hand over her forehead. But he sent those men to kill you and Martin Carlson. He thought Max Neal had told Carlson about the incident in Iraq, and Carlson had told you. Gosh. Emmy felt sick. She'd let that man into her apartment. Oren shook his head. Kevin admitted he went to your apartment to kill you, but couldn't do it. He just gave me a warning. Stupid man. If anything, that made me more determined to find out about him. Emmy sighed. So really, it had very little to do with the Ellis case? Yup. But you paid the price, darling, and I'm so sorry. Hey, Emmy said with a soft smile. I'm going to be fine, Oren. I would take that bullet over and over again for you, you know that. Oren winced and placed his hand over her wounded belly. Never again. Never. He kissed her gently. From now on, Emmy, good things only, I swear. Having said that, we may have a fight on our hands. Emmy grinned at him. So what else is new?
Chapter 25. 1 month later.
There was a field of press waiting for Emmy to leave the hospital, and she felt a wave of nerves flood her. Moxie and Issa had drilled her on the questions she would face, and Emmy realized this was her life now. She glanced up at Oren with panic in her eyes, but he smiled at her and took her hand. Don't worry, baby, he said in a low voice. This will be easy. She appreciated the lie, but knew this was only the first challenge. The hospital insisted that she leave in a wheelchair as per hospital policy, and Oren told them in no uncertain terms that he would be the one pushing the wheelchair. To his astonishment and to Emmy's, Moxie had been supportive. Good, that's good. If we're really going to do this, then we need to make sure we're all in. And the visuals will be good, too. She looked apologetically at Emmy. Sorry, Em, but from now on that will always be a consideration. I know. But her stomach still roiled with nerves. She had already been freaked out by the fact that Lucas was no longer her boss, but her protector. They'd both been sad the day she had officially quit her job at the agency. But Lucas, you can bet I'll use my position to champion the agency. Lucas had smiled at her. I know you will, Em. I'm so sorry for embarrassing you, for letting you down. He gaped at her. You did no such thing, Emerson Satie. You saved the life of the President of the United States. Your investigative work helped bring a traitor to justice. You are a credit to the service. Except the whole sleeping with the president thing. But she smiled at his words. Thank you, Lucas. For everything. For how you treated me after Zach, for mentoring me. Now, as Oren pushed her wheelchair out of the doors of the hospital, Emmy took a deep breath in. Oren bent down and kissed her cheek. I love you, he murmured, more than anything. Emmy smiled up at him, told him she loved him, and then turned to face her future. The end.
An Impossible Love Extended Epilogue. A White House Wedding.
Former Secret Service agent Emmy Satie is about to become the wife of the President of the United States and the country's First Lady. Knowing the full weight of her new responsibilities and with the upcoming glitzy White House wedding to look forward to, Emmy is relieved when Oren announces he is taking her away for a private vacation. Well, as private as the president can ever get. Guests of a billionaire philanthropist, Emmy and Oren travel to a small private island in the Pacific, and alone at last, they spend a week really getting to know each other and discovering things about each other that surprise them both. When a rogue paparazzo somehow gets on the island, though, their happiness is put at risk when revealing photos of Emmy are published in the American press. Returning to Washington, the couple has to face outrage from the conservative press as they prepare for the biggest day of their lives. Emerson Satie looked at her former employer and grinned. Lucas, isn't this all so very strange? Lucas laughed. You'd think so, but no. You and the president make sense together. We all think so. And it's an honor for us to protect you, Em. Hey, I guess you'll be Mrs. Bennett for us soon. Gosh, no. It's Emmy, okay? Emmy groaned. Please? I've already been schooled on what to wear, how to talk, and what to say. Please let this one thing remain the same. She uncurled her legs from under her and glanced at the clock. I have to admit, I'm looking forward to this vacation. The last bit of normal. On a private tropical island, Lucas finished for her, and they both laughed. Yeah, I know. Emmy made a face at him, and suddenly she felt the nerves fluttering in her chest. Am I crazy for doing this, Lucas? He shook his head. No. I can see you're scared, and I also think that if you weren't terrified, then you wouldn't be ready. You can do this, Em, and not only with style, but I think you'll make a real difference to people. There's never been a First Lady of Indian descent. You're already groundbreaking. Which would be a big deal if I were still connected to that community. She chewed her lip, and Lucas patted her hand. Em, there's plenty of time to worry about that, build bridges. For now, just enjoy your vacation. She smiled at him. Who are you sending with us? Some agents who don't know you well, so there's no chance of embarrassment. Lucas chuckled, and Emmy sighed with relief. She hated the idea of Duke being on the island while she and Oren enjoyed themselves uninhibited. Thank you, Lucas. I owe you one. I owe you several. After Lucas had gone, Emmy went to check that she'd packed everything she needed. For the moment, while she and Oren were just engaged, she had kept her apartment, not wanting to cause waves by moving into the White House unmarried, even if it was the 21st century. People still judge unmarried couples even now. Emmy was learning just how much of her life would be coming under scrutiny as she joined the first family. Or rather, as she and Oren became the first family. Moxie had sat down with her. You've seen what it's like for other well-known political families. You're royalty, and as such, every part of your life will be open. Even your body. If you put on a few pounds or lose too much weight, everyone will have an opinion. After you're married, womb watch will begin. Emmy had laughed. Womb watch? Oh yes. As if you weren't successful enough, your whole life will be judged by the children you have. Or don't have. Emmy felt a little uncomfortable. We've never had that discussion. To be honest, there hasn't been time. The only time children ever came up was after my surgery. Oren happened to be in the room when the doctor told me that the bullet hadn't affected my ability to have kids. But we have never talked about it. The press, the crazies on the internet, they'll all want to know the most intimate details of your life. Moxie looked sympathetic as Emmy paled. Look, we'll protect you as much as we can, of course, but it pays to know this upfront. Finally, that night, she and Oren climbed aboard the private jet and flew down to the island. Emmy fell asleep on the plane as Oren was finishing up some paperwork, and then she felt him pick her up and carry her to the small bedroom at the rear of the plane. He lay down beside her, and she wriggled into his arms. You tired, baby? She nodded, and he chuckled. Mox told me she'd given you a hard time. Not really. She was just trying to prepare me for the press intrusion. Emmy pressed her lips against Oren's. But I'm not worrying about it on this vacation. This is for us. You bet it is, and I'm going to do some very, very naughty things to you, Miss Satie. Emmy giggled. I can't wait. Until now, they'd had to consider who was standing outside the Lincoln bedroom, but on the island, Oren had negotiated a privacy zone, which meant they could be as uninhibited as they chose. And we choose, he said to her now, trailing his lips along her jawline. Emmy smiled. Luckily, I got to pack my own case, Emmy said, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. I might have slipped in a few surprises. Oh, really? Oren chuckled at her exaggerated eyebrow wiggle. Well, I brought plenty of neckties, but no suits. Creative, she teased, a delighted shiver running through her as Oren brushed a gentle kiss across her shoulder. His touch was soft and attentive, stirring a warmth that made her heart race. Emmy ran her fingers through his hair as he traced a tender path down her side with light kisses, pausing at her stomach. It had been 6 months since her shooting, and though she was fully healed, a faint scar remained, a quiet reminder of that awful day. Oren pressed his lips to it gently, then carefully slid her skirt down, easing it off her hips. He burst into laughter when he saw her choice of underwear. Seriously? Hello, kitty. Emmy laughed. I thought you might enjoy that. They're cute, but they've got to go, Oren said with a playful grin, eyeing the pile of pillows on the couch between them. Oh, do they now? Emmy replied, her smile growing at the confident lilt in his voice. He nodded, his eyes twinkling as he gently tossed the pillows aside. Now your commander-in-chief requests a little more room, he teased, scooting closer with a light-hearted nudge. Emmy laughed softly as he settled beside her, their shoulders brushing. He looked at her, his gaze warm and appreciative. One of the most beautiful sights I've ever seen, he murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead, sending a flutter through her chest. Emmy sighed, charmed by his playful tone. His hand found hers, resting there lightly as he continued to share sweet words, pulling soft giggles from her until she felt light and carefree. Her heart raced, and a wave of joy washed over her, leaving her beaming with happiness. Open up a little more, he whispered with a grin, nudging her to scoot closer still. He moved with ease, their bond growing as he held her gaze. Emmy leaned into the moment, caught up in the warmth between them. He squeezed her hands gently, his eyes steady and full of affection. She felt a surge of delight saying his name with a laugh, and as they shared a quiet, joyful moment, she whispered how much he meant to her, her words spilling out with a smile. 3 days later, Emmy found herself wishing they could stay forever. The island was breathtaking, lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and the sun shining relentlessly overhead. Her skin, already dark, had taken on a warm copper glow, and their days were filled with adventure, hiking through the hills, exploring the island, and wandering the small town unnoticed. Their security detail kept a polite distance, allowing them the freedom to roam unrecognized among the island's people. The best part, Emmy thought, were the evenings and nights. They'd cook together in the spacious, well-equipped kitchen, laughing and talking easily, and for a moment, she could imagine this as their everyday life. She knew it couldn't last, but she was determined to cherish every second of their time here. They'd shared tender moments throughout the cabin, but tonight she had something special in mind. She smiled to herself as she arranged a few surprises on the bed, little gifts she'd brought along. Oren was waiting in the living room, playfully banished until she was ready. Emmy shed her day clothes and slipped into a sleek, stylish outfit she'd ordered online, a striking ensemble of soft straps that hugged her frame perfectly, accentuating her figure. For an extra touch, she'd borrowed one of Oren's white dress shirts from his White House closet, sneaking it into her luggage. She was pretty sure he wouldn't mind. She unleashed her long dark hair from its ponytail and brushed it out, letting it fall in soft dark waves down her back, then pulled its weight over one shoulder. She didn't bother with makeup, it would only smear and look awful later. Emmy stepped slowly from the bedroom into the living room, her movements deliberate. Oren perched on the back of the couch, glancing up as she approached. He let out a low whistle. Wow, Emmy, you look incredible, he said, his voice warm with admiration. She flashed a teasing smile and took his hand, guiding it gently beneath the shirt. I've been thinking about you, Mr. President, she murmured. Oren's breath hitched. Emmy. His fingers brushed against the straps, and his eyebrows rose in surprise. She leaned into him, whispering in his ear, Unwrap your gift, sir. Grinning at her playful tone, Oren began unbuttoning the shirt, peeling it back to reveal the straps framing her shoulders. Oh, you're full of surprises, what's this? He asked, delight in his voice. Emmy just smiled, her hand resting lightly on his chest as he slid the shirt off, his eyes lighting up with appreciation when he saw the stylish ensemble accentuating her figure. You're amazing, he breathed. She kissed him then, fiercely, her lips pressing against his with eager intensity. Oren pulled her close with one arm, the other hand resting gently at her side, deepening their connection. Emmy tugged his shirt open with a playful grin, and they tumbled backward onto the couch, laughing as they wrestled with each other's clothes. Hurry up already, she teased, and he chuckled, shedding his shirt as she urged him on. You'd better make this night unforgettable, Mr. President. You bet I will, he promised with a grin. He drew her close. His gaze stayed locked on hers, tender yet intense. You're the most captivating person I've ever met, he said, his voice low and earnest. Less talking, more action. Later he led her to bed, where they lingered together slowly, savoring the quiet closeness. He helped her slip out of the straps, smiling softly. "Did you enjoy that?" He grinned at her. "I like very, very much." He chuckled. "I'm just wondering what the American public would think if they knew how sensual their future First Lady is." "Huh? Do you care?" "Hell no." He propped himself up on his elbow and smiled down at her. "Every man in this country envies the hell out of me." "Smug," she said, giggling, and he laughed. "You bet I ain't." His smile was soft. "Seriously, Em? I don't care how hard it is. We're going to make time and space for us, whatever my job throws at us." Emmy nodded. "I know." She was quiet then, and Oren cupped her cheek in his hand. "Baby, I'll never, ever forget what you gave up for me. I swear, when you're First Lady, you'll have carte blanche to pursue your own agenda. Have you thought about what it might be?" Emmy nodded. "A few things. Women, of course, and breaking the glass ceiling." She grinned. "I'm coming for you, men." Oren laughed. "Good. We need our asses kicked. Anything else?" Her smile faded a little. "Personal safety. I'm tired of women having to think about personal safety whenever we leave the house. Honestly, even you most enlightened men don't know what it's like to not be able to go for a walk at night or vacation alone without considering whether a man might harm or kill me. We're not free. We need to educate boys, from a young age, that women aren't merely there for their physical gratification. That self-control is a real thing." She smiled ruefully. "I went off. Sorry, it's just, I'm tired of it. Most women are." Oren kissed her. "You are my heroine, Emerson Satie, you really are. The country is so lucky to have you." She returned his kiss, and they lingered together late into the night, eventually drifting off in each other's arms. Emmy stepped out of the cool shower, quickly toweling off. The heat outside the air-conditioned villa hovered in the low 90s, and the idea of dressing felt unbearable. Instead, she slipped into Oren's white shirt, letting it hang loosely over her frame, and padded into the kitchen where he was preparing brunch. "Yum," she said, snagging a strawberry with a grin. His gaze lingered on her, warm with affection and appreciation. "Exactly what I was thinking," Oren replied, leaning down to kiss her softly. "Skipping clothes today?" "Nah." Emmy strolled to the French window, sliding it open to breathe in the salty ocean air. "It's so hot out there." "Couldn't agree more," he teased, his voice playful. She glanced back at him with a smirk. "Then why don't you join me over here?" Oren's grin widened. He set down the kitchen knife, wiped his hands, and crossed the room. "Whatever you say, ma'am." He wrapped his arms around her, one hand resting lightly on her waist, the other brushing her side as he pressed a kiss to her neck. Emmy leaned into him, sighing contentedly. Just as her eyes fluttered shut, 2 flashes of light flickered on the horizon out at sea, and she snapped alert. At that moment, their Secret Service detail burst through the trees beside the house. Emmy yelped, instinctively pressing closer to Oren to shield herself. "Excuse me, sir, ma'am, we have a situation," one of them said urgently. "Please get back inside the house." Oren lifted Emmy into his arms and spun them back inside. Emmy wrapped the shirt tighter around her, her face red. Oren looked at the agent. "Security? We think it's a paparazzo. Please stay seated until we can confirm your safety." "In that case, can someone go get my robe?" Emmy said shyly. Greg, her old friend and colleague, smiled at her. "Sure thing, Em. I mean, it's still Em, Greg." He winked at her and went to fetch her robe. She thanked him and wrapped it gratefully around her. They sat on the couch as they waited for the other agent to report back. 20 minutes later, he came in. "Yep, photographer, but he emailed the photos off before we could retrieve them, and he won't give up the paper." "Damn it." Oren stood now. Emmy felt sick. "So a newspaper somewhere is going to publish naked photos of me with Oren?" She looked at Oren, her eyes full of tears. I'm so sorry, honey. You have nothing to apologize for. Oren looked at Greg and the other agent. I need to call Moxie. Moxie was sympathetic and matter-of-fact. We leaned into it. Say they are what they are, intrusive photographs taken in a private moment. But 3 days later, when the story broke as they were flying back to Washington, D.C., Emmy stared unhappily at the photos of her, naked, all on display, and felt like crying. All the reports intimated that she was loose, a tramp, the president's tramp. One of the seedier websites actually called her that. Oren was furious. Find out who the publisher is, and get his ass in the Oval tomorrow. No, Mr. President. Moxie's voice rang out from the speakerphone, confident and firm. We stick to the original plan. You haul in the publisher, you'll look weak. Issa will tell the press, in the strongest terms, that we condemn the invasion of privacy, and leave it at that. She'll get other questions. Yes, she will, but there's a reason you picked Issa to be press secretary, Mr. President. She can handle this crisis. Emmy couldn't listen anymore. She got up and went to the bedroom at the back of the plane. At least this wasn't Air Force One with its huge staff all staring at her, seeing her shame. She laid down on the bed and let the tears come. A few minutes later she heard the door open, then Oren lay down beside her, sliding his arms around her, burying his face in her hair. This is all my fault, she whispered. I screwed up. I took the first test, and I failed it completely. I'm so sorry, Oren. You did not screw anything up, Em. This is the work of some of the seedier media outlets, and it happens to everyone in some way or another. Do you think other presidents haven't had to deal with this? Worse than a beautiful woman with no clothes on? Emmy turned to face him. It was such a rookie mistake. I'm an ex-agent, geez, I know about this stuff. She shook her head. Maybe we should have stayed undercover. Oren tilted her head up so she met his eyes. I love you, Emerson Satie, and damn it, I want the world to know how much. We're getting married in a week. Nothing is going to spoil that. Emmy looked into his eyes and saw the fire in them. This man loved her. That was all that mattered, surely. Back at the White House, Moxie hugged her. Ride the storm, Em, she said. It'll be fine. The wedding will prove to be too big a distraction for anyone to remember this in a week. And I've seen you in your dress, remember? You'll blow everyone away. She looked around. Where's Oren? Emmy frowned. I thought he was behind me. Maybe he went to see Issa? Moxie pondered, then groaned. Oh gosh. What? I know where he's gone. Moxie and Emmy rushed through the West Wing to the press room, but they were too late. Oren was about to speak to the huddled press corps. Issa looked apologetically at Moxie. I couldn't stop him. They could hardly rush the stage and pull Oren away from the microphone. Instead, Emmy clutched Moxie's hand and waited to hear what her romantic partner was about to say. Would he lose his temper with them? Hey folks, Oren began amiably. I hardly need to tell you that in the last couple of days, there's been a little furor. The press corps laughed, but it was clear they were waiting for a lecture. So, Oren said, here's my statement on the matter. Newsflash. Then he grinned. Here's your headline. Man has intimacy with his beautiful fiancée. That is all. Thanks, guys. He walked off to laughter and a very relieved Emmy and Moxie. Oren winked at Moxie. You were worried? I was. But you nailed it. Oren hugged Emmy. So now, can we focus on our wedding? Emmy gave a low chuckle. You bet we can. She looked up at Oren. Thank you, baby. Your support really means the world to me. 7 days later, and the major networks were all covering the White House wedding. The White House was full of television people and visiting dignitaries, but all Emmy could concentrate on was marrying the man she loved. She had asked Duke, her old friend and colleague, to escort her down the aisle, and now as she walked, she saw her friends in the congregation. Marge, her adored neighbor, held the leash of their dog Major, who wagged his tail when he saw his mistress. Tim, Zach's cousin from Australia, grinned at her as she moved along in the crowd. Her old boss, Lucas Harper, had insisted on covering the security for the wedding, but she saw him watching her with an almost paternal smile. Orrin was waiting for her as she stepped up to the peony-covered altar. Orrin, his eyes shining, just shook his head in delighted bemusement. "And I thought you couldn't get more beautiful." Emmy flushed, smiling. She wore a simple white dress, not wanting anything over the top or ostentatious, and the dress was handmade, in the style of a sari to celebrate her heritage. Her hair was down, falling in soft waves down her back, and a single peony was tucked behind her ear. Around her neck was a delicate white gold chain with a single solitaire diamond, a gift from Orrin. They were married in what seemed a flash, and then the party began. Emmy was introduced to kings and queens, heads of state, prime ministers and celebrities, and it was many hours before finally she and Orrin could escape back to the Lincoln bedroom. They changed into casual clothes, neither of them tired despite the late hour and busy day, and Orrin opened a bottle of champagne as they sat out on the balcony, watching the fireworks display in honor of their wedding. Orrin took her hand. "First Lady." Emmy chuckled, shaking her head. "That is going to take some getting used to. As long as I'm always your First Lady, Orrin Bennett." He smiled and kissed her. "Always and forever, baby." He ran a finger down her cheek. "You ready for this?" Emmy grinned and kissed him again. "You bet I am, Mr. President," and they both laughed as the fireworks exploded above their heads and the night lit up with a billion stars. The end.
Sneak peek for Billionaire's Quarry. We hope you enjoyed listening to An Impossible Love by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Billionaire's Quarry by Michelle Love. Billionaire's Quarry, a bad boy romance. The Prey. Mercy.
When a 2.5-year-old little girl gets pissed, everyone knows it. She makes sure of it. I inherited my niece and nephew 2 years ago when their parents and my parents were going out for a night on the town, while I stayed home to babysit the 2 little ones. A terrible auto accident claimed all 4 lives that were in my father's car that night. The accident changed me from the fun aunt to responsible mother in the blink of an eye. I've taken to it well, I think. It made me hurry up and figure out what's real in this life. I was 24 when that happened. Still young and free, single and alone. With the responsibility of the kids, I grew up overnight. It became apparent that I needed to start making money. I had my business degree and had done nothing with it at that time. With a few interviews, I managed to gain a managerial position at a Dallas luxury spa, and I've done well. I have to say, the hardest part of being a parent is dropping the kids off at daycare. They just never seem to want to go. I suppose because it's so early, and they'd much rather be sleeping. I know I would. I have to get up an extra hour early every day to get them to their daycare so I can get to work. At times I do wish I had help. A man to even out some of the chores that come along with taking care of a feisty 4-year-old boy and a 2.5-year-old girl might be nice. But then again, he might just get in my way. Mia holds on tight to the car door as Carter stands in a sleepy daze, waiting for me to drag his sister away from the car and into the little building which they call home every Monday through Friday, from 6 in the morning until 6 at night. I wish there was another way, but so far I haven't found it. Mia, baby, please come on. Let go of the door, honey. You're going to have fun. You always do, I beg her. No. I want to go with you, she screams at the top of her lungs. Another mother passes by as she takes her sleeping kids past us as quickly as she can. One crying kid can set off a chain reaction. No one wants that. She gives me the stink eye, and I duck my head with feelings of inadequacy and continue to beg my niece to stop being a drama queen. Mia, how about we make a deal? I promise to take you kids to the pizza place when I pick you up. You can play in the ball pit, and I'll give you all the tokens you want. Please. Do it, Mia, Carter says with an air of authority in his 4-year-old southern drawl with a slight lisp. Miraculously, she stops crying and screaming and says, "K." Her hands release the car door and she turns to hang on to me, slipping her arms around my neck. I love you, Aunt Mercy. Running my hand over her disheveled blonde locks, I try to tame them a little. With her tantrum, one would never know I not only brushed her hair but ran my straightener through it too, to calm her unruly curls into some type of submission. Now they're everywhere like a wild child's. Carter slips his hand into mine as we finally make our way up the sidewalk to the front door of the yellow building with a red roof. That's how I initially got the kids to come inside of the building when we first came here, 2 years ago. It resembled a McDonald's, and they didn't cry one bit. Until I left them here, that is. The kids suffer a bit from separation anxiety. We've been in counseling to help with that. When one's parents walk out the door with a kiss and a hug and a promise to return but never do, it can leave a scar on your brain and your soul. Since I lost my mother, father, and only other sibling in the accident, I can empathize with the kids. It's not easy to take each day as it comes. Sometimes you just want to kick something or someone because life doesn't seem fair. Life is hard, and you have to become hard to deal with it. I try not to let that philosophy of mine rub off on the kids. Mostly because our therapist told me not to. She's pretty strict with me. She lets me know that I can grieve and feel somewhat sorry for myself now and then, but my main responsibility to the children my sister left behind is bigger than anything else. She's right, and I know that. My sister, Hope, and I were only 2 years apart. She was the oldest, and I was the baby, though not treated very much like one. We were treated like twins. She and I looked a lot alike. And we wore the same size. I inherited her wardrobe as well as her kids, so that was a plus, as her husband kept her in the latest styles, a thing I couldn't afford on a part-time salary as a waitress at that time. I spot the teacher for my niece's room and hand her over. Mia is all smiles now as she goes to the older woman. "Hi, Mrs. Jensen. Guess what?" The woman smiles and tweaks her nose as she holds her on her hip. "What do you have to tell me, Mia?" With a huge grin, she says, "Aunt Mercy is taking us to get pizza and play games after school today." "How nice of her," she says, then puts Mia down and sends her off to put her little backpack, filled with her things, away. "So, being a Friday, have you made any fun weekend plans?" I shake my head as I watch Carter go to his room down the hallway. "Bye, Carter. See you at 6, I call out after him. Just before he goes into the door, he looks back at me and waves. My heart melts a little as I see he's smiling, as I guess he's thinking about tonight and how much fun he's going to have playing the games at the restaurant. Such little things can make them so happy, it's amazing. Mrs. Jensen takes my attention as she says, "You know, Mia, my daughter is taking some childhood development courses. She could use the practice and would babysit for free if you'd like to make some plans anytime. She's free most every night. It would actually be a help to her, as she has to clock a lot of hours with one-on-one time with children of various ages. It would help her a lot if you let her babysit even a couple of weekends a month. The kids already have to spend so much time away from me because of work. I hate to do that to them," I say as I turn to leave. "But thanks for telling me, anyway." "Mia, you need a life, young lady," she calls out after me. I wave back at her and walk away. No one knows what it's like to have so much on your shoulders and be all alone with it. My life is with those kids. I am their life now, and there's really no room for anyone else anyway. I suppose this is how spinsters are made.
Jude.
The shrill sound of Ariel's voice as she yells at the woman doing her pedicure has me flinching. I look at the phone in my hand as I sit in the chair across from her and try to act as if she's not with me. "You're a moron," she shouts. Briefly, I glance up and see the poor woman who has the misfortune of getting Ariel as her client today seems to be upset. Her hands are shaking, and her face is pale. I should say something to Ariel about not treating people so harshly, but then she might turn that nasty temper on me, and I'd rather not deal with that. Ariel is from a wealthy family, just like I am. Rich from birth, has us a little less tolerable of people. I can't explain it. It just is that way. I'm not as bad as she is, but then again I'm from Texas and she's from New York. The South demands a certain amount of hospitality and manners, whereas the New York socialites don't seem to care too much about such things. I live in a monstrous mansion that my grandfather had built when they discovered oil on his ranch. Since that time, some 60 years ago, he managed to buy several more properties where oil was discovered, and now we are rolling in the dough. I've lived a carefree life, full of the things which come along with an endless supply of money. I've been to the best schools for reasons I do not know. College is where I met my occasional gal pal, Ariel. She was an art major. She nor I do anything with the degrees we've earned. I'm never going to do anything but live off the money that goes straight into accounts for me. My degree is nearly useless. To me it is, anyway. I hold a master's in kinesiology. I know every muscle and every way to get them in the best possible shape they can be in. I use the information I have acquired for myself, and that's about it. I've built a home gym others can only dream about. I also have a body most others can only dream about. Some might call me arrogant, but I think I'm just being honest about my fantastic attributes. I do work hard on making my body this buff, after all. Why not be proud of basically the only achievement I've ever really made? I'm the oldest in my family of 6. Mom and Dad are still together by some miracle, and they had the 4 of us each 3 years apart. I just turned 30 a couple of months ago, and we all went to Greece for the occasion. To say I'm spoiled is just a matter of opinion. Do I get anything I ask for? Well, yes, I do. Do I ask for a lot of things? Again, the answer is yes. I want the latest things just like anyone else does. A robot butler, an expensive drone, expensive watches that I never wear. Those are things I like to call eccentric collections. They're fun to purchase and mess with now and then. It makes life interesting. Much like Ariel is making the lives of the staff here at the luxurious Dallas Day Spa interesting on this Friday afternoon. With another quick glance at the shrieking Ariel, I see another young woman has joined the poor older woman who was doing Ariel's toes. She seems as upset as the other woman, and I don't see how anyone will be able to calm the mad hen of a woman down. This is frustrating for me, as I had high hopes this little spa day would settle her a bit. She's had jet lag since she flew in last night and has been unable to satisfy my physical needs. I foresee leaving her at the mansion on her own this evening and finding a nightclub full of women who've drunk away their inhibitions and are ready to get down and dirty with me. We'll have to see how this plays out. I want to speak to someone in management. Ariel yells, drawing more little women out of their private little cubicles to see who is causing all this racket. I will not tolerate being handled like a piece of crap. She points at the shaking woman in front of her. You have no business touching anyone's feet. None whatsoever. I am so sorry, ma'am. I didn't even know I nicked your big toe. There's no blood. There's not even a red spot where you say I did that, the woman says. I put my phone down to watch Ariel's reaction to anyone telling her such a thing. This should be good. Listen to me, you little nitwit, she shrieks at the top of her lungs. How dare you tell me that I'm lying? No, ma'am, the woman says as she shakes her head and wrings her hands. I did not say that, ma'am. I never would say that. How can you say you didn't call me a liar? Ariel asks as loud as she can. You told me there's no blood or even a red mark. Do you think I can't feel my own body? Do you think I can't feel the horrible pain at the tip of my big toe where you cut it? I didn't say that, the poor woman mutters as she looks around for help. Her eyes land on me, and I quickly pull my phone up to avoid any eye contact. She knows Ariel is with me, and I can see her asking for my help. But shit will hit the fan if I get involved. Ariel will make sure of that. I'm not about to pay for this. You can be sure of that. This entire day will have to be comped, Ariel says with a huff. Your little mistake just cost your company thousands of dollars, as my friend and I have both had massages, facials, manicures, pedicures, and the deep skin treatment that costs $3,000 each on their very own. I hope you're proud of yourself. A hush falls over the group of employees who have gathered together to ease the situation with Ariel. I find myself looking up to see why. May I ask what the problem is here? I hear a sweet feminine voice with a delicate southern drawl say. She's coming down the hallway, and I've yet to see the woman behind the voice. Back to work, please. The others disperse quickly, as the woman who is being accused of mutilating Ariel's big toe stands still with her head down. Miss Harmsworth says I cut the tip of her big toe. There is no cut or even a red mark there. Ariel turns up the volume as she shouts, I will not. The woman emerges from the hallway and lays one hand on Ariel's shoulder. I find I can't breathe as I look at the woman. She's absolutely gorgeous. Thick blonde hair hangs to her waist in a satin sheet. Her curves have curves, and they are perfectly accentuated by the form-fitting white suit she's wearing, with a skirt that goes to just above a beautiful set of knees. Knees aren't always beautiful, but hers are. Her lips are a shade of pastel pink that matches the blush on her high cheekbones, then her deep blue eyes make my heart skip a beat. Thick lush dark lashes surround those brilliant blue eyes and set them off perfectly. She turns a little, and her profile shows me her nose is a little turned up on the end, and so cute I could just kiss it. Now, Miss Harmsworth. No need to shout. I will be happy to take care of things for you. I watch Ariel's face go from red to pink, as she seems to calm down immediately with the young woman's touch and words. This lady is a miracle worker.
Mercy.
The red head in the pedicure chair has flames coming out of her head, but she seems to be calming down as I touch her shoulder. It's a technique my therapist taught me to calm people down. I find it often works well. The lady, who looks to be about 30 or so, holds up her right foot as she wiggles her big toe. See, she says with a little whimper following it. She just about took the end of my toe off. Although I don't see a thing to corroborate her accusation, I pat her shoulder and say, My, that does look painful. It's excruciating, she moans. I doubt I'll be able to wear closed-toed shoes for a month with this horrific injury. Stifling a laugh, I say, Thank goodness it's summer and sandal season. I'm so sorry about this. I walk past Rhonda, the employee who's on the ropes here. Rhonda, can you go to my office and wait for me, please? She nods and leaves as I go grab a carafe of mint julep from behind a desk in the little room. I notice a man is in here with her and has decided to sit quietly instead of helping to diffuse the situation. Putting ice in a couple of tall, skinny glasses, I toss a piece of fresh mint into each one and fill them with the alcoholic drink that will hopefully calm her the rest of the way down. I walk over to the very handsome and built like a brick house man and hand one drink to him. He smiles and I smile back, then go take the other drink to the over-the-top woman who's acting as if her toe has been chopped off. Miss Harmsworth, I'll be comping your visit with us today. Plus, that of your, I gesture to the man who is sitting quietly, sipping his drink. A boyfriend? She shakes her head. We're just friends. She gives me a wink, then whispers, with benefits. We share a giggle, and I cut my eyes to find the handsome man's cheeks growing pink. Pulling a card out of my jacket pocket that I keep for these occasions when our guests find themselves put out with my staff, I hand it to the woman. Well, how would you like it if I sent you two out on the town this evening in our VIP chauffeur-driven, brand-new, state-of-the-art limousine? This is a voucher for one of Dallas' 5-star restaurants. Anything you want will be taken care of. I pull out another card and hand it to her. Then you will be taken to the newest nightclub, where only the most elite people go. It's new and completely upscale. It's usually a members-only kind of place, but this will not only get the bouncer to let you in, It will get you anything you want and the check will be on us. She looks at the man and asks, "How does that sound to you?" He nods without saying a word, and I find him way too handsome to be with this piece of work. He seems laid back and cool and she seems like a nightmare. But that's what some of these rich men want. A complete pain of a woman. It makes no sense to me. She seems pleased as she says, "This will do. Thank you for being so professional with me. I find that refreshing. Our bills will be very high today." I wave my hand at her. Think nothing of it. And I'd love it if you came back to visit us again. I can promise you won't be getting any of our services done by Rhonda again. She nods and tilts her head to the side as she says, "I may. You have been more than nice about what the woman did. I hope you take care of her. She is not fit for this type of work." "I will take care of her, ma'am." "That is a promise," I say as I gesture to the dressing room. "Your clothes are in there. We've moved them to that dressing room for you. Please do not hesitate to give me a call if you need anything else. My name is Mercy Noland. It's written on the back of the card, attached to the VIP card I gave you." The man in the room, who has been very quiet, is already dressed in a very nice casual suit, in a chocolate color that makes his tanned features even more attractive. He gets up as I start to leave the room, and the other woman gets up and limps to the dressing room. Her antics are amazing. As I walk down the hall to go back to my office, I feel a hand touch my elbow and sparks shoot through me. "Oh. Sorry, did I startle you?" the gorgeous man asks me. He seems to have followed me, and I have no idea why that is. "A little. What can I do for you, sir?" I ask as I try hard not to look into his big brown eyes with a hint of green in them, and drool. "I'm sorry about her. She's not very even-tempered," he says, then extends his hand. "I'm Jude Hurst." I shake his hand and recognize the last name. "As in Hurst Oil and Gas?" He nods. "That's the family business. So what's your story?" Walking slowly along the hallway, I have to wonder what he's getting at. It's boring. Just a normal girl in a normal world. Nothing that's anywhere near as impressive as the people in your circles, I'd imagine. "Try me," he says as he takes my arm, stopping my retreat. "I'd like to get to know you, Mercy." My stomach lurches, as he seems to be hitting on me. "Mr. Hurst." His fingertip touches my lips, stopping me. "Jude. Please call me Jude." He pulls something out of the breast pocket of his jacket and places it in my palm. My body goes crazy as he grazes his fingertip over it, and I find a little business card in my hand. "Look, sir, I don't make it a practice to fraternize with our clients. I'm sure you understand." He shakes his head. "I don't understand at all. You see, I'm not really a client. This is my first visit. If there's a problem going out with me because I come here, then I won't come here for your services again. It's just that easy. So how about you give me a call later on when you get off work and we can go out for a drink and see what happens after that. You have a date for the night, Mr. Hurst. I just set that all up for you," I say as I cannot believe this man's audacity. "She can take someone else. She and I aren't a thing. She stays at our place when she's in town. She was bored and came for a visit. I have brothers that would love to accompany her this evening." The back of his hand grazes my cheek. "So what do you say? Drinks after work with me, Miss Noland?" With a shake of my head, I walk away and say over my shoulder, "No thank you, Mr. Hurst. Thanks for asking, though. I assure you, I am not a woman who you would be interested in, and I'd hate to take up your time." The elevator doors open, and I quickly step through them and hit the button to take me away from the very handsome and totally out of my league man. What a day.
Jude.
Watching her walk away, with the slight swish of her skirt being the only noise at all in the quiet hallway, I'm left more than a bit stunned by her answer to my offer of a drink after work. Who the hell declines a drink with a billionaire? "Jude? Where the hell are you?" I hear Ariel screaming as she looks into the hall. Oh, there you are. Come on. Let's get out of this dump. I turn to leave, then stop and say, you have that private car waiting on you, and I brought my Jag, so you go ahead. I'll tell Zeke to escort you on your evening out. What? She shrieks yet again, and it's a sound I am completely tired of. No. I want you to come with me, Jude. Come on. She comes to where I'm standing in the place that woman left me so callously, and grabs my arm. You come with me. Zeke can be so handsy, and you understand it when I say I'm tired. He doesn't. Plus my toe hurts like hell. I look down at her exposed toes as she has on these little flip-flops, and see absolutely nothing on either of her big toes. Which one is hurt again? Don't worry about that. I took care of the bill, didn't I? She asks, spreading an anger through me, as I had an idea she was being scammy, but now I know she was. Ariel, you may well have gotten that woman fired. I hiss at her, as I take her by the arm and lead her to the lobby so she can get the hell out of here. So, she asks as she comes along with me, pretending to limp as we go. You aren't hurt. It's wrong. I can't believe I have to tell her this. It doesn't matter. These people can get hired right back on at another place. It happens all the time. They're a dime a dozen. And since when did you get all Good Samaritan, Jude? She looks up as a young man comes from behind the main desk in the lobby, walking toward us. Miss Harmsworth, my name's Dave and I have your car ready for you and your friend, he says as he comes up to us. He has a basket full of fruit and wine, and I see some expensive cheeses in there as well. Please accept this gift from us at the Dallas Day Spa. We're so sorry for your pain, and want you to let us know if you experience any type of medical problem or treatment of your injury. We will be more than happy to pay for that. He looks down at her feet, then frowns and looks right back up at her. Her brown eyes narrow as she silently dares him to ask her a thing about her supposed injury. He heeds the warning, and I am glad to say he thinks better about saying anything. Instead, he motions for us to follow him out the side door of the huge lobby. Past the fountain with a mermaid rising from the center and 3 dolphins seemingly swimming around her, we go as we follow the man all dressed in white scrubs that fit a lot better than any I've seen before. You work out? I ask him as I hold Ariel by the arm and pull her along faster than her fake limping allows. Yes, sir, he says as he looks back at me with a smile. Every day, twice. You know, with the right nutrition and the right exercises, you don't have to work out twice a day to stay in the shape you're in. I work out 1 hour each day, and along with the right foods and nutritional supplements, I manage to keep my body very fit. He opens the side door and looks me over. Wow. How do you manage that? Please don't tell me steroids because I'm against them. I shake my head. I have a master's degree in the fitness genre. I know where each and every muscle is and how to make it work to its best capacity. Do you have a gym or a private training gig? He asks as he opens the car door for us. No, I have a home gym and my own regiment. I could make out a program for you, if you wanted me to. No charge, I say, surprising myself. When the hell did I get so chatty, or offer anything to anyone? Ariel slides into the very nice, deep black, leather-covered backseat, and reaches for a bottle of chilling champagne immediately. Look, drinks. Looking inside the car, I say, so off you go, Ariel. If you don't want Zeke to go with you, then I'll ask Rose to. You two can make it a girls' night out. You really are leaving me like this? She asks as she glares at me. Really? What else do you have to do, Jude? I'd rather shovel sheep shit than go anywhere with her after what she just pulled. That was low in my book. The woman has more than enough money. When you add in the fact I was going to pay for everything, it really ticks me off. She pulled the scam just to prove something to herself. I have to take care of some business, Ariel. I'll see you around. I close the door before she can squawk at me anymore. I give Dave a nod and a thumbs up, and he tells the driver to take her without me. As we walk back inside, I tell him, I want to pay the bill anyway. I completely understand, he says without adding any more to it. I like a man who knows when not to ask too many questions. The fact she was being a crazy, conniving complainer is pretty obvious. But when people with vast amounts of money complain, people do what they want with no questions. I've seen it done all of my life. The rich may pay for extravagant things, but let there be the least little complaint about virtually anything, and they get it free with no hesitation at all. I think it's ridiculous. I don't mind spending my money, even when things are subpar. I have it, I may as well pay for the things I want. There's no reason to scam anyone. Following Dave to the front desk, I take out my wallet to get my credit card as he looks at the computer to find the bill. Let me see here. Oh. Well, I'm sorry, the bill has been removed from the system. I suppose our manager did that. Looks like your spa day was free after all, Mr. Hurst. With a shake of my head, I say, that's not going to do for me, I'm afraid. I live in this town, and I won't have my name bantered about as a person who doesn't pay his bills and pulls scams on the local companies here in Dallas. I'm afraid I'm going to need to see whoever is in charge here. Dave looks at the time on his watch, then back at me. Sorry, she's left for the day. She leaves at 5:30 sharp every day. You missed her by mere minutes. I can tell you that once she puts her mind to something, she never changes her direction. If she took this bill off that quickly, then she's not going to change things. I want to pay. This makes no sense. Can't you just call her and get her to come back? I look at my phone and see it's only 3 minutes past the time she left. She's probably still in the parking lot. Just call her. I'll wait. I watch him do as I've asked, and am not happy with the results as I hear him telling her things, then saying the words, "Yes, ma'am." After he puts the phone down, he says, "Like I thought. She's compensated the bill, and she won't be changing that. She told me to tell you to have a nice weekend, Mr. Hurst." Well, she's made that impossible, hasn't she?
Mercy.
After giving Rhonda a 3-day weekend with pay, so she can recuperate after that she-wolf made a meal out of her, I'm on my way to pick the kids up from daycare and thinking about the phone call I just received from Dave. It seems Mr. Hurst wants to pay the bill anyway. Perhaps he's found out his girlfriend is a huge liar. Or maybe he just wanted another chance to talk me into drinks with him. Either way, I'm not buying into any of it. The company can handle the loss. It's not that bad at $10,000. Bad reviews would have been worse than the lost profit. I tap the steering wheel as I see our private car pulling out behind me. Miss Harmsworth, the horrible complainer, is inside of that car. Along with that, thinks he's so smooth, Mr. Hurst. So what if my body heated when he touched me? It's been over 2 years since I've had any male attention. It's to be expected for my poor body to react to his touch. The crazy thing would be if I didn't react at all to the man's touch. Jude Hurst is tall, dark, and handsome. The way his dark hair stays perfectly in place is pretty cool. His eyes are a combination of green and brown and shimmer all on their own, like he has a little secret he wants to tell you. His lips are the color of a pink swirled caramel, and pretty damn luscious. The bottom one is a touch more full than the top one, which has a cute little Cupid-esque bow right in the middle of it. I wonder how those lips would feel on mine. What's the matter with me? Shaking my head to clear it, I notice our limo pulling up next to me at the stoplight, and wish my windows were tinted darker. I can almost feel his eyes on me, as he's probably looking out the window at me. I wish I could see that, to be sure. And maybe to get one last look at him. Oh my goodness. What has gotten into me? I take a left at the next light to get away from them, even though it will take me 15 minutes longer this way. I just can't have him staring at me like I assume he was. Easing off the gas, I notice a chocolate-colored Jaguar hauling ass behind me. They must have somewhere important to be, so I pull off to the side to allow the speeding car to pass me. It's him. Wait, I can't be sure that was him. He was going too fast to really see. Great, now I'm seeing him all over the place. What has he done to me? And why wasn't he with the horrible woman? My curiosity is too much, and I hit the button on the screen to call the front desk back at the spa. Dallas Day Spa, Dave speaking. How can I help you today? Dave, it's Mercy. You can help me by telling me if Mr. Hurst accompanied Miss Harmsworth in our car earlier. He did not, Mercy, he tells me, and it sets something off inside of me. A little heated triumph. Did he say why he didn't go with her? No. But if you ask me, he seemed to be ashamed of her. How come you didn't let him pay the bill, Mercy? He asks. I have my reasons, I say. I don't even know myself what they are. Stubborn pride, I guess. You didn't happen to see what he drove, did you? A dark brown Jag. It's a beast of mechanical engineering. I saw it when the valet brought it up to the front. I happened to be standing there with him talking about things. He's a nice guy. Not stuffy, like a lot of the rich guys who come here are. He asked a few questions about you. What? I asked like a teenage girl. What did he ask about me? Oh gosh. What did you tell him? Oh my gosh, Dave. Please tell me you didn't tell him anything about me. Whoa. Calm down, Mercy, he says with a laugh. You seem a little frazzled by the man. He's just a man, Mercy. Anyway, he asked about your personal situation. If you had a boyfriend or a crazy ex-romantic partner he might have to contend with. Contend with? I ask, feeling somewhat confused. There will be no contending. He asked me out for drinks. I told him no. See, no need to contend with anyone or thing. Another laugh erupts out of Dave, then he says, okay, no need to contend. And that's what I told him. Wait, you told him I had no one in my life? I ask, feeling embarrassed all of a sudden. What did he think about that? Did he think I'm a complete loser for being all alone? Not at all. He seemed happy you were all alone. He also asked me where you usually hung out on your days off, he says. My gosh. What did you tell him, Dave? I shriek at him. I told him I didn't know, he says. Because I don't know. What do you do on your off time, Mercy? I've kept my private life mine and mine alone. I don't go telling my story to anyone. I don't like the sorrow-filled eyes looking at me with pity and asking how I'm doing with it all. Never mind what I do. I do plenty, I say, because I do a lot on my off time. I probably work harder on my days off than I do at work. Being a mom isn't a very relaxing job. Not with a 2- and 4-year-old, anyway. Did he ask anything else? No, his car pulled up and that ended our conversation. Mercy, why would you tell the man no about having a drink or two after work? There's nothing wrong with that. Never mind, Dave. You'd never understand. Thanks for filling me in. I appreciate your help. You should get back to work. I've taken up too much of your time on this silly thing as it is. Bye now, I say, then end the call before he can try to dive into my personal life any further. The daycare comes into view, and my heart sputters as I think about the kids and wonder how their day went. I love those little midgets. I hope they don't protest too much that I have to stop off at the house and change my clothes. I can't go into Pizza Palace dressed like this. I do foresee a fight though. As I pull into the parking area, I think about that awesome Jag and the awesome man who was behind the wheel. His fast driving was dangerous, and he's nowhere near the kind of man I would need in my life. I need a safe man who's responsible and great with kids. I need a man who drives slow and watches out for other traffic. A real defensive driver is what I need in my life. Not a reckless man who thinks he's invincible. No, Jude Hurst is not the man for me. There may not be a man for me after all. It might be me and the kids forever and ever. Oh my, that sounds a little depressing, doesn't it? Maybe I should think about finding a man. Not Jude Hurst, of course. But someone to share my nights with. Not that I have room in my nights, anyway. Not with getting up to take Mia to the bathroom, at least twice a night. No, I'm better off alone. The kids need me.
Jude.
Armed with the knowledge that Mercy Noland is free of any men, I'm making my plan to find her this weekend. A little chance encounter might break open some of that person she has closed off. The guy at the spa who works for her gave me some insight into the woman. She's extremely professional at all times. He's never witnessed even one occasion in the last couple of years since she took over the management of the facility where she lost her cool. I'd like to see that woman lose her cool just for a little while. Screaming my name as I pleasure her is where I'd like to see her lose it. By the way the guy talked, he's never known of any man in her life these last couple of years. That makes me highly interested in her. Almost like a virgin, fresh and ready to be picked. She thinks she can throw me off. But I'm a long-time hunter, and she's in for a surprise with me. An infinite amount of patience is required in hunting, and I have all the patience I need to make her mine. She has no idea about me. I get what I set my eyes on. Always. My sights are set on her now. She is my prey. I have many tricks to catch my quarry. I'm above nothing when it comes to getting what I'm after. Pulling into the private road that leads to our family estate, I see my father has purchased a few more longhorn cattle to reside on the left side of the road. A black and white one and 2 red and white ones. All have extremely long horns and seem to be getting along well with the other 8 he already had. The members of my family have different things they collect. Dad has his cattle of various breeds he keeps separated by miles of fences. Mom has her little dogs, also of various breeds. They are not separated at all, and roam freely all over the house. Mom has a maid just for the dogs, and the cleanup required, as they rarely like to venture outdoors to do their business. Even though they have a yard exclusively for them, and that business they do a hell of a lot of. My younger brother Zeke collects antique cars. My sister Rose collects porcelain dolls. She's 24 years old with a room that adjoins hers, and it's full of her dolls. It's weird if you ask me. Then there's the youngest of us all, my baby brother Ram. He's 21 and as wild as they come. He collects motorcycles. He also rides them wherever and whenever he can. He's a daredevil who's broken several bones in his young life. I collect guns. I have so many guns, I had to use the spare bedroom next to mine for them. 6 gun safes hold my personal arsenal in that room that I keep locked up tight. It was my mother's father who taught me how to hunt. I was the firstborn, and he took me under his wing when I was just 5 years old. I'd go sit with him in his hunting blind. Depending on what time of the year it was, we'd hunt everything from deer to squirrels. He also taught me how to clean and prepare them. We never wasted a thing on the animals we took. I miss that old man. I lost him 5 years ago to cancer. He taught me so much about nature and how to respect it. None of my brothers or sister ever wanted to go with Grandpa. They found hunting boring. Not me though. I loved it. A bad day of hunting is better than a good day of work. One day, I hope to have a son or two to pass down what all Grandpa taught me. Though I haven't even begun to settle down yet. I haven't found the right woman for me. Everyone I know is wealthy and spoiled in ways I don't care for. I know I'm spoiled too. I've gotten every single thing I've ever asked for. Well, now that you count Miss Mercy Noland and her not giving me what I want, I can't say I've gotten every single thing I've ever asked for anymore. I'll have to change that. As I pull up, I hear my old hunting dog I inherited from Grandpa barking as he hears my car pull up. The old hound dog knows the sound of my car, and he only gets excited when he hears me pull up. He could give less than a shit about any other member of our household. Well, that's not entirely true. He likes the cook, Mrs. Juarez, too. But that's only because she gives him all the bones he could ever want. He has his own yard right off the kitchen, and his weight is showing that as he waddles around to the driver's side door to greet me. Rubbing his red head, I say, "How's my puppy, Sebastian?" He makes odd little growls and groans as his answer, which I assume means he's seen better days. He follows me along to go inside the mansion. It's a large 3-story number that my parents have added onto at least 3 times since I can remember. All of us have our own suite of rooms, and my old dog follows me as I go toward mine. A shrill cry has us both groaning as it hurts our ears. I see Ariel has made it home first. I didn't even notice the limo out front. "What are you doing here? Where's the car?" I ask. I let it go. "I don't want to go alone, Jude. I want you to go with me." "Since you won't," I told the driver to leave. "I kept the vouchers though. That way you and I can still go out and have fun. Only you can drive us." "Doesn't that sound better?" she asks as she waves the cards around. I hold out my hand and ask, "Can I see those?" She hands the cards over to me as she walks toward the guest house. "I'll be getting ready. I want you to wear something better than that suit. It has no tie or anything. I'm thinking since that one club is private that you should wear a tux. I like the way you look in a tux anyway." I spot Mercy's name on the back of one of the cards, and underneath it, there's a little note saying to call her with the amount of the bill, and there's a phone number. It might be her cell phone. I cross my fingers that I'm right as I walk up the staircase that leads to wing of the house my rooms are located in. Ariel finally figures out that I'm ignoring her, and turns to look at me with a loud yell, "Did you hear me, Jude?" I nod and walk up the stairs. There's no way I'm going to take her anywhere. I have my sights set on Mercy and Mercy, alone. She seems to be the kind of woman who wouldn't give the time of day to a man she sees as a player. To get her attention, I will have to camouflage myself as a one-woman man. It's not that I couldn't be one. I can be whatever I want, after all. I've just never seen fit to before. And after I find out more about the young woman, I may release her back into the singles pit where she came from. Or I might keep her as a trophy. Then again, I might make her my pet. One never knows what they'll do with their prey once they've managed to trap them.
Mercy.
With both kids in the giant pit of plastic balls, I take the time to myself to use my cell phone to Google Jude Hurst. And just like that, I see a few pictures of him on social media. His Facebook page has a link to it, so I click it, and the next thing I know, I'm stalking his page. What am I doing? Well, I am here anyway, so I may as well see what he's really about. The first thing I notice is his profile picture is new. Like today new. He's wearing the brown suit he had on earlier, and that same little smile that makes people think he knows something no one else does. He has a lot of friends on his page, and I have to say most of them seem to be wealthy too. There are a hell of a lot of pictures of people on yachts and private jets, and in exotic places. No, I am not in his league at all. Then I see one picture of him wearing camouflage with his arm around an old man who is also wearing similar gear. An old red bloodhound is standing in front of them, with a duck in its mouth. Jude's grin goes from one ear to the other, and he seems to be very happy. A few more pictures are here with him doing some type of hunting in them. So the man is a hunter. I didn't call that one. I mean, the wealthy men I've seen at the spa don't seem the hunter type. But then again, I have a mindset that most men who hunt are named Bubba, and have long beards and smell kind of funny. Jude didn't smell funny at all. Quite the opposite, he smelled wonderful. Stop. I have got to stop thinking about this man. Not only am I not in his league, he's not what I need or want. He's a fast man, and I know he only wants to get into my pants, then he'll leave me wanting more as he goes off to Peru or Russia on his next billionaire excursion. That will leave me heartbroken at home with 2 little kids. I couldn't even drink my pain away after he leaves me, because I have to stay sober to take care of my niece and nephew. No, he's a risk. He's a heartbreaker. He's dangerous. But damn it, he's attractive. Oh, look here. It says he has a master's degree in kinesiology. Maybe that's why he's so well built. Here's a picture with his shirt off, and oh my. My body just went about 10 degrees hotter, and I can't seem to take my eyes off the picture of the man with massive muscles all over his chest and those abs. He's built like a statue. He can't be real. That picture has to have been doctored. No man is that perfect. No man. My cell rings and I find myself juggling it, as it startles me. Once I have it steady back in my hands, I see it's a local number that I don't recognize. But it could be important, so I answer it. Mercy Noland here. Well, hey there, Mercy Noland. Guess who this is? The sound of the male voice on the other end is soft, deep, the tiniest bit gravelly, and I know who it is immediately. How did you get my private number? I ask. How do you think? He asks back. I pop my forehead with my palm, and remember that my cell number was on the back of the voucher for the private club, so I could pay the bill over the phone for that woman tonight. So you found my number. Are you two having fun? I hope you are. I meant for you too. Is Miss Harmsworth doing better? I hope she is. I want to apologize again for her injury. It was a misfortunate accident. Please tell her. Mercy, he says, cutting me off. I'm not with her. I'm in my bedroom, thinking about you. And it sounds like you're at some badass club, having a great time. So tell me where you are, and let me come join you. He could not be more wrong about where I am, and it makes me laugh. Huh? I'm not at a club. And I'm leaving soon anyway. It's getting late, I have to get back home. It's 8 o'clock, Mercy, he says with a deep chuckle that makes my toes curl. It's so manly and sensual, and oh my, I have to stop thinking about him like that. All ready? I ask, as I really had no idea it had gotten so late. The kids still need baths, and the house is 15 minutes away, and they need to be in bed by 8:30 or they'll be so cranky, and then it'll be hard to get them to sleep. All ready? He asks, chuckling again. Mercy, that's not late at all. Not one bit. Now come on and let me in on where you are, so I can come see you. I miss you already. A little chill runs through me with his choice of words. Then I shake that off and realize he's such a player. Miss me? You don't even know me, Mr. Hurst. Making my way to the ball pit, I start the long process of trying to get the kids' attention with a whistle and a wave. But like all the other mothers, I'm completely ignored. I know that, Mercy. I want to get to know you. What's the harm in that? He asks. I kick off my flip-flops and head into the pit of despair to gather my niece and nephew and say, sorry, Mr. Hurst. I really have to go. Goodbye. With a swipe of one finger, I end the call and put the phone in my bra as I fish for the kids. Carter, Mia, come on. It's getting late. A voice comes out from under the plastic balls. No? We aren't ready yet. It's Carter's voice I hear. I start to dig in the area I heard his voice come from. I know, Pumpkin, but it's getting late and you both still need baths. A ridge forms underneath the balls, and I see two little figures bolting away from me. Making a lunge to intercept them, I grab the back of a shirt and pull up kids that are not mine. Hey, leave my kids alone, comes a shout from an angry mom. Sorry, I let them go and reach into the balls at another lump in them. There you are, Carter. Grab your sister and let's go. Ah man, he whines as he pulls his hand up and his sister dangles from it. We have to go, Mia. Aunt Mercy is being a grumpy old lady again. Pulling them along with me, I head out of the noisy pen of kids and balls, getting knocking in the head by one, and listening to laughter fill the air as whoever threw it is being high-fived by a bunch of the little scoundrels. As I pull the kids out of the pit, I think about what I could be doing right now instead of wrestling them and dodging incoming tiny plastic balls. I could be sitting across a small table, sipping some fancy little drink while staring into the green-brown eyes of one of the most handsome men I've ever seen. Instead, I'm pulling some very stinky socks onto a pair of stinky little feet and cramming them into a pair of stinky tennis shoes. Why did I tell him no?
Jude.
Well, that was a bit rude. I didn't think she'd be so abrupt. I didn't think she'd give in to me either. But I'm laying the groundwork. You have to keep your target aware that you're still there. Still on the hunt for them. The key is to let them in on what your plan is, so they have a fighting chance at making an escape. It's no fun if there's no challenge at all. With that little phone call, I let Mercy know a few things. 1. That I have her number. I have access to her when I want it. 2. That she's on my radar. And 3. That I'm not about to give up. Now those things are settling into her brain. This is when she'll try to come up with her own plan to stay hidden away from me. Maybe she'll think about going on vacation for a week or two, and hope I'll lose interest in that amount of time, or move on to some other quarry. Maybe she'll fake an illness and stay at home, leaving her phone turned off so she can rest. Or maybe she'll do something smart, like turn the tables on me and become the hunter herself. That happened to me once when we were tracking a mountain lion in Wyoming. It was only when we saw the tracks behind us did we figure out we had gone from being the hunters to being the hunted. The only thing is, that didn't stop me from taking the prize in the end. It just meant we had to have a battle, and I happened to win that one. So even that tactic will not stop me from getting what I want. Loud bangs fall on my door, making me jump. "Jude, are you ready yet?" Ariel calls out from the other side. "I'm dying of thirst out here. I need a drink and you to hang on to while I drink and dance. Come on. If you play your cards right, I'll sleep in here with you when we get back." My stomach twists on itself, and I stifle a gag. "I'm not going," I say as I go to open the door. When I open the door, she looks me up and down and realizes I haven't changed like she told me to, and her face goes red in a flash. "Jude, damn it. I came all the way out here from New York to hang out with you. It's been months since I've seen you. You seem to be staying to yourself far too much. I came here for you, not myself. Which is not a thing I usually do. Now come on. I guess you can go like that. I mean, you look okay." She grabs my hand and attempts to pull me. With one hand on her shoulder, I push her gently away from me. "Go ask Rose to go with you." "I'm not going, Ariel." The sound of feet pounding the stairs has us both looking toward them, and my youngest brother's filthy body emerges from them. "Hey," he says with a wave. "What happened to you?" Ariel asks him with wide eyes. "Nothing," he says as he stops and looks from me to her. "I was riding out on the bike track." "You look pretty, Ariel. Where are you two headed?" "Out," she says as she looks at me. "Only, Mr. Stubborn here is refusing to go along with me." "Hell, I'll go with you," Ram says as he looks at me. "Is that okay, Jude?" With a nod I say, "It's fine with me. Ariel and I are not a thing, Ram." Ariel's head jerks as she narrows her eyes at me. "You don't need to say it like that, Jude. You and I have been intimate, after all. It's not entirely out of the realm of things that we could be together." "It is too," I say with a little laugh. "Anyway, there's your date for the evening." I hand her the vouchers. I've put Mercy's cell number on my phone, so I won't need to hold on to the card any longer. Ram kicks up his heels, then shoots down the hallway to his suite. "I'll be ready in 10 minutes. "Wear a tux, Ram, please," she calls out to him. He laughs as he goes into his room. I let her in on what's about to happen, but only a little of it, or she won't accept him as her escort for tonight. He won't be wearing a tux or a suit. He's a blue jeans and boots kind of kid. And you'll want to make sure he eats at dinner. He can drink a lot more than most men can, but he has to have food on his stomach first to be able to handle it. I'm not about to be his babysitter. I'm not into raising children, Jude. How old is he again? He just turned 21 last month, I say and watch her bite her lip. She makes a humming sound and looks down the hallway as she says, "Would it upset you if I spent the entire night with him, Jude?" A snort comes out of me. No. I don't know how much clearer I can be with you, Ariel. I'm not looking for a relationship. That's not me. Be with whoever you want. Her brown eyes move up to mine as she says, "Really, Jude? I mean, you've never thought about me and you, and making a thing out of us? With a shake of my head, I tell her, no. Sorry, Ariel. It's not a thing I've ever thought about. Not even when you held me in your arms after we were intimate, she asks. I hate when women do this shit. Not even then, Ariel. Look, I'm just not ready to settle down. And I have to be honest with you. You're not what I'm looking for in a girlfriend. I like down-home women with down-home style. I like manners, and I like nice behavior. I can't stand people who treat other people badly. Get it now? She nods and runs her hand over my cheek. You want a country bumpkin, and I'm a New York lady who will never fully capture your attention. Okay. I get it now. Will I stop vying for your attention? No. She gives my face a little slap and walks away, shaking her little butt as she goes. See you on the morrow, Jude. You have a nice night yanking your wanky all alone. Stepping back into my bedroom, I shake my head, as the woman is just so clueless. There are plenty of rich East Coast jerks who she'd get along with well. Why does she want a country boy like me? Settling back on my bed, I pick up my phone and see it's 9 o'clock. So I think it's still early enough to send a little text to my intended. In bed yet? I wait and pick up the remote to the television. Then I see my screen light up on the phone and pick it up to see she has replied. I wasn't sure she would. Not yet. I had some things to do when I got home. I hope you have a nice night with Miss Harmsworth. Good night. Man, she's really getting under my skin. I'm not going out with her. I won't be going out with her anymore. As a matter of fact, her ways don't suit me. Your ways are something I'd like to know more about. How about you call me and we can talk over the phone? And now I wait and wonder if she will call me. Bet she will.
End of sneak peek for Billionaire's Quarry, a bad boy romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.